A very good morning, everybody. I'm Professor Nitin Arora, your host for the session, and we welcome you all for this wonderful 5-day FDP on happiness, the happiness design. We have been joined by wonderful and distinguished guests for the session, and as you all know, that no matter what are our interests, what profession we belong to, what is our age, what is our faith, the common underlying purpose of our life is happiness. Today, we have joined for the 5-day FDP Faculty Development Program with the theme, the happiness design, building conscious organizations and joyful beings. This is our third big happiness event, which is happening under the leadership of Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh Sir, who is our Group Vice Chancellor, MIT Universities. The first one we did it in December 2020, which was under the banner of AICTE. The second event we did it in Bush International Business Horizon in February under the title Legendary Happiness. This is our third event, which is happening under the banner of, or you can say in association with Ministry of Happiness, India's first Ministry of Happiness, Rajya Anand Sansthan. We have been joined by four special guests for the orientation session. Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh Sir, who is the Group Vice Chancellor, MIT Universities.
Anyway, let me take this privilege. I think that technology is giving us a bit of problem. So let me take this stage. I hope that our very honorable guests will permit me to take this stage. Well, I'm Gurinder. I am a Group Vice Chancellor on behalf of Dr. Chauhan, who's our founder, and on behalf of our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, on behalf of our all 11 Vice Chancellor, Director Generals, Deans, and 175,000 members of MIT family, I welcome each one of you. It's my privilege as a Group Vice Chancellor to welcome Honorable Minister Akhilesh ji, our great friend from industry, Dr. Rekhi, and we say that he is not only a saint, but a person who's propagating theorem of happiness, and one of the rare brains of India, not only a journalist, but we will say author of happiness, who is propagating theorem, Mr. Anurag Batra. Well, before we officially started, I was discussing with Honorable Minister, with Dr. Batra and with Dr. Rekhi, that what happiness means and how is it important in today's context. So if you look today, you will find that on the scale of 10, and this is a latest survey which has been done, on the scale of 10, 7.8 people are facing some kind of issues which are related with happiness. They are not happy from inside. There are issues which are known as mental illness, and the charm is that 90% of the people don't recognize that they are having these mental issues. They face problems, they are challenges, but most of them, they are not able to recognize or admit that they are having a problem. Two, you will find that when you are having these issues, you feel anxious. There's an anxiety, there's a fear, you are angry, you are not able to control. We have seen some of the people who are very successful otherwise in life, they are not able to take control of their profession or their life. They lose temper. Mr. Akhilesh ji was telling that many times you need to learn that how you should control your temperament. Even if you are having a lot of money, you are having power, but you are not able to control your temperament, you lose control over the society. People don't respect you. Now, how to look at these issues very, very minutely, and especially during COVID times, we have seen that there was illness all around, there were deaths in the families, there were bankruptcies in the business, there were problems which are related with the tenants, there were problems related with factories. Students are facing a lot of issues. And especially when the professor is moving into a class, he should be an ambassador, not only of his subject, but the ambassador of happiness. Because when he speaks, when he talks, he is giving his heart. And I often say that when you go into the class, and this is for all professors, you are like a chief executive officer. because whatever you say, whatever you're going to interact, it will have deep impact on the society. So if a professor, if a faculty is not happy, they will be able only to generate an unhappy society. So we wanted that our faculty members, not only from MIT, but from across India, and I can see hundreds of them joining us today from across India, to understand that what is the theorem of happiness. And it will be a great thing that if you can take back message, and before you enter into a class, and I know that academic session is starting in next 15 days, MIT is opening from tomorrow. But before you enter into a class formally teaching, you should know that what are the real issues which are related with students. And you will find each one of them has a story to tell. Many of them have not been able to come to the university from the last 1.5 years. Many of them, they have lost their grandparents, their parents. Many of them, they are weak. Many of them, they are finding it very difficult to align themselves with technology. Many of them, they are having broken relationships. Many of them, they are having economic issues. And we as academicians, we as industrialists, we as policymakers, it is our duty to see that the most wonderful creation which God has given us, human beings, they are happy. And we need to teach, we need to practice that how we can make people happy, connecting them with nature, giving them the lessons that how early morning they can align themselves with God, how they can align themselves with positivity, how they can look at that which are the real issues of life. And as you know, that most of the time, 85% of the things which we think that these are going to happen, fears, unknown fears, right? They never happen in our life. They never happen in our life. I remember that I had a friend who was always worried, always worried. So when he was in college, and he's still very good friend of mine, and there's a very good position. But when he was in a college, I used to ask him that why you are so worried, and he used to say, I don't know whether I will top or I will not top. So God willingly, he did very well. He got gold medal. Then I said that now you've got gold medal. Why you are worrying now? He said, I don't know whether I will get a right admission in a good MBA institution. He got it into one of the premier institutions abroad on a scholarship. So I thought that now he will be very happy. So then when I met him in US, he said that, well, I don't know whether I will be able to get my green card, my H1 visa. He got that also. Right. So the next worry started. So I said that now, why are you worried? I'm worried about my daughter. What will happen? Right. So he got a wonderful daughter, and he started saving for her daughter, that one day she will grow, she will be having, she will be getting married. And when daughter grew up, she'd hardly needed even a single dollar from this very well accomplished father. So there are fears in your life, and I think that you need to overcome these fears. Most of the things which we fear will never happen, and even if they will happen, we will tackle them. We will tackle them. If there's a fear, if you tomorrow there is a problem, if someone is not getting good score, most of the students, they have anxiety that maybe that they will not be able to get 97, 98% marks. They will not get 97, 98. But I'm sure that with the help of very learned people like you, we will be able to manage it. Dr. Anurag Batra is here, such a well accomplished journalist. He will tell you that when he interviews various people, most of the people, they are worried on things which will never happen in their life. Everyone is so focused that how they will become brands themselves. Even if they become brands themselves, how it's going to help them. You need to see that what value you are bringing for the society, which is more important. And when you start thinking about the society, when you start thinking about others, when you start thinking that how you can make other champions, you become a champion yourself. And that is where the happiness quotient, happiness theorem, and happiness from within starts. We say that Brahm is nowhere else. Brahm means God. God is nowhere else. God is for sure inside you. Temples, mosques, church, gurdwaras, they are just the medium to get you connected with God. But otherwise, Brahm is inside you. My mom used to say that if you really want to discover God, you need to discover yourself. And if you start discovering yourself, you will find that you will be doing the biggest service to the world. Having empathy, having feelings for others, having no fear, right? So the one who's Brahmgyani, he has no fear. The one who is attached to God, he is not attached to anything else. He is attached to the real world. And I think that as a teacher, as a professor, as a journalist, as an industrialist, as a political leader, as a policy maker, you need to do that. I will stop here because I think that there's a lot in store which are very able panelists are going to speak. And I'm aware that we have got presence of Honorable Minister, Dr. Rekhi and Dr. Anurag Batra, who are great leaders. And thank you, Dr. Nitin, for organizing and coordinating this event. But I will stop with the Urdu couplet. Anurag ji, you will love it. This goes on the philosophy of you three, Minister Akhilesh, Dr. Rekhi, and Dr. Batra. And Iqbal says that what happiness is and what real religion is, what real journalism is, what real industrialism is. It says, "Kisi bhuke ko khila roti, ke ye iman hai tera." If you are looking for happiness, you need to add happiness in the life of others. किसी भूखे को खिला रोटी के ये ईमान है तेरा, किसी प्यासे को पिला पानी के ये ईमान है तेरा, किसी दुखिए के दुख दूर करना भी इबादत है, पराई आग में जलकर मरना भी इबादत है किसी नाशाद को फिरशाद कर देना, इबादत है किसी बर्बाद को आबाद कर देना. I'm sure that if this FDB can help even one person to come out with the real issues, challenges which they are facing, we will feel that we will be successful. May God bless each one of you. At MIT, we have got a passion that we should add the value into the lives of those who are igniting a spirit of knowledge to millions. Thank you so very much once again on behalf of 175,000 family members of MIT. I once again welcome you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful Urdu couplet. And should I say one thing? The thing was happiness. Some network went up and down for me. And thank you for taking up the thing. And now we have the protocol of MIT University that when we start our event, we have Saraswati Vandana. So, sir, if you allow me, shall I play to it?
मुनियों ने समझी है गुणियों ने जानी, वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी. मुनियों ने समझी है गुणियों ने जानी, वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी. हम भी तो समझे, हम भी तो जाने, विद्या का हमको अधिकार दे माँ. हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ. हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ. हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ।
So no matter what status we have, no matter what education we have, we always worship God and goddesses because they are the source of infinite happiness. With their blessing, now we are starting up the session and we will be requesting the distinguished guest. I will be reading the profile of our first speaker, the keynote session by Mr. Akhilesh Argal, who is CEO of Rajya Anand Sansthan and India's first Ministry of Happiness. Nobody could be as happy as we because we are promoting, or you can say we are talking about happiness, and we have Ministry of Happiness in India, the first one ever. Though in the world we had in Dubai, but in India we had in government of MP. So we have Mr. Akhilesh Argalji. I will be reading his profile before I welcome him for his keynote address. Mr. Akhilesh Argalji is a civil engineer. He has done AIG NFA and MSc in forestry. He has done MA in public administration. He had been an IFS, Indian Forest Service Officer of 1986 batch, MP cadre. Presently, he is Chief Executive Officer, Rajya Anand Sansthan, whom we also lovingly say or publicly we say is India's first Ministry of Happiness. He has a field experience as Divisional Forest Officer and Chief Executive Officer, Jila Panchayat, Rural Development Department. He has a research experience as Head Agroforestry Division at Tropical Forest Research Institute, a regional institute of Indian Council of Forestry Research and Education, Jabalpur. He has served as Additional Secretary, Government of MP, General Administration Department and Tribal Welfare Department. He has been associated with number of good governance initiatives like Samadhan Online, Samadhan Ek Din Mein, Lok Kalyan Shivir, Lok Seva Kendra, etc. He has played key role in setting up of School of Good Governance and Policy Analysis, Bhopal, now known as Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Good Governance and Policy Analysis. It is an autonomous institute of government of MP and second of its kind in the country. He has served as director of this institute for 10 years before joining the current assignment as CEO of Rajya Anand Sansthan, the India's first Ministry of Happiness. We welcome you, sir. Over to you for your keynote address. And the topic that you have chosen is very apt. The topic of his keynote address is happiness in governance. Over to you, sir. Akhilesh, sir, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nitinji, for good word. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Minister, respected guest of honor, Rekhi ji, Patra ji, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really happy to be part of this new beginning, jointly organizing this 5 days faculty development program, the Happiness Design. I am thankful to MIT University, particularly Dr. Gurinder Singh ji, Group Vice Chancellor, and Dr. Nitin Arora at MIT Center for Happiness, who is always thinking about new initiatives for the happiness. You may be aware that Madhya Pradesh government is the first state government in the country which took initiative to set up Anand Manchala in the country. Some of you may be wondering what role Anand Manchala can play for the happiness of it. But even more important question is there any need for happiness? This issue requires some consideration. We all know that our country has made remarkable progress over the past few decades. And today we are 6th biggest economy in the world. But this only indicates material prosperity. We look at the World Happiness Report, we rank at the tail end, 139th in the latest. This indicates that probably there is no direct relationship between happiness and the material value. There is one more thing. Research at Harvard and other research organizations indicate that success is also not the surest part for the happy. They did research with 500 Fortune companies and their top CEOs, and they found that most of them are not happy even at the top of the organization. In fact, it is other way around. If you are happy, then you can get success in almost every field, be it marriage, health, friendship, community development, creativity, job, career, business. And I would also like to highlight one more fact, and you may be seeing this also, that over the last 50 years, the mean onset age of setting depression has reduced by 50% from 29.5 years to 14.5. Probably all these were the factors which highlight the importance of the happiness. Now come the next question. Is there any active role government can play in happiness of its citizens and employees? One view can be happiness is an individual choice. It is something to be pursued individually and not as a matter of national policy or, for that matter, state policy. Another view may be that states should foster for the happiness of its citizens. One can also argue that we already have 53 departments in Madhya Pradesh. Then what role one more department will play if 53 departments are not able to play the role and not able to bring the happiness? But when we look closely at the policies and programs of other departments, we found that they were mostly engaged in creation of infrastructure. They were dealing with the hardware. They were hardly touching the software part, the social and cultural life, community vitality, human values, life skill, mental health, relationship. So there is clear-cut need for taking care of this softer part, and we all know that. And with this philosophy, the state government made a modest beginning in 2016 by creating State Institute of Happiness. आवाज आ रही है ना? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Now, some may question what is the role of happiness in governance? Why government should deal with the happiness? But definitely the first motive was to improve the efficiency of. And we all know that happiness is ultimate productivity. Various researchers have proved this fact. And some of the studies have quantified also what can be the boost in the productivity. According to one study, happy employees are 12% more productive than normal. Unhappy employees are 10% less productive than the normal. And so the happy employee is ultimately 22% more productive than an unhappy. Happy workers take less sick leave. One of the research have quantified that they take 15 days less leave during a year. Happy workers have less healthcare expenditure because they recover quickly in comparison to unhappy workers. Happy workers are more creative. They are better at problem solving. And this can be a boon to the government at the grassroots level, where there is greater interaction with the public. And most of our focus has been on this grassroots level workers. Happy workers are more cooperative, more punctual, and instead of complaining, they try to find solutions. Happy workers are good at team building. They are very good team members, very good team leaders. Thus, organizations with happy people can have lot of advantages. They have lower turnover, higher profitability, more productivity, and so on. Therefore, it's very necessary for an organization to invest in happiness of its citizen, happiness of its employees, because it is a win-win situation. And if we really want to understand the importance of happiness at workplace, we can refer to psychologist M. Losada, who discovered critical positivity ratio, which is approximately 3. It means it requires 3 positive comments or expression to nullify the effect of 1 negative comment or expression. And we all know that at workplaces, particularly in government, the situation is just reversed. There are more of negative emotions and expressions from the top bosses than the positive expressions and emotions. And as per Mr. Losada, the optimal critical positivity ratio should be 6 if we want to have optimal productivity. Now we can imagine how much we have to work in this direction at workplace. And therefore, we can say that happiness in governance will ultimately lead to good governance. It will make them punctual, sincere, responsible, efficient, problem solving, and whatnot. But I think that most important place where happiness can play wonder is our educational institute. If we ask our students, as Mr. Gurinder Singh ji was saying, what they want in life, we may get a long list. Someone may want to become engineer, doctor, or join civil services, do MBA from a reputed institute. They want to be successful. They want to have more money. They want to have a big car, good family. But if we ask next question from them, why they want to become this? What is the motive or aspiration behind becoming an engineer or doctor? And probably most of them will not be able to answer. And this is the most important thing to understand. Why we want to become a doctor or engineer. And if we devote some time on this issue, we will find that our ultimate desire behind all our efforts throughout our life is to be happy. And we want continuity of this feeling of happiness. In addition to happiness, we want to fulfill our physical needs or physical facility. These are basically material things. When we have enough of material things, physical facility, it gives a feeling of prosperity. And we also want continuity of this feeling of prosperity. But we will have to identify the basic difference behind prosperity and the wealth. In fact, prosperity is a feeling and wealth is a physical thing. But we remain confused in wealth as prosperity and wealth, and we keep on accumulating wealth, but we do not become prosperous. And when we realize that we have enough, we have more than our requirement, then we can have feeling of this prosperity. And probably then we will not run after the wealth. But we normally fail to understand our ultimate desire of happiness, and we keep on concentrating means which ultimately lead to unhappiness. We focus on the destination and we forget to enjoy the journey. We also forget to understand that prosperity is a feeling. And this lack of understanding of happiness and prosperity lead us to a variety of problems at different levels in our living, be it at a level of individual or family or society or with the nature. To be happy on sustainable basis, we have to resort to self-exploration. And it takes time, but not very long, for us to understand that quality of life depends on quality of mind. That no one else but we ourselves are responsible for our quality of life. But the sad part is no education system is making attempt to deal with this subject. In fact, I find it more important than any physical or moral education, or for that matter, our skills which are taught in management and communication. Today, we see that purpose of education has become merely to an aid toward finding a job. Excelling in competitive exam has become a primary focus for most of the students, and standard of educational institute is also evaluated from the percentage of campus placement and packages offered in those places. Making a career, getting a job, thus seems to be the total purpose of education. Is this why we have been studying? Probably not. The overall purpose of education is to enable us to live a fulfilling life in harmony with ourselves, with society, with nature. And for this, we have to know that really what is conducive for our health. This requires to develop capacity to ask questions. Answer will follow from within. This requires the process of self-exploration. Our Al-Bilam program, which we are attempting during this five days program, is an attempt to sensitize for this journey of self-investigation and self-exploration. And you will see that we will not be giving sermons during this 5 days program. It is a process of dialogue between what we are and what we really want to be. It is an attempt to look within. And no one can teach you the science of inner governance. One can guide you, but you have to experience it yourself directly. But we have rarely tried to examine ourselves. And therefore, we remain unknown to ourselves. By observing ourselves, we become aware for the first time of our conditioned reactions, our prejudices that cloud our mental vision, and probably this hide reality from us and produce unhappiness. We have to break this habit of thinking that solution to our problem is rearranging things outside. The only permanent solution to our problems is to go inside, and then only we will be happy. I would like to mention here that during the last 4 years, we have touched lives of more than 1 lakh people through this Al-Biram program, covering general public, teachers, government officials, housewives, students, etc. There has been number of challenges. I don't want to discuss those challenges here, but definitely there are a number of success stories. And we have placed them in the public domain along with names and contact number of those members who have experienced positive shift in their lives. One can speak to them and can make his own assessment about the efficacy of it. And I would like to highlight one more fact, that most of our programs are conducted by the volunteers whom we call Anandak. And the team which is leading this 5 days program starting from today are also our Anandak, our volunteers, They are not the employees of that Rajanand Sansthan. And I really salute our volunteers, and I really feel proud that today we have more than 58,000 volunteers associated with the Rajanand Sansthan. I hope this pilot program of Albiram will lead to a chain reaction and will have a series of such program in near future. Once again, I thank MIT University for giving Rajanand Sansthan and our team to give this opportunity to interact virtually with this esteemed gathering. I wish you all a very happy, prosperous, and exciting life ahead. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir. Your talk about this prosperity is a feeling and wealth is a material thing. This clarity of thought must have gone deep into the audience mindset. And you also talked about your volunteers. Like in Hindi, we say sevak or you say volunteers. So seva bhav wale hi log zyada khush hote hain, sir. And this 1 lakh people whom you have touched, I'm sure they must have been continuing their practices, whom what you're talking via Alp Viram courses. So they must be enhancing their happiness with the practices that they are doing. Thank you so much, Akhilesh sir. Now, we have the next guest of honor, who is a master storyteller. A smile has come on his face automatically. Dr. Satinder Singh Rekhi sir. Whenever we have a privilege to invite him on any event, he leaves no stones unturned without telling some stories, and he want to share his message via stories. So even whenever he shares his video with us for anything, he has stories and stories. And he talks, whenever I talk to him over the phone, he talks in stories also. So without putting any kind of a barrier between you and the master storyteller, we have the next guest of honor, who is Mr. Satinder Singh Rekhi. I will just read his profile for everybody's understanding. Dr. Satinder Singh Rekhi is the Chief Executive Officer of R Systems. It's a software product engineering company. The company is publicly traded in India. Dr. Satinder Singh graduated from the prestigious IIT Kharagpur with a bachelor degree in technology. He also graduated with MBA degree from California State University, Sacramento. In addition, he attended the Advanced Management Program from University of California, Berkeley and Harvard Business School. Recently, he was conferred honorary doctorate from MIT University, Jharkhand. Professor Jha sir is here from MIT University, Jharkhand. Welcome, sir. Dr. Satinder Singh is a champion in teaching and spreading the science of happiness and well-being, and strongly believes in a simple motto: happy people are more successful. In fact, Rekhi is known as partnering with several premier institutions for promoting the science of happiness. He has partnered, sponsored research and studies on the science of happiness at California State University, Sacramento, and the IIT Kharagpur. His initiative, Rekhi Foundation, aims to work towards helping women and young girls, especially from the less privileged backgrounds, with the goal to help them pursue their dreams. He's also working with institutions like Gopi Chand Academy, Go Sports, to promote sports like badminton, to deliver international players that earn and are awarded medals by providing them the guidance and tools for building mental strength. Again, happy players receive medals and attain success. With this brief profile, I would like to invite the next guest of honor, Dr. Satinder Singh Rekhi, and wanted to say, at MIT International Business School, we have this Rekhi Center of Excellence for the Science of Happiness. People used to ask me, what is this? Sir, who is this first person named? So now I introduce you that first person, who is Satinder Singh Rekhi ji. Under his partnership, we had been successful in establishing the Science of Happiness Center. Over to you, Rekhi sir. For your
Before Dr. Rekhi starts speaking, let me also welcome him and introduce two very learned participants who have come from across the world. There are very few people in the world who will be very well accomplished in industry, but at the same time, they want to give back to the society. So earning money or becoming a industrialist is one side of every human being. But I think that 0.1% people in the world will like to share not only their wealth, but their experience of life. So it's always a pleasure to welcome Rekhi ji, who is also our alumni as he has got a doctorate from MIT University. But I think a gentleman, a leader, and a person who is not only humble, but who has added the meaning into the life of millions. It's our privilege to have a Reiki Center at MIT University and to propagate the courses of happiness. Thank you and most welcome, Reiki ji.
Thank you, Dr. Gurinder Singh, and thank you, Nitin Arora. It was wonderful hearing Akhilesh speak, and it was also wonderful hearing Gurinderji speak. He was talking wonderfully. As you know, Nitin, I've recorded a video for you, and if you want, you could play that now.
Okay, sir. I will just do that.
Good morning, everybody. I want you to imagine a moment when an angel appears in your life, and she asks you whether you would. Good morning, everybody. I want you to imagine a moment when an angel appears in your life, and she asks you
voice coming?
Whether you would like to go to heaven with her. I think the video is
Most
not.
probably
You would not accept that option because that would involve.
So was the voice and audio?
But if you could go to heaven,
Yeah, this was quite clear.
dying and but I think the video is not playing. you that video that you have is not playing, and good morning, everybody. I want you to imagine a moment.
Voice is and the video is not moving. I don't know.
So Nitin, let me share the video.
Okay, sir. So you can just share screen from that and share sound.
Correct.
We just did the training yesterday also. Everything was working well. So shall I try again 1 second? I don't know why the sound is coming and video is there on my screen.
Let me try.
Sir, we have to put that sound also on. Once you share, there is a button at the bottom left. Just cancel it and set this.
Okay. Or is this being shared by me? Is it?
Yes, it is your video, sir. So we are getting the feeling of happiness design. So just cancel this video and then reshare, sir.
सर आपको ऊपर शेयरिंग का पैनल आ रहा होगा उसमें 3 डॉट्स होंगे उसमें शेयर साउंड पे क्लिक कर दीजिए
I think sir is Lalitji, just double check Satyendra sir.
Nitin, why don't you share if it is becoming a problem? You have a video with the help of our IT department. You can share video.
Sir, I have.
Good morning, everybody.
Sir,
I want you to imagine a moment when an angel appears in your life, and she asks you whether you would like to go to heaven with her. Most probably you would not accept that option because that would involve dying. I think so. Can you enlarge this? Yes, but people, unfortunately, 8 out of 10 people have not experienced awe, and 8 out of 10 people are not touched. Awe has caught the attention of many scientists and researchers. Paul Pearson has done amazing research on awe. He says life's mysteries never end.
Sir, is the voice coming, right?
This mystery of life, and we never.
Yes, Nitin, we can hear him, and his voice is coming absolutely clean.
Borrowing from the research done by Paul Pearson. Before we talk and delve deeper into all, it's not going. I'm going to tell you. Stop now. The story is on manifesting miracles. Manifesting means making something which is invisible. It's gone ahead. A miracle which you cannot see, invisible, becomes visible. That's manifesting. Now there's 2 videos running now. Who had a small business. He used to work all over again. Morning to night, always on his cell phone and computer, and talk to customers. Yes, sir. He had a reasonable business, but he was looking for
Rekhi, sir, You were
Can we pause it? Big thing, a game thing, a life thing, a miracle. Lots of thoughts. If you stress the thoughts,
No,
as
it's,
if dreaming,
can you stop?
that you're thought dream all the time. And when you're in thought dream, awareness is less. On.
That's two videos running. So.
He had a wise father who wanted to help. So the wise father gave him a map and said, "There's a treasure buried in a house which is near. The house is near a
This
lake,
is the bad one.
and you have to go through a countryside which is actually God's own country. It'll take you a few days to reach there, but there's a treasure buried in that house, inside the house." So the young man was very happy. This was the break probably he was looking for. This was the game changer, he thought. So let me go and find that treasure. So he set off.
Nitin, can you stop your video?
With
Yeah, no, let me share it. I think I can do it. Because your video is not running. Okay, is that okay?
done, sir. So this should not happen ideally,
Yeah, that's it.
because this is a simple sharing of screen. Lalitji,
Let me do it. Let me do it. Can you see it now? No, it's not running.
sir, voice not coming.
Now?
सर ऊपर आपको शेयरिंग का पैनल आ रहा होगा उसमें 3 डॉट्स होंगे शेयर साउंड कर दीजिए सर उस पे
Stop share करूं?
सर ऊपर टॉप पे ना पैनल आ रहा होगा शेयरिंग का उसमें 3 मोर का ऑप्शन होगा 3 डॉट्स होंगे
No, it's not.
अब आप शेयर करेंगे तो बॉटम में ऑप्शन आएगा शेयर साउंड उसको चेक कर दीजिएगा
No, stop. You hold this. So, what is happening, Nitin?
Sir,
What is happening? Are you seeing a video or the
Nothing,
video is
sir.
not moving?
nothing right now, nothing on the screen.
So can we start again from the beginning?
Sir,
Nitin, it did play, and we were able to watch like the first 2 minutes or 1.5 minutes. It was absolutely visible. The voice was 90% clear. In between it go, but it was quite okay. So you can play it again.
So let me start again from the beginning.
Yeah, it's okay.
Begin.
okay, sir.
And everyone smile, please. It's okay. These things happen. I know it's very irritating, but that's okay. It will play better. Possibly we'll pay more attention.
So maybe sometimes we say when the process has gone, we remember all the tough times and how we faced it.
I want you to imagine for a moment
Yeah.
that an angel appears in front of you and asks you if you want to go to heaven. You would probably say no, because that would involve
It's okay.
dying. But if you could go to heaven without dying and come back, you would readily accept. Awe is that emotion which takes you close to heaven and brings you back, and then it results in a changed life, a newer life, a life of deeper consciousness, a life of deeper connectedness, and a deeper meaning. Awe has caught the attentions of scientists and researchers and psychologists in the last 20 years because it's a life changer, a game changer. But unfortunately, 8 out of 10 people have not experienced awe, and they are not flourishing. In this talk, in this presentation, I'm going to make you aware of awe, and I hope that will change your life. I will draw upon the research, amazing research done by Paul Pearson, who says life's mysteries never end. It's an endless mystery of life. There's more than we can ever get to know. Before I get deeper into the awe emotion, I'm going to tell you a story on manifesting miracles. Manifesting means making invisible visible, making things obvious. Some things which we are ignoring come up in front of us. So there is this young man who is running a small business. He is doing reasonably well, but is not fully satisfied. He is neither happy nor sad, but he is looking for a big break. He has a goal. He wants a big break, a life changer, a game changer, a miracle. He works from morning to night, checking computer messages, phone messages, talking on the phone. There's an emptiness in his life. It's a life of stress.
but he's looking for that miracle, that event which will change his life, a big break. He has a wise father who wants to help him. The wise father has a map, and he tells the young son that this map leads to a treasure in a house which is near a rainbow. Behind the house there's a rainbow, and you will have to travel through God's own country, which will take you a few days, and then once you reach that house, inside the house you'll find the treasure. So this is the break the young man believes he's looking for. So he immediately heads out to the house where there is treasure. His mind is filled with thoughts of the treasure, thoughts of the back office, and multiple thoughts. He's actually drowned in thoughts. He passes through God's own country, but he's in a hurry. He needs to reach the house because he's afraid that if he does not reach in time, somebody else will. So he has no time to look at or spend time in the God's own country. There is a stunning sunset on the way. He has no time. He has to find that treasure. There are some wonderful people he meets on the way who want to spend time with him and give him good food, but he quickly wants to leave because he has a goal. He's obsessed with that goal of finding that treasure, that life-changing event. From a wise spiritual man, but I have no time. I have to find that treasure. So when he reaches that house, after a few days of travel, he starts looking for the treasure, but there's no treasure to be found. He looks inside the house, outside the house, but there is no treasure. Then this young man pauses. He said, "Let me head back. But while I'm heading back, let me enjoy the journey." The stunning sunset, he spent some time there. He is wonderstruck. Such a beautiful sunset. He enjoys looking at the birds and the eagles. How beautiful, how amazing. He joins the discourse which he had avoided earlier, fairly enlightening. Then he spends time with those kind men, spends a few days with them. What a wonderful experience. Passes the God's own country and again pauses, spends time there, and he feels extremely good. He feels a new energy in his life. So he reaches back and the father asks him, "Did you find the treasure? Did you find that miracle that you were looking for?" The son says, "I did not find that treasure, but I found many treasures and I found many miracles. The trip back was amazing. It was a journey through heaven." His life now changes. He realizes that his life itself is a miracle. His emptiness disappears. The thoughts that he was absorbed in reduce, a deeper consciousness, and he feels more connected. There are two ways to live life. Albert Einstein. One is, though, nothing is a miracle, and the other that everything is a miracle. When nothing is a miracle, you live a life of what I call languishing. We will talk about it. And if everything is a miracle, it is awe-inspired flourishing. What is languishing? So what is the journey from languishing to flourishing? That's what awe does. Takes you from languishing to flourishing. So what is languishing? Languishing is a state where you're neither sad or happy. It's the dominant emotion of 2021. It's a void, an emptiness. It's not mentally healthy, not mentally ill. It's quiet despair. It's not depression, it's not joy. As I said, it's void and emptiness. you're doing things without any emotions, and you make your life very busy without meaning. And most importantly, that's an awe deficient life. That's what languishing is. And many of us are languishing in a sleep like state. And today, languishing is our newest ADD, which is awe deprived disorder. Just like my young man in the story, he was languishing, and then awe struck him, and he started flourishing. Flourishing is when you live a deeply happy life, fulfilled life at your optimum functioning. But awe-inspired flourishing is a little different, because flourishing gives you an impression that you have reached a destination. Awe-inspired flourishing tells you that it's an unending journey. There's something more and more. The mystery never ends. There's something more to be seen. How incomplete we are, or explains to you, tells you. You never reach your potential. You're always in a journey. The journey and the destination are the same. The destination is actually the journey.
Sir, you have given a new meaning to this word ADD. Rekhi, sir?
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Sir, can you put your video on if possible?
Yes, I will.
So as I was saying to all the audience and the distinguished panelists, that we have a master storyteller and yet another story. I don't know, sometimes I wonder, how do you find the stories, or do you create your own stories, sir?
So I find them, and then I mask them as if they're mine.
That's so glad to hear that. The last story that you have just told about this awe, and then you have given a new dimension to this, the new word ADD. Normally we used to think in a different attention deficient disorder, but now you have given a very positive kind of a deficiency. Means it is awe, means a kind of a wonder, that even if we see a sun, even if we see somebody smiling and all that, we are in a state of awe. Sir, I can't, should I say, wait more to invite our next guest of honor, Dr. Anurag Batra, sir. Batra, sir.
Thank you so much. First of all, I enjoyed it. Thank you, Mr. Rekhi. You put special effort in whatever you do, even in your conversation with me. And I think that makes the difference. That creates the awe. I'm clearly awestruck. You're using words like awe, angel. मैंने कहा तीजा तुसी use करोगे अनुराग. Awe, angel, Anurag. All are 3 A's. Okay. तुसी किता नहीं Rekhi साहब, you didn't do that. Next time you can. But on a very, I'm happy to be here. And Nitin, there is something very sincere about you. I'm not patronizing you. You have much more hair than me, and wisdom and happiness than me. And Dr. Gurinder Singh, it's always good to meet you and get your positive energy. I feel that today I met Mr. Akhilesh Argal ji. Thank you, Mr. Akhilesh Argal ji. And Mr. Rekhi, thank you for that lovely presentation. You're the only exception to this rule. Somebody said PowerPoint presentations are made by people who are neither powerful nor have a point of view. But you are clearly an exception to that. And let me say that when I'm speaking after Mr. Gurinder Singh, after Mr. Argal, and now Mr. Rekhi, I have the same dilemma that the 7th husband of Elizabeth Taylor faced on the night of the honeymoon. Rekhi sir, do you know what the dilemma was?
I want to hear from you.
So the 7th husband of Elizabeth Taylor said to Elizabeth Taylor, darling, I know what I'm supposed to do, but I hope I make it interesting. So I hope whatever I say over the next few minutes, I make it interesting, because whatever needed to be spoken is spoken. But I'll keep it very basic. I'll keep it very personal. And I asked myself when I was preparing for it, what does happiness means to me? And I was thinking about while I was sleeping between 11 and 12 last night. And then I woke up early and it was going. I actually wanted to make a presentation, but I couldn't find a time. So I'll talk to you about it. First of all, happiness is simply, you talk to simple things, In my view, happiness is when you have complete sync between your thoughts, your actions, and what you believe you want in life. And again, that sync is very important. Second is when you give it your best, it doesn't matter. Mr. Rekhi gave it, whether the technology worked in the first go, second go, but eventually it worked. He gave it his best. He recorded a specific speech to value add to this event. So giving your best is happiness, in my view. I mean, of course, we are always, as entrepreneurs, we want a certain outcome and all. As individuals, we want. But giving your best, thinking that you did your best, gives you happiness. And more often than not, results will come. They may come now, they may come later. Third is, what is happiness to me? For me, good quality sleep is a very big happiness. Everything is, for me, if I've not slept well, I'm a very different person. I'm irritable and so on and so forth. I'm not in the moment. So it's very, very important. Fourth is seeing your loved one. And loved one is your immediate family, my parents, my wife, my kids. It's also people I enjoy meeting, where I get positive vibes or learn. Fourth is, for example, I'm very fond of books. Reading the right book is happiness. I'm very fond of listening to music. Sometimes you're in the car, not very often these days, but on radio, on FM, there is a song that you like that you haven't heard for 10 years. That is happiness. My cook making the things that I like is happiness. So why happiness doesn't have to be becoming a unicorn? I'm not saying you shouldn't be happy or any achievement. It could be losing 2 kgs of weight makes you happy. Anything that is positive. And I want to say that while being happy is very, very important, in my view, 2 things are more important than that. One is being authentic. And that means accepting who you are. If you can accept who you are with all your, whether it's in Sikhism or in Hinduism, Nirvikar to ek hi hai. The one who's perfect is only Lord Shiva in our mythology. And, in every religion, the supreme God is flawless. All of us have flaws. So accepting yourself as an imperfect person, as long as you're not dysfunctional, right? Imperfections are there. You celebrate those imperfections. And if at all there's something that needs to be worked on, be conscious of that. So one is accepting yourself, being authentic, being who you are, and accepting who you are, being happy with yourself. And second is being cheerful. एक मैं जब छोटा था तो मेरी मदर एक कहावत कहती थी, मन के हारे हार है, मन के जीते जीत. Right? It is a very simple things we heard. And honestly, sometimes when I don't do well at things, I tell myself it's okay. I'll come back tomorrow and I'll attempt it and I'll do it. And it happens. So, as long as you are not, so you have to be cheerful. And I don't know what is, the thin line between being cheerful and being happy. Maybe being happy leads to being cheerful. Maybe being cheerful leads to happy, right? So you have to have a cheerful disposition. Ki aapka man, you cannot feel low energy. Let me put it that way in energy time. And sometimes we all are human beings too. Whether it's in personal relationships, you don't get the response you want, or in business, the milestones that you set out for. Emotions are an integral part of it. We must learn to those. Even sometimes sadness is an emotion. If you've lost someone in COVID, you will be sad. To say you should be happy about that is like, you cannot be happy all the time. Like various seasons in God made lovely seasons, spring, summer, so on, autumn. And, we associate it with different weather, different fruits. At our homes, we make different food, which is very seasonal. There are things that we make in certain season. So think of sadness sometimes as a season. And you will truly enjoy happiness if you experience sadness. And it is to say that every person is happy all the time. I mean, maybe there are people like that, I'm not doubting. But I am sad. I was sad last night about something. About something in the morning. But that's okay. There's a lot to be happy about. There's a lot to be cheerful about. So I just want to say that for me, 2 things are very important. Accepting who you are. And second is keeping a positive outlook, or being cheerful, or being hopeful. As long as you believe that your tomorrow is going to be better than today, you can create the happy world around you and for others. So this is I can go on talking about happiness, but this is the only thing I wanted to say. I think I'm wiser today, having listened to everyone, and every day you learn something. There's a lovely UB40 song called Higher Ground. I mean, it's known, UB40 is known for two other songs, which are the blockbusters. One's called Red Red Wine, the other's called Can't Help Falling in Love with You from the movie Sliver. But there's a song called Higher Ground, and I'm not going to sing it. I don't want the participants to run away, and Dr. Gurinder Singh hasn't paid me to scare participants, so I won't sing. But I'll give you the lyrics of the song. It says, every hour, every day, I'm learning more. The more I learn, the less I know. The less I know, the more I dig from the higher ground. So every day we're learning more. And I want to say, खुशी के बारे में मैं हिंदी में बात करना चाहता हूँ. मुझे लगता है कि सब यहाँ दुभाषी होंगे, त्रिभाषी होंगे, और हिंदी सबकी सुदृढ़ होगी. While I primarily tend to communicate in English, write in English, but मेरी हिंदी भी सुदृढ़ है. So I would say, दाम ऊंचे हो सकते हैं ख्वाहिशों के, मगर खुशियां हरगिज महंगी नहीं होती. So happiness is about small things. It's about having a great conversation with Mr. With Mr. Dr. Gurinder Singh, with Mr. Argesh Argal, with sir from, I'm not slept well, I must tell you. I'm trying to still be happy, so I have a quizzer's memory, but when I don't sleep well, I tend to forget things. With Mr. Satinder Singh Rekhi ji. Now, just having a good conversation and, can make you happy. It makes you excited about the possibility. So enjoy the small things, Rekhi sahab, which you do, and that's why you are where you are. Once you enjoy those small things, I mean, I'm using the word things, but I mean feelings, experiences, everything is possible. And then you transmit it. But accept yourself as a whole. You cannot be high or happy all the time. There will be crests and troughs. But as long as you're able to deal with it, you're able to come back to your energy, you will do well. And I want to end by sharing something I read recently. And again, as I said, most of the things about happiness have been said. So I will. As I said, the only thing that will make you happy is being happy with who you are. That is the most important thing. If you accept yourself, and second is, I want to end by saying, when you give happiness to others, you will automatically be happy. There is there is not more joy in giving happiness to others. And that can be giving your time, giving your attention, giving a book that someone likes, wishing them on their birthday, making time when they need it. So the gift of giving happiness to others, you get a bigger return gift in happiness. That's what I would say. I would like to leave it there and keep the time. I think time is 11:30. So I've enjoyed being here, and thank you so much, Nitin. You are very, very sincere. So it's difficult to say no at 10 a.m. on a working day, but Mr. Rekhi, Mr. Argal, all the participants have taken out time to be here, and I wish them luck in their journey to be happy. And no medicine cures what happiness can. Happiness can, if you're happy, automatically there'll be no disease. And again, happiness is not something ready-made. Go to one of the malls in Singapore and get it, 88 Somerset, and get it from there. Happiness is not ready-made. It comes from your own actions and your own expectations. So you can create as much happiness as you want. I mean, for some people, playing with their grandchildren is the biggest happiness. In some meeting the parents is so whatever is your happiness, go for it. Whatever you seek, you get. That's where I'd like to leave it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Anurag sir, if you remember the first time I interacted with you in the...
मैंने आपको डांट लगा दी थी यार.
नहीं, वो नहीं कह रहा. That was the first session that we interacted with you, and since then we have come a long way, sir.
Yes.
Now now we have a different kind of a chemistry together, and then you are so kind. And every day I'm talking to you. Whenever I talk to you, there is a new learning from you that transpires to me, like over the phone call, over a message. like how prompt you are in responding all messages and all emails. And even so everybody's aware this session, this 5-day FDP, we have your presence as a media partner at Business World, BW Wellbeing World, and BW Healthcare. These two are the media partner which you kindly agreed also, and this has been covered live in on your websites right now. So Prerna is attached right now. She is managing that work right now. So thank you so much, Anurag sir, that you come every time whenever now I call you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. See, again, I believe where there is a will, there is a way. Jahan cha wahan raah. We all are busy. Mr. Rekhi is busy. Mr. Argal is busy. But when you want to make time for someone, you make time. And, it is easy. It is easy. It is not tough. Sometimes you travel the mile to go and be at a wedding or an event or whatever. And sometimes something's happening next door and you don't go. So, jahan cha wahan raah. So, and it's always a happy feeling to be interacting with you. I'm sure everyone gets positive vibes from you. That's how you are built, and I certainly get. And I would say with the Amity family, I feel a part of the family. And I really always, whenever I interact with Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh or Atul ji or Asim ji or Ashok ji, I get so much affection and warmth. And this has been a continuous thing for the last 20 years and not today. So I'm really happy to be amongst you. Always there, and always happy to be part of anything you do.
And Virendraji, before you speak, I want to just say one line to Anurag, if that is okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Anurag, you speak from the heart. Whenever I've spoken with you, and when I heard you, you speak from the heart, and that's why I think your parents gave you the name Anurag. Anurag means love, I think.
That's
So
it.
that's
Means
why
the
you're
affectionate one. Sometimes my wife doesn't think those are like last evening, but yes, it does mean the affectionate one.
Correct. So which is why you always talk from your heart, and that's so wonderful.
Thank you, sir. You're being very kind.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I think you are 100% right. And whenever we interact with Anurag Batraji, he not only is a person who is a renowned journalist, not only an entrepreneur, not only a person who always comes with the out-of-box ideas, but at Amity family, whenever we sit together with Dr. Atul Chauhan or with our founder, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, or with Dr. Asim Chauhan, who's also our chancellor, whenever we top team sits, Dr. Batra, we always talk about you and the way you have been an icon in journalism, and you are creating many platforms for the youngsters. But thank you so very much for your time and helping Amity family always. We will always remember your very significant contribution. And one thing which have always touched us is the greatest values which Dr. Batra has. In his every speech, you will find that he will quote his family, he will quote his mother, he will quote about some of the greatest moments. And there is a secret message he gives you, that you be self. And I think that all participants, especially young professors, one message which I got from his speech was that you should always have an energy. And if you have an energy, you will be able to generate similar kind of power, similar kind of happiness in your classes. Thank you so very much.
I just want to say to the faculty is very wise, their experiences. But to young people, I want to say, and I say it, I'm almost 49 now. I'll be 50 in a year or so. And, I just want to say I'm still learning. And it is sometimes still so difficult to deal with some small things which shouldn't impact you. But I just want to say, eventually life is about trade-offs. Whether you want to seek a long-lasting happiness, which may not seem like happiness, but peace of mind is also happiness. Or you want to seek short-term like things which give you a high. So that you have to figure out. And I'll tell you the long-term peace of mind, which eventually translates into happiness, joy, abundance. He talked of, Mr. Rekhi talked of awe. He talked of angels. He talked about happiness in a different context, but wove it well. So you have to seek little long-term things. Anything that is short-term is a stimulus. And, stimulus don't last very long, and it need anything. And, Nitin talked about going within it. As for me, happiness is doing your best. If I gave my best, I am happy. Uske baad jo result hai, wo to Ishwar deta hi hai. And, honestly, I keep saying in the last 2-3 years, whatever my parents have said, I understand those things much more. So, that's why I also value them much more. They were living with me till last Sunday, and they've gone back to their home. So I value them more, and I think last 16 months, and especially the last 10, 11 weeks, have taught us to value our family members, our friends, our extended family much more. Just being with them is happiness. Doing nothing, even just sharing a meal. Sometimes you don't even talk long. So you have to enjoy these simple things that we take for granted. Our own health, that it is okay. That is just having a good quality sleep. For me, sleep is the most important thing. So I think a lot of youngsters don't sleep enough. It is, in Ayurveda also, it talks about three things, ahara, and it talks about nutrition, it talks about sleep, and it talks of relationships. So if your nutrition is right, if your sleep is right, and if your relationships are founded on the right principles, then you will be automatically happy. And then if you're healthy, both in your mind and body, you can achieve anything. So just wanted to say that sometimes young people are very short-term focused, which is okay. We were also, when I was younger, I was also very, very short-term focused. But I think if they can change their focus a little bit, they will enjoy their youth. And but if they can change it a little bit, I think they'll be happier.
Thank you, Dr. Batra, and great to see all the very distinguished panelists here. Our chief guest, guest of honors, Mr. Agal, Dr. Rekhi, and I also want to acknowledge the presence of Vice Chancellor of our Ranchi campus, Professor Raman Jha. Great to see you. But good to see academicians from across the India and many from foreign countries also. We welcome you for this FDP and hope that you will find happiness and you will be able to propagate happiness. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So this brings to us the end of this orientation session. We were blessed by the wise words and the happy words of our guest, Dr. Hello. By the wise words of Mr. Akhilesh Argalji, CEO of Rajay Anand Sansthan, Dr. Satinder Singh Rekhi, CEO, MD of R Systems. Then we had Dr. Anurag Batraji, who had joined from Business World, Dr. Raman Jha, Vice Chancellor, MIT University, Jharkhand campus, Dr. Brinder Singh sir, our own mentor, leader, father figure, friend, everything we have, sir, we see with you, sir. No event is possible in AIBS, and even the MIT University is growing with your kind blessings also. So just wanted to say a few words to the audience. We have shared one email with the workbook for the 5 days. We would be doing some kind of a task for all the 5 days. We have 30 speakers lined up for the 5 days. 3 speakers we have just met in a kind of a welcome session, but from now onwards, every session will be going one-to-one. Means we will have one speaker for one session, and then it would be a very kind interaction. The next session that we have will be organized by Ministry of Happiness. So we will be meeting at 12 o'clock after half an hour, and we have a break for half an hour. Till then, we see you, and thank you everybody. Thank you, sir, for all joining here. Thank you so much. Now we will move to the next session. Samira ma'am, all okay? Can we start? Anita ma'am?
जी
Can you be on camera? If so, then we will start. Once you are ready, we will start. Just check the camera and the mic. Lalitji, is the recording on? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Anita ma'am, are you here?
हाँ जी बिल्कुल हूँ मैं.
Ma'am, you can put the camera on. We cannot see you.
Okay. मैं एक्चुअली मैं टैबलेट से जुड़ रही थी.
कोई बात.
दूसरी वाली डिवाइस से आ रही हूँ मैं.
कर लीजिए.
मेरा वो वाईफाई से मेरा कर रही हूँ ना.
No problem. You can join once you say we are comfortable. Then we will start.
हाँ जी. Okay.
Satya sir, the first session you were there. You heard it a little bit.
Yeah.
So first session was the welcome
very
session.
Very good share by Dr. Batra and Satinder ji.
Yes. They keep coming and blessing our main events. So whenever we have big events, they both join us.
Dr. Batra is a very popular YouTuber also. So
Sir,
I
yes, he's the media mogul. He's the media
media
mogul.
mogul, yeah.
You name any businessman in India or world, they normally come to his YouTube channel, or you can say interviews and all that. Sir, every day I see almost 4 shows. Every day it happens. I keep on observing. You name the minister, you name the CEO, they all join his sessions because he runs his business magazines also. Business World, the famous one.
Yeah.
And even if you see that we have in my background, we have 2 logos also. So these are 2 of the BW Healthcare and BW Wellbeing. So they are the media partner for us also.
Okay.
So एक मैंने sir group में I have shared one more thing. If you can just check. I have shared one link also. So this event is also live on their platform also, Business World.
Okay.
So anybody who is not on our channel, they can watch on there. So उनके जो lakhs of followers होंगे, so they can also watch our program on their website also. Anita ma'am, shall we good to go? You're on mute, Anita ma'am.
I think we should start. Yeah, Anita ji, yeah.
Okay.
नहीं समीरा जी कर रही हैं सत्या जी स्टार्ट
नहीं मैं ऐसे कह रहा हूँ कि प्रोग्राम स्टार्ट कर दें
ठीक है, we are starting. Sure. Okay. Welcome back to all the participants. Now we are entering into the second session of the day. The first session we had the welcome orientation session where we had 4 special speakers, Dr. Vrinder Singh sir, Dr. Satyendra Singh Rekhi, then we had Dr. Anurag Batra, and above all we have Mr. Akhilesh Argalji, the CEO of Rajya Anand Sansthan, whom we also lovingly say the India's first Ministry of Happiness. So that session is having now in our memories, and that has set the pattern, or you have set the tone for the remaining sessions. Just wanted to remind you, this is a 5-day program and we have 30 speakers lined up for the 5 days. And every day now onwards, the first session will be hosted by the Ministry of Happiness. So technically, this is the first session, you can say, which will be run by Ministry of Happiness. So we will have trainers which are coming, whom we say Anandak, as Akhilesh sir has said it. Okay, all the volunteers of Rajya Anand Sansthan, they will be running this event, the first session of every day. So this we will be, should I say, coordinated by those trainers. So it's time for me to introduce Professor Anita Jain, who would be leading the session along with her trainers, Dr. Anita Jain. Let me read her profile so that you are aware about her personality. We have Dr. Mrs. Anita Jain. She is a professor. She has done MA in 1981 from School of Economics, Devi Ahilya University, Indore, Gwalior, MP. She has taught for UG program 37 years, PG 23 years. She had got the Collector Award, provided letter of appreciation on the Republic Day, 26th of January 2019, for doing the excellent work with full devotion as master trainer in MP Assembly elections 2019. She is also an editor, Shodh Shrankala, volume 1 and 2. She is also a patron for the title Shodh Shrankala. She has 2 students who are doing PhD and who are awarded PhD under her guidance. She has around 18 national and international workshops that she has participated and presented papers, around 150 national international conferences in her lifetime, around 15 papers research published in various journals, international and national one. She, in other activities, she was a member appointed for selection of the summer interns in committee organized by SBI on 2013. The publication of newsletter during the time in charge principal 2016 of leading government PG College Shivpuri. She has been a confidential work in MPPSC. She was in charge of NSS Girls Wing in session 1998-99. She was broadcasting talks and group discussions from Akashvani, Shivpuri, MP. such an able person. Now we have Dr. Anita Jain, who would be leading the session on behalf of Ministry of Happiness. Over to you, Dr. Anita, ma'am, for the further steps, please. Over to you. Over to you, ma'am, for the further steps, please. Please take over.
थैंक यू नितिन जी। मेरी आवाज ठीक से आ रही है? मैं अपनी साथी समीरा जी से आग्रह करूंगी कि वो हमारे इस सेशन को थोड़ा शुरुआत करें यहाँ से, उसके बाद फिर सेशन को हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे।
Samira ma'am.
Thank you, Anita ji, and welcome everyone in this session of happiness, especially with the MIT International Business School, Rekhi Center of Excellence, Science of Happiness and FDP theme, the happiness design, building conscious organizations and joyful being. So we are here together, and hopefully we'll be together for 5 more days and doing the happiness journey, coming on together towards a very happy and a light mood theory of process, or whatever you would like to say. Will understand it after the 4th day, that how is the journey which we are starting today. So you are all welcome, and I welcome on behalf of my team. We have in our team Mr. Satyaprakash Arya, the communication and public relations expert, जो सलाहकार हैं मध्य प्रदेश राज्य आनंद संस्थान के. So I welcome him from my team. I have Dr. Anita Jain, as we have seen her eminent personality, and she'll be leading the session today. We have Mr. Jitesh Srivastav, who is a coordinator with Madhya Pradesh Rajya Sansthan and a trustee member of Initiatives of Change Panchgani. We have Dr. Sushma Das with us. She is connecting us from Indore. Shri Rajendra Asati ji, the state level master trainer, the trainer of the trainer for Rajya Anand Sansthan. He is in charge principal of DAY Katni, the district education teachers education and training center. We have Srimati Manisha Kamble from Katni with us, with her beautiful voice, to be with us with a nice prayer, and to start to align our own self on this happiness journey. इस पूरी यात्रा में एक सुखद सुंदर एहसास के साथ जब हम सब जुड़ेंगे, हम सब जुड़ने के साथ जिस चीज से अलाइन होंगे, because alignment is very necessary. We all see, we all drive vehicles. जब तक alignment ठीक नहीं होता है तब तक हमारा ड्राइव कंफर्टेबल नहीं होता है. तो उस अलाइनमेंट के लिए जो प्लेटफॉर्म हमारा बनाएंगी वो है श्रीमती मनीषा कामले जी, जो अपनी खूबसूरत आवाज में एक प्रेयर के साथ इस सेशन को शुरू कर रही है. एंड आई रिक्वेस्ट यू ऑल टू बी इन दैट मोड ऑफ बीइंग aligned with self and with the superpower. Thank you everyone. I request Manisha Kamble ji. मनीषा कामले जी से अनुरोध है कि हमारी प्रार्थना से आज का ये पहले दिन का सत्र हम प्रारंभ करते हैं, और इस सत्र से हम अपने आप को अपने स्वयं से और इस पूरे ब्रह्मांड को, जगत को चलाने वाली ऊर्जा के साथ भी जोड़ने की कोशिश करते हैं. श्रीमती मनीषा कामले
जी. समीरा जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, और सभी साथियों को मेरा सादर नमस्कार. तो चलिए आज हम सत्र का शुभारंभ एक सर्वधर्म की प्रार्थना के साथ करते हैं. ईसा भी तू, अल्लाह तू, वाहिगुरु भी तू, तू ही राम है. ईसा भी तू, अल्लाह तू, वाहिगुरु भी तू, तू ही राम है. ब्रह्मांड के कण कण में तू, सबसे बड़ा तेरा नाम है. ईसा भी तू, अल्लाह तू, वाहिगुरु भी तू, तू ही राम है. तेरी शक्ति से चलते हैं सूरज चांद सितारे, नदियाँ सागर पर्वत झरने, कुदरत के ये नजारे, जीवन मरण मिटना सृजन, ये सब तेरा ही काम है। ब्रह्मांड के कण कण में तू सबसे बड़ा तेरा नाम है। ईसा भी तू, अल्लाह तू, वाहिगुरु भी तू ही राम है। पाप का बोझ बढ़ा धरती पर तू ही हमको बचाना, हम है नादां बालक तेरे, हमको राह दिखाना, लालच हवस और स्वार्थ का होता बुरा अंजाम है। ब्रह्मांड के कण कण में तू सबसे बड़ा तेरा नाम है। ईसा भी तू, अल्लाह तू, वाहिगुरु भी तू ही राम है। शुभ कर्मों से हम ना डरे, हमें ऐसा दो वरदान, छोटा बढ़ाना कोई सबको समझे एक समान, सब प्यार से मिलजुल रहे, अपना यही पैगाम है। ब्रह्मांड के कण कण में तू सबसे बड़ा तेरा नाम है। ईसा भी तू, अल्लाह तू, वाहिगुरु भी तू ही राम है। ब्रह्मांड के कण कण में तू सबसे बड़ा तेरा नाम है। ईसा भी तू, अल्लाह तू, वाहिगुरु भी तू ही राम है, तू ही राम है, तू ही राम है।
धन्यवाद तनुषा जी।
Ma'am, you have a very melodious voice, Manisha ma'am. My compliments to you.
Thank you, sir.
So we move ahead with our next part of the program, and I would request Satya sir, because when we talk about the journey of Madhya Pradesh Rajya Anand Sansthan, the only Ministry of Happiness, which has been started in 2016, and we have been working on this since the very first day. We are the team. So we have got almost more than 100 trainers, 200 Anandam Sahyogis, more than that, and more than 58,000 registered volunteers जो हमारे साथ इस यात्रा में आनंद के प्रसार में अपने आप को शामिल करते हुए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और ये सफर हमारा प्रारंभ हो चुका है। आप सभी 5 दिनों के लिए इस आनंद की यात्रा में हमारे सहयात्री या को पैसेंजर हैं, और मुझे अगले 5 दिनों के बाद हम फैमिली से प्योर फैमिली, पूरा परिवार बनने जा रहे हैं। तो मैं अनुरोध करूंगी कि इन 5 दिनों में हम जिस यात्रा पर चल रहे हैं, तो हम अपने आप को देख पाए, अपने आप के बारे में जान पाए, और एक बार अपना स्वयं का संतुष्टि स्तर कि जिससे हम अपने आप को कैसे आकलन कर सकते हैं, कैसे देख सकते हैं कि मैं कितनी खुश हूँ और मुझे क्यों खुशी की और जरूरत है। क्योंकि ये सारी की सारी बातें जो पहले सत्र में भी हमने सुनी थी कि हमारे दृष्टिकोण को, हमारे नजरिए को जाहिर करती है कि जैसा हम देखते हैं वैसा ही हम सोचते हैं, समझते हैं और जानते हैं। तो ले दे के अपने पास, ले दे के अपने पास फकत एक नजर तो है। नजर इस दृष्टिकोण, नजरिया। तो ले दे के अपने पास फकत एक नजर तो है, क्यों देखे जिंदगी को किसी की, तो किसी दूसरे की नजर की जरूरत हमें नहीं है। ऊपर वाले ने हमें बेहद खूबसूरत नजरें दी हैं, जो फिजिकली विजन है हमारा और जो हमारे दिल की नजर है, आवाज है। तो मैं अनुरोध करूंगी सत्या सर से, आदरणीय सत्य प्रकाश जो हमारे सलाहकार भी है, वो मध्य प्रदेश राज्य आनंद संस्थान के परिचय के साथ हम इस एक गूगल फॉर्म को हम शेयर करना चाहेंगे। उसको भी आप कैसे देखेंगे और इस गूगल फॉर्म में हम आपके बारे में कुछ भी कनेक्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं, ये आप ही के पास रहेगा। आप ही उसमें अपना स्कोर काउंट करेंगे आज पहले दिन का, और फिर हम इसको आगे देखेंगे कि इस स्कोर में परिवर्तन आ रहा है या नहीं आ रहा है, कहाँ जरूरत है। तो मैं आगे बढ़ती हूँ। ओवर टू सत्या सर। सत्या सर, वेलकम। नमस्ते।
नमस्ते, धन्यवाद समीरा जी। मुझे लगता है सारी बातें आपने कह दी है, तो इसलिए कुछ खास और नहीं है। मैं बस ये चाहता हूँ सारे हमारे जो प्रतिभागी जुड़े हुए हैं, जिनके साथ हम लोग ये 5 दिन की यात्रा करने वाले हैं, इसके पहले कि हम अपनी बातचीत शुरू करें और स्वयं के बारे में जानने का जो टूल है हमारा अल्बिराम, जिसके बारे में हम लोगों ने शुरू से बात की है, उसको करने के लिए एक आपके चैट बॉक्स में एक गूगल फॉर्म का लिंक मेरे ख्याल से ललित जी ने डाल दिया होगा। ललित जी प्लीज डाल दीजिए। एक गूगल लिंक आपको मिलेगा गूगल फॉर्म का। इसमें कुल 5 सवाल हैं और बड़े सिंपल सवाल हैं, हिंदी और अंग्रेजी दोनों में है, तो जो भी भाषा आपके लिए अनुकूल हो। और हमें करना यह है कि उसके सामने हर सवाल के लिए 1 से लेकर 7 तक अंक देने हैं। तो एक 1 to 7 के स्केल पे इसको हमें मार्क करना है। और कोशिश ये करें कि चूंकि हमारे पास ऑनलाइन में सुविधा नहीं है सबके स्कोर जानने का, तो आप अपने स्कोर अपने पास रखें। आप सवाल को जब आप मार्क कर रहे हैं अपने आप को, तो अपने मार्किंग को टोटल जोड़ लें। मीन्स कि मिनिमम आपको 5 मिलेगा और मैक्सिमम 35 तक आ सकता है। तो उस फॉर्म को हम फिल करें 1 to 7 के स्केल पे, और जो भी आपके 5 क्वेश्चंस के टोटल हो रहे हैं आपके मार्किंग के, उसको आप अपने कहीं भी नोटबुक में या कहीं भी मेमोरी में आप केवल याद कर लें। इसके बारे में हम लास्ट में बात करेंगे अभी जब हमारा सेशन खत्म होगा। मिल गया फॉर्म? सबको मिल गया होगा मेरे ख्याल से, चल रहा है। तो आप इसको करते रहें, मैं तब तक समय का उपयोग कर लेता हूँ। राज्य आनंद संस्थान के बारे में थोड़ी सी बातचीत मुझे इस तौर पे करनी थी कि जैसा उद्घाटन सत्र में हमें से सब लोग शामिल ही थे, तो अखिलेश जी ने जिक्र किया कि ये जो गवर्नेंस है या जो सरकार जिसको हम कहते हैं, या स्टेट एज अ इंस्टीट्यूट, इस तरह के हैप्पीनेस के काम में क्यों है या उसको क्या आवश्यकता है। तो बेसिक सवाल ये मध्य प्रदेश में हमारे जो उस समय के मुख्यमंत्री थे उनके मन में आया, और बहुत सारे लोगों को विचार भी लग रहा था, क्योंकि 90s के बाद जिस तरह से हम लोगों ने अपनी इकोनॉमी को ग्रो किया और अभी भी जिस स्पीड में चल रहे हैं, तो वो जमाना गया जब हम भुखमरी के कगार पे थे और हमारे लिए अंडर डेवलप कंट्री थी। हमारे लिए भोजन जुटाना एक बड़ा सवाल हुआ करता था, लोगों को बेसिक सुविधाएं देना एक सरकार की बड़ी जिम्मेदारी होती थी। उससे जब थोड़ा हम आगे बढ़े तो एक सवाल जो बार बार परेशान कर रहा था कि इतनी भौतिक प्रगति, जो फिजिकल जो हमारा डेवलपमेंट है, उसके बाद भी लोग खुश नहीं हैं। बहुत सारे अलग अलग तरह से समाचार अभी भी आते रहते हैं जहां लोग सुसाइड करते हैं। जो डिप्रेशन में जाने की एज है वो लगातार कम होती जा रही है। छोटे छोटे बच्चों में डिप्रेशन हो रहा है। बहुत सारे दूसरी तरह की तकलीफें हैं जो लोगों के साधन सुविधा होने के बावजूद भी खुश रखने में बाधक है। स्टेट मैंने और बाकी सब लोगों ने जो पॉलिटिकल साइंस और बाकी विषयों में पढ़ाया जाता है, उससे एक आम समझ यही है कि स्टेट एक इंस्टीट्यूट है जिसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है अपने जो सिटीजन हैं, अपने जो नागरिक हैं, उनकी वेलबींग के लिए काम करना। तो फिर सवाल यह है कि वेलबींग के मायने क्या होंगे, उसका मीनिंग क्या है। वेलबींग क्या अच्छी सड़कें बना देना, अच्छे सुविधाएं जुटा देना, ज्यादा बढ़िया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार कर देना, इससे लोगों की वेलबींग हो जाएगी? तो इस पे वैश्विक स्तर पे जो शोध हो रहे थे और लोगों की जो आम, जिसको कहते हैं बिल्कुल सीधे आपको समझ में आती है बात, जवाब आता था नहीं साहब, इससे नहीं हो रहा है, क्योंकि बहुत सारे उदाहरण लगातार मिल रहे हैं जो कह रहे हैं कि आपकी समृद्धि आपका सब कुछ नहीं है। मध्य प्रदेश सरकार ने इस पे काफी चिंतन किया और फिर ये विचार आया कि इसका अर्थ है कि स्टेट को रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेते हुए कुछ ऐसे प्रयास करने चाहिए जिससे लोगों के वेलबींग को, खासतौर से उनके इंटरनल वेलबींग को, उनके आंतरिक जो प्रसन्नता है, खुशी है, उसको पहचाना जाए और उसके लिए कुछ टूल डेवलप करें जाए। हम बिल्कुल ये नहीं कहते कि हम लोगों को खुशियां बांटते हैं, हम कहते हैं हम लोगों को खुश रहने के तरीके बताते हैं। खुश रहने के लिए जो टूल्स है उसको हमने डेवलप करने की और उसको स्प्रेड करने की जिम्मेदारी उठाई और इस पूरे कॉन्सेप्ट के साथ राज्य आनंद संस्थान का जन्म हुआ। तो 2016 में जब हम एक इंस्टीट्यूशन के रूप में आनंद मंत्रालय के अंतर्गत काम करना शुरू किया, तो उस समय भी सवाल यही था कि लोगों की आंतरिक प्रसन्नता के लिए हमें क्या करने की आवश्यकता है। और उस क्रम में अभी भी वो हमारा लगातार ये एक्सपेरिमेंट है, इस तरह के हम प्रयोग लगातार कर रहे हैं। तो कुछ प्रोग्राम हमने डेवलप किए, जिसमें से मैं गर्व के साथ कह सकता हूं कि अल्पविराम कर का जो प्रोग्राम है, जो व्यक्ति की आंतरिक चेतना से संवाद और जुड़ने की प्रक्रिया के बारे में है, उससे हम सब लोग परिचित होने वाले हैं और अगले 5 दिन तक हमारे सारे वॉलेंटियर मास्टर ट्रेनर मिलकर हम यही सब करने वाले हैं आपके साथ। तो सबसे प्रमुख कार्यक्रम हमारा अल्पविराम ही निकला, जिसमें हमने लोगों के बाहरी जो खुशी जो तलाशते रहते थे, उनको हमने एक टूल के माध्यम से ये स्पष्ट करने का प्रयास किया कि हम अपने अंदर जो छुपी खुशी है, जिसको बहुत बार अलग अलग तरीके से लोगों ने कहा है, लेकिन उस खुशी को कैसे हम पा सकते हैं, उसके लिए हमने प्रयास किया है और वो हम कर रहे हैं। इसके अलावा जो अल्पविराम के साथ साथ जो कुछ और कार्यक्रम हमने तय किया, बच्चों के लिए जो स्कूल में हैं, उनके लिए हमने आनंद सभा की एक कल्पना की है, जहाँ पे बच्चों को कहानियों के माध्यम से, कुछ एक्टिविटी के माध्यम से उनके अंदर कुछ मूल्य भरने का प्रयास करें, जो शायद हमारे रेगुलर एजुकेशन सिस्टम में छूट गया है। तो उसकी बात हम करते हैं आनंद सभा के माध्यम से। तीसरा, जो गांव के लोग हैं, जो ग्रामीण जन है हमारे, उनके साथ एक सामुदायिक एक्टिविटी के रूप में हम 1 सप्ताह का, और उससे पिछले सालों में हमने 2 सप्ताह कर दिया है, कि आनंद उत्सव मनाते हैं, जिसमें बहुत ही जो नैसर्गिक हमारे गुण हैं, जो हमारे बिल्कुल नेचुरल जो चीजें हमारे साथ चलती रहती हैं, उन तरह के खेल गतिविधियां, उसके संगीत, गायन, जो लोक परंपरा में वर्णित चीजें हैं, जो प्रचलित चीजें हैं, उनके लिए हम आनंद उत्सव के माध्यम से प्रयास कर रहे हैं। आनंद क्लब एक अवधारणा है जिसमें माना गया है कि समाज में बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग हैं जो लोगों की मदद करने के लिए या दूसरों को खुश रखने के लिए कुछ करना चाहते हैं। तो हमने आनंद क्लब की एक अवधारणा विकसित की, जिसमें 5 या 5 से अधिक लोग जो एक तरह के काम को करना चाहते हैं, मिलकर एक क्लब बना सकते हैं। राज्य आनंद संस्थान से उनका रजिस्ट्रेशन हो जाता है और उस क्लब के माध्यम से लोगों ने, और मैं जरूर बताना चाहूंगा सबको, हालांकि वो मुझे पता है समय थोड़ा निकल रहा है, कि इस लॉकडाउन के दौरान पिछले 1.5 सालों में मध्य प्रदेश में आनंद क्लबों के माध्यम से हमने लाखों व्यक्तियों को, खासतौर से आप कल्पना कीजिए इस साल का ही अप्रैल में जून का जो पूरा महीना निकला है, और पिछले साल भी ऐसे ही जब शुरुआत में ही लॉकडाउन लगा था, तो उस समय जो किल्लत थी, जो लोगों के पास खाने को नहीं था, दवाइयां नहीं मिल रही थी, कहीं किसी का संपर्क का कोई सूत्र नहीं बन पा रहा था, हॉस्पिटल में जो लोग जाने में डरते थे, परिवार के लोग जिनको छोड़ दिए थे, उन पेशेंट्स के साथ, उन लोगों के साथ, वो जो पलायन करके दूर थे, उनके भोजन पानी और उनके सुरक्षा की व्यवस्था हमारे आनंद क्लब के लोगों ने बड़े ही शिद्दत के साथ की और लाखों ऐसे लोगों को हमने मदद पहुंचाने का प्रयास किया आनंद क्लब के माध्यम से। और वो जो उसके बाद का जो आनंद है, उसके बाद जो लोगों ने महसूस किया, उसकी कई सारी शेयरिंग हमने करी है। फिर कभी अवसर आएगा तो उसको हम डॉक्यूमेंट के रूप में भी ले आएंगे जरूर। तो वो दरअसल हमारे बिल्कुल सोच को प्रदर्शित करता है। ठीक ऐसे ही सुबह के सत्र में बात हो रही थी कि वर्ल्ड हैप्पीनेस रैंकिंग में इंडिया, मुझे याद है जब 2016 में हमने स्टार्ट किया था इस बारे में काम करना, तो हमारी रैंकिंग 112 थी। 112 से 116 हुई, फिर 122 हुई, 140 तक पहुंच गई, फिर इस साल उन्होंने 139 किया है। तो एक सवाल जरूर आता है कि भारत जैसे प्राचीन देश में जहाँ की परंपराएं और सामाजिक ताना बाना इतना मजबूत है, हैप्पीनेस रैंकिंग में इतने पीछे क्यों है? क्योंकि व्यक्तिगत रूप से मेरा मानना भी है और संस्थान भी मानता है कि व्यक्ति मूल रूप से अच्छा होता है। हर इंडिविजुअल, हर ह्यूमन बीइंग मूल रूप से बहुत ही अच्छा व्यक्ति है। वो कभी कभी किसी परिस्थितियों में जाके कुछ गड़बड़ करता है, लेकिन इसका अर्थ ये नहीं है कि हम इतने खराब हैं कि 152 देशों के सूची में हमारा नंबर 140 पहुंच जाता है। इस बारे में हमने काफी विचार किया और मेरे ख्याल से आपकी स्पीकर लिस्ट में भी हैं। और IIT खड़गपुर में प्रियदर्शी पटनायक सर जो हैं, उनकी टीम ने हमें ये इंश्योर किया कि हम आपके लिए, मतलब इंडिया के लिए और खासतौर से मध्य प्रदेश के लिए हैप्पीनेस के इंडिकेटर डेवलप करेंगे। हैप्पीनेस का हम लोग अलग से अपना एक इंडेक्स बनाएंगे जिसमें हम स्थानीय परिवेश में हमारी जो खुशी की परिभाषा है, खुशी के जो सूचकांक हैं, जो इंडिकेटर्स हैं, उनको हम तलाश करके उस डोमेन में हम बात करने वाले हैं। दुर्भाग्य से बीच में 2 साल लॉकडाउन के निकल गए। हमारा क्वेश्चनर बन के तैयार है, पूरी प्रोसेस मेथोलॉजी हमारी फाइनल हो गई है और हम जल्द ही वो लेके आने वाले हैं। इसी तरह हमने हैप्पीनेस में, चूंकि बहुत सारे शोध नहीं है, हम बहुत बातें इमोशनल ग्राउंड पे करते हैं, तो राज्य आनंद संस्थान ने एक पहल की है कि हम एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन में जो विद्यार्थी हैं, उनके प्री PhD और पोस्ट PhD दोनों तरह के विद्यार्थियों के लिए एक रिसर्च फेलोशिप हमने अनाउंस किया, हम दे भी रहे हैं, जो हैप्पीनेस में कम्युनिटी हैप्पीनेस से लेके इंडिविजुअल हैप्पीनेस के बहुत सारे एस्पेक्ट पे अपना रिसर्च पेपर तैयार करके हम उसको ले आने वाले। इस तरह के अनेक सारे कार्यक्रम, अर्थ केवल इतना ही है कि इस तरह के सारे कार्यक्रमों से मिलके हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम हैप्पीनेस के टूल को, तरीकों को ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों तक पहुंचाएं और इस माध्यम से हम लोगों से बातचीत कर सकें। इसके बारे में एक छोटा सा वीडियो है, अगर ललित जी इसको आप प्ले कर सकें तो और ज्यादा स्पष्ट हो पाएगा। फिर मैं वो जीवन संतुष्टि स्तर का फॉर्म था उस पर बात करूंगा। ललित जी वीडियो प्ले कर सकते हैं?
ललित जी सर वो वीडियो
ठीक है सर।
ओके।
कदम दर कदम।
खुशियों का निर्धारित पैमाना अगर होता तो पता चलता कि आनंद क्या है। पक्षियों का चहचहाना, नदियों झरनों के पानी का कल कल कर बहना, इच्छा की पूर्ति, सफलताएं, उपलब्धियां, लक्ष्यों की प्राप्ति, खेलना कूदना, मदद करना, पुरस्कार पाना, प्रसिद्धि मिलना, सीखना सिखाना, अवसरों का मिल जाना, चिंतन मनन मंथन ध्यान, आशा निराशा, कम या ज्यादा, जीत या हार को स्वीकार करना, एक दूसरे में रचे बसे इन भावों का संगम है आनंद। आत्मा की आवाज है आनंद। प्रसन्नता जिंदगी को ऊर्जा से लबालब करती है। प्रसन्नता को, खुशियों को सृजित कर, मानव से मानव का परिचय कर, खुद को जानने का माध्यम है, सेतु है राज्य आनंद संस्थान। हर कदम आनंद की खोज, एक एक पग पर नवचेतना का संचार, मन के तारों को नौ धाराओं के संगम की ओर कदमों को आगे बढ़ाते। आनंदक, आनंद उत्सव, आनंदम, आनंद सभा, अल्प विराम, आनंद कैलेंडर, आनंद क्लब, आनंद शिविर, आनंद व्याख्यान, माला के मोती हैं। आनंदक आनंदक स्वयंसेवी कार्यकर्ता, स्वेच्छा से प्रतिफल की आशा किए बगैर आनंद के लिए सेवारत, आनंद के प्रेरक भी। आनंद उत्सव आंतरिक क्षमताओं के प्रदर्शन का उत्कृष्ट मार्ग, भूली बिसरी यादों को सहेजना और प्रेम से प्रेम का नाता जोड़ने का नाम है आनंद उत्सव। ग्रामों और नगरों, शहरों में होने वाले आनंद उत्सव में परिपूर्ण जीवन की जरूरत माने जाने वाले लोक संगीत, नृत्य, गायन, भजन कीर्तन, नाटक में भागीदारी से तन मन की शुद्धि के साथ साथ तनाव की मुक्ति का भी साधन मिलने का मार्ग है आनंद उत्सव। आनंदम, अपने लिए जिए तो क्या जिए, ये विचार सदियों से सुनते आ रहे हैं। निराशा में आशा, किसी के मुरझाए चेहरे पे मुस्कान, अपने पास की आवश्यकता से अधिक चीजें सहज दूसरों की खुशियों के लिए समर्पित करना, एक अवसर नेकी का, एक दृश्य संतुष्टि का। आनंद सभा, विद्यार्थी, युवा, देश, समाज के सजग प्रहरी, अदम्य साहस की परिचायक। आनंद सभा शिक्षारत विद्यार्थियों के लिए ऐसी गतिविधियों में सहभागिता का मार्ग प्रशस्त करता है जो उन्हें मानसिक दृढ़ता, भावनात्मक स्थिरता की दिशा में अग्रसर करे, साथ ही साथ सकारात्मक जीवन शैली की ओर भी ले जाए। सहायता का विचार हो, कृतज्ञता की सोच हो, तब मार्गदर्शन प्रदान कर सुखद एहसास देती है आनंद सभा। अल्प विराम, आत्मा की आवाज को इंसान अक्सर अनसुनी करता है। रोटी, कपड़ा, मकान की आपाधापी में उलझा रहता है। शासकीय, अशासकीय अधिकारियों, कर्मचारियों के लिए कार्य निष्पादन के मध्य कुछ पल शांति के निकालना ही अल्प विराम है। शांत मन से अंतरात्मा की आवाज पहचान कर खुद से जुड़ने का अवसर मिलते ही भीतर की शक्ति, शांति की शक्ति, जीवन के वास्तविक उद्देश्य की ओर अग्रसर होना ही अल्प विराम है।
आनंद कैलेंडर, आनंद को जीवन में उतारने की यात्रा। आनंद कैलेंडर।
आनंद क्लब, भौतिक सुविधाएं समृद्धि ही खुशियों का मापदंड नहीं होते, उनका अपना भी विज्ञान होता है, पैमाना होता है और सबके अलग अलग तरीके भी। परिपूर्ण और आनंदमयी जीवन का अध्ययन और खुश रहने की खोज सदियों से गतिमान है। आनंद क्लब इस दिशा में की जा रही कोशिशों में से एक है। अपने भीतर के आनंद को महसूस कर, अनुसरण कर, अनुभवों से कड़ी दर कड़ी लोगों को उससे जोड़कर सामूहिक रूप से आनंद क्लब के माध्यम से आनंद को बांटने का नया मार्ग जो सकारात्मक विचारों का प्रवाह सुगम करे। आनंद शिविर, पद, प्रतिष्ठा, नाते, रिश्ते, पढ़ाई लिखाई में सामंजस्य बनाना भी एक कला है। शासकीय, अशासकीय आनंदकों को परिपूर्ण जीवन की विधा से जोड़ने, जीवन को जीने की कला का अनुभव है आनंद शिविर। सकारात्मक दृष्टिकोण विकसित करने का, जीवन को शांति के पथ पर ले जाने का रास्ता है आनंद शिविर। इस पथ को मन से मन को मिलाने का कार्य सार्थक बनाते हैं आर्ट ऑफ लिविंग बेंगलुरु, इनिशिएटिव ऑफ चेंज पुणे, ईशा फाउंडेशन कोयम्बतूर,
इनिशिएटिव ऑफ चेंज इंडिया पंचगनी।
निरंतर कोशिश, बेहतर, सार्थक, खुशहाल मानव की।
आनंद व्याख्यान,
खुश होकर काम करोगे तो खुशी और सफलता दोनों मिलेंगे।
हैप्पीनेस इंडेक्स, आम जन के आनंद एवं खुशी के पैमाने का इंडेक्स, हैप्पीनेस इंडेक्स। ऑनलाइन वीडियो कोर्स, एक पहल आनंद को जानने की। ऑनलाइन वीडियो कोर्स ऐसा माध्यम जो जांची परखी विधियों के द्वारा जीवन में आनंद का मार्ग प्रदर्शित करेगा। आनंद के समंदर में जब तक गोता नहीं लगाएंगे तब तक शक्ति, प्रेम, स्नेह, करुणा, संवेदना के मोती नहीं मिलेंगे।
Sir, you are on mute, Satya sir.
शुक्रिया। हम लोगों ने बिल्कुल मैंने जो बिल्कुल शुरुआत में आपको एक लाइफ सेटिस्फेक्शन स्केल के लिए एक गूगल फॉर्म प्रेषित किया था, मेरे ख्याल से अधिकांश लोगों ने कर लिया होगा। मुझे नंबर नहीं जानना आपका, केवल ये बताना है कि इसका हम एनालिसिस कैसे करें। तो जैसा मैंने कहा था कि 1 to 5 को अगर हम 1 to 7 के स्केल पे ले जाएंगे तो मैक्सिमम 35 होगा हमारा स्कोर और मिनिमम 5 हो सकता है। तो मैं ऊपर शुरू करता हूँ। 32 to 35 जिनको मिला है, जिन्होंने अपने को स्कोर किया है, इसका मतलब है कि जो समीरा जी ने शुरू में कहा कि हम बहुत क्लियर हैं और हमें पता है कि हमारी संतुष्टि कहाँ है और हम अपने खुश रहने के तरीके के बारे में जानते हैं। तो इसलिए वो लोग बिल्कुल इस स्टेज में हैं कि अब ठीक है, कुछ और कर सकते हैं तो कर लें, अदरवाइज हम अभी जो चल रहा है हमारा बहुत बढ़िया है और हम हमेशा प्रसन्न रह सकते हैं, रहते भी हैं। और वो महसूस भी कर सकते हैं कि वो लोग वैसे लोग ही हैं जो सचमुच हर स्थिति में अपने आप को खुश रहने की कला जानते हैं। लेकिन जिनका स्कोर 28 से 31 है, इसका अर्थ ये हुआ कि वो लोग ऑलमोस्ट वो खुश तो रहते हैं, लेकिन कभी कभी कुछ परिस्थितियां ऐसी आती हैं जहां उनको थोड़ा सा अपने पे कॉन्फिडेंस कम होता है, थोड़ा सा वो समझने की कोशिश करते हैं कि क्या चल रहा है, तो वो थोड़ा और अपने को और अंतरात्मा से जुड़ेंगे और अपने से बात करेंगे, तो उनके लिए भी निरंतर खुश रहना आसान होगा। जो मेजोरिटी है, मेरा अंदाजा है कि वो होगी 23 to 27 के बीच में, और वो सब वैसे लोग हैं जिनमें बहुत ज्यादा पोटेंशियल है अपने आप को खुश रखने की, और वो बहुत ज्यादा इच्छा भी रखते हैं कि साहब हम तो सचमुच समझना चाहते हैं कि हम कैसे खुश रह सकते हैं, क्या इसके तरीके होंगे और हम अपने लाइफ को कैसे बिताएं जिससे कि हम ज्यादा आसान तरीके से, ज्यादा सुकून के साथ हम सब कुछ मैनेज कर पाएं। तो उन लोगों के लिए ये जो हमारी कार्यशाला है, ये जो हमारी बातचीत है, बहुत ही उपयोगी रहने वाली है। जो लोग 18 से 22 के बीच हैं, उनमें भी थोड़ा और प्रयास करने की जरूरत है, जिससे कि वो लोग भी इस कैटेगरी में आ जाएं 23 to 27 वाले में, जिससे कि वो ज्यादा आसानी से अपने आप को समझ सकें। लेकिन उससे कम, 18 से कम जिनके हैं, उनके साथ समस्या है कि हमें जो बार बार हम लोग कह रहे हैं कि एटीट्यूड के साथ अपने काम करने की जरूरत है, चीजों को देखने के नजरिए को हमें फिर से समझने की जरूरत है कि हम पूरे एक व्हाइट ब्लैक बोर्ड पे काला स्पॉट ही देख रहे हैं या हम बाकी का व्हाइट ब्लैक बोर्ड भी देख रहे हैं। वो जो बहुत सारे एग्जाम्पल हैं। तो मैं इस अपनी बात को यहीं पे छोड़ूंगा, क्योंकि इसके बाद जो हमारा अलविराम, जिसके बारे में अनीता जी और उनकी टीम आज बात करने वाली है जागरूकता पे, वो सेल्फ के बारे में है कि हम सेल्फ के बारे में कैसे ज्यादा अपने आप को अवेयर कर पाएं, और उस अवेयरनेस के साथ जब हम अपनी आसपास की चीजों को देखेंगे तो एक अलग नजरिए से चीजों को हम समझ पाएंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपके इस धैर्य के लिए, और मुझे लगा कि जब बात करना जरूरी है इसलिए मैं बीच में आ गया था। अनीता जी और उनकी टीम, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू।
Thank you,
मेरी
Satya.
आवाज
Towards the main session, and we almost have 96 participants. तो प्लीज कोई भी हमारे साथी ललित जी बताएं कि सभी लोगों ने गूगल फॉर्म को देख लिया है, यस और नो, या हैंड रेज कर दे प्लीज। We would like to go with an interactive pattern for all 5 days. So a request, Google फॉर्म सबका हुआ ना? Please tell us. ललित जी बता पाएंगे कुछ लोग? यस मैम, थैंक यू कुलविंदर जी, आई कुड सी यू। सो ऑलमोस्ट हमारे सभी साथियों ने इस गूगल फॉर्म को देखा होगा। थैंक यू सो मच, वी आर गेटिंग द रिस्पॉन्सेज। नाउ ओवर टू डॉक्टर अनीता जैन एंड श्री राजेंद्र असाटी, लेटर टू एड विद जितेश जी। तो अनीता जी आप शुरू करिए। आज हमारी जो मेन जो चर्चा है सभी के साथ, जो मेन इशू है कि अल्पविराम क्या है। नंबर 1 कि अल्पविराम मध्य प्रदेश जैन संस्थान का फ्लैगशिप प्रोग्राम है। तो अल्पविराम है क्या, कैसे किया जाएगा, क्यों किया जाना चाहिए, और इससे जब हम देखते हैं कि परिवार और समाज के प्रति हमारी जागरूकता कैसे बनती है, तो आज हम चाहेंगे आपसे सुनना बहुत सारा विषय जो आपने गहन अध्ययन किया है। थैंक यू अनीता जी, ओवर टू।
थैंक यू समीरा जी। साथियों, आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार और मध्य प्रदेश राज्य आनंद संस्थान के परिवार में आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत। साथियों, जैसा कि नितिन जी ने कहा कि मैं शिवपुरी मध्य प्रदेश से आपके साथ जुड़ रही हूँ, कॉलेज में प्रोफेसर हूँ। पर साथियों, जब से मैं राज्य आनंद संस्थान से जुड़ी और मेरे में जो सकारात्मक बदलाव आया, एक तरह से बिल्कुल टर्निंग पॉइंट हुआ मेरे जीवन का, तब से मैं अपने शासकीय दायित्व के साथ स्वैच्छिक रूप से राज्य आनंद संस्थान के साथ जुड़ती हूँ। और अभी जो बहुत सारी चर्चा अभी हुई अल्प विराम को लेकर, उद्घाटन सत्र में भी हमारे सीईओ साहब ने कहा हैप्पीनेस पर बहुत सारी बातें हुई। तो चलिए हम वहीं से शुरू करते हैं। अभी आपने एक फॉर्म भरा है, अब मैं 3 प्रश्नों के साथ इस चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाना चाहूंगी और उसके लिए मेरा अनुरोध है कि डायरी पेन आपके पास होगा, कृपया पेन उठाइए और मैं जो प्रश्न बता रही हूँ उसको डायरी में नोट करिए। तो मेरा पहला प्रश्न है आपसे, क्या आप अभी खुश हैं? क्या आप अभी खुश हैं? जवाब आपको हाँ या ना में लिखना है अपनी डायरी में। प्रश्न रिपीट करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, मेरे ख्याल से सभी ने सुन पाया होगा। प्लीज चैट बॉक्स में यस लिख दीजिए। तो मैं अपने दूसरे प्रश्न की तरफ बढ़ती हूँ। जी, चलिए, हमारा दूसरा प्रश्न है कि क्या आप कभी खुद को खुश और कभी खुद को नाखुश महसूस करते हैं? क्या आप अपने आप को कभी खुश और कभी नाखुश महसूस करते हैं? और अब मेरा आपसे तीसरा प्रश्न है कि क्या आप निरंतर आनंद में रहना चाहते हैं? क्या आप निरंतर आनंद में रहना चाहते हैं? तो साथियों, हम 5 सेकंड का शांत समय लेंगे और इस 5 सेकंड में आपके जो भी जवाब हो, कृपया आप डायरी में नोट करें। थैंक यू। आपने अपने जवाब डायरी में नोट करे होंगे और इन्हीं प्रश्नों पर हम आगे भी आपसे चर्चा करेंगे। आज भी चर्चा करेंगे और आगामी दिनों में भी आपसे बातचीत हमारी इस पर जारी रहेगी। तो जैसा कि बार-बार हमारे संस्थान के अल्प विराम का जिक्र होता था, तो चलिए हम अल्प विराम से अपनी बात को शुरू करते हैं। साथियों, हम सब बहुत व्यस्त रहते हैं और पर इतनी व्यस्तता में भी हम सभी काम के लिए समय निकालते हैं। हम अपने नाते रिश्तों के लिए भी समय निकालते हैं, अपना अन्य काम भी हम सब करते हैं। सिर्फ हम एक व्यक्ति के लिए समय नहीं दे पाते। एक व्यक्ति का हमारे में नहीं रहता, वो हम खुद रहते हैं। हम अपने स्वयं के साथ समय नहीं बिताते हैं, स्वयं को समय नहीं देते हैं। मुझे कवि नीरज की पंक्तियों के साथ मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि जिंदगी भर हुई औरों से गुफ्तगू, जिंदगी भर हुई औरों से गुफ्तगू, कभी खुद की न खुद से मुलाकात। तो साथियों, ये जो अल्प विराम है, ये हमारा खुद से खुद की मुलाकात का सफर है। एक तरह से खुद के साथ रहना, खुद के साथ समय बिताना, खुद से बातचीत करना। अभी आपके मन में आएगा कि आप तो बहुत बार अकेले रहते हैं, बहुत बार खुद के साथ समय बिताते हैं। तो साथियों, अगर हम शारीरिक रूप से अकेले हैं, मीन्स हमारे आसपास कोई नहीं है, पर अगर हमारे मन में विचारों की भगदड़ चल रही है, अगर हम उस अकेलेपन में भी हम किसी अन्य से बातचीत कर रहे हैं, किसी अन्य से तर्क वितर्क कर रहे हैं, किसी अन्य से लड़ाई कर रहे हैं, तो साथियों ये अल्प विराम नहीं है, अल्प विराम यानी पूरी तरह से खुद के साथ रहना। आपकी बात भी होगी तो सिर्फ खुद के साथ होगी। आपकी लड़ाई भी होगी तो सिर्फ खुद से होगी। वहाँ कोई अन्य नहीं होगा। यह अल्प विराम है। अब बात आती है कि हम अल्प विराम क्यों करें? तो साथियों, मैं इसको कुछ इस तरह से देखती हूँ कि अगर मुझे शिवपुरी से दिल्ली जाना है, तो मुझे स्टेशन पे तो जाना ही होगा और उस प्लेटफ़ॉर्म पर भी जाना होगा जिस प्लेटफ़ॉर्म पर दिल्ली की ट्रेन आएगी। हम सब खुशी चाहते हैं, हम सब आनंद चाहते हैं और हमारे राज्य आनंद संस्थान से जुड़े हजारों प्रतिभागियों का ये अनुभव है कि आनंद की हमारी जो ट्रेन है, वो अल्प विराम के प्लेटफ़ॉर्म पर आती है। तो फिर आपके मन में ये आएगा प्रश्न कि आखिर हम क्या करते हैं अल्प विराम में? तो साथियों, हमारे राज्य आनंद संस्थान का जो मूल भाव है, वो मूल भाव है कि हम हमेशा बाहर की तरफ देख रहे होते हैं, दूसरों को जाँच रहे होते हैं, दूसरों को परख रहे होते हैं। तो हमारा हमारा मूल भाव है कि हम दूसरों को जाँचना परखना छोड़ें, दूसरों को देखना छोड़ें, हम खुद के अंदर झाँकें, खुद को देखें, खुद को परखें। साथियों, ज़िंदगी में बहुत बार हमारे साथ बहुत सारी दुविधाएँ होती हैं। हर दिन हमें कुछ न कुछ हमारे सामने 2 विकल्प होते हैं, 2 कहूँ कभी-कभी बहुत सारे विकल्प होते हैं और हमें उसमें से कुछ को चुनना होता है कि ये करें या ये ना करें। और कई बार हम इन सारी चीज़ों से परेशान होकर ज्योतिष के पास पहुँच जाते हैं और आजकल तो जब ज़्यादा स्ट्रेस होता है, तो लोग क्या करते हैं, काउंसलर के पास जाते हैं। साथियों, मेरा मानना है कि हमारा सबसे बड़ा ज्योतिष जो है, हमारा सबसे बड़ा जो काउंसलर है, वो हमारे अंदर मौजूद है। हमारे अंदर की इनर वॉइस है, जो हमें सिग्नल भी देती है, जो हमें आवाज़ भी देती है। परंतु होता हमारे साथ कुछ इस तरह से है, मुझे ऐसा अनुभव होता है कि जैसे भीड़ बड़े हॉल में हमें कई बार नेटवर्क नहीं मिल रहा होता है, तो हम क्या करते हैं, नेटवर्क के लिए हम उस हॉल बाहर आते हैं और जहाँ नेटवर्क होता है, वहाँ से फिर हम बात करते हैं। तो साथियों, ये भी कुछ इसी तरह से होता है। हम जब खुद से जुड़ते हैं, शांत समय लेते हैं, तो हम अपनी इनर वॉइस को सुन रहे होते हैं, वो हमें सही समाधान दे रही होती है और एक सही समझ हम में विकसित होती है। फिर हम सुख और दुःख को सराहना और सराहना को और आलोचना को हम एक सही समझ के साथ देख रहे होते हैं। हमें एक सही संभाव उसके प्रति आता है और ये जो समझ हमें विकसित होती है, इसी को मैं इनर लिसनिंग के रूप में देख पाई हूँ पिछले 4 सालों में और ये इनर लिसनिंग अब मेरे निरंतर आनंद में रहने का आधार बन रही है। तो साथियों, जैसा कि मैंने आपसे कहा कि आनंद हमारा आनंद संस्थान का मूल भाव है दूसरों को ना जांचें, दूसरों का ना परखें, एक बार खुद को झांकें, खुद को देखें। तो साथियों, जब मैं भी इन सत्रों से जुड़ी और मैंने सत्र के समय में दिए गए विचार बिंदुओं के साथ जब शांत समय लेना शुरू करा, तो मैंने बाहर झाँकना छोड़ा। मैंने दूसरों को जाँचना परखना छोड़ा, अपने को देखा, अपने को जाँचा परखा। तो साथियों, मुझे महसूस हुआ कि मेरे में निश्चित रूप से कुछ खूबियाँ हैं, पर मैंने अपने में बहुत सारी कमियाँ देखी। मैंने पाया कि मैं बहुत गुस्सा करती हूँ। मुझे गुस्सा जल्दी आ जाता है। मुझे परफेक्शन से काम करना अच्छा लगता है, इसलिए मुझे अपना ही पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू अच्छा लगता है। मैं धैर्य से दूसरे के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू को समझने की कोशिश नहीं करती हूँ। कोई कुछ कह देता है और उसकी बात अगर मुझे खराब लगती है, तो मैं उसको भूल नहीं पाती हूँ और जब मैं भूल नहीं पाती हूँ, तो मैं उसे माफ़ भी नहीं कर पाती हूँ। और अपने से गलती होने पर अपनी गलतियों को जस्टिफाई करती हूँ। और जब मैं अपनी गलतियों को जस्टिफाई करती हूँ, माफी मांगना भी मेरे लिए कठिन था। बहुत सारी शिकायतें मुझे अपने आसपास के परिवेश से थी, तो ये सही चीजें मुझे नजर आई। ये ठीक उसी तरह से था कि जैसे हम किसी कमरे में जाएंगे और हमें अपने कमरे में बहुत सारी अव्यवस्था नजर आ रही है, तो फिर हम क्या करेंगे मित्रों? हम उसको व्यवस्थित करने का प्रयास करेंगे, उसको ठीक करेंगे। तो साथियों, फिर निरंतर जब मैं अल्प विराम से जुड़ी और मैंने अपनी इन कमियों को देखा, तो मुझे उस अल्प विराम ने ही, इस शांत समय ने ही मुझे ताकत दी और मैं अपनी कमियों को निरंतर आगे बढ़ी। साथियों, मुझे बताते हुए बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि गुस्सा मुझे नहीं आता है, बहुत कम हो गया है। कभी कभार आता भी है तो रियलाइज हो जाता है और समझ जाती हूँ मैं। इसी तरह से मैं दूसरों को बहुत धीरे से सुनने लगी हूँ, उनके पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू को समझने लगी हूँ। मेरी किसी की बात का अगर बुरा भी लगता है तो मैं उसको भूल कर उसे माफ कर देती हूँ। अपनी गलतियों को मुझे समझ में आती है। उन गलतियों को मैं अब जस्टिफाई नहीं करती हूँ, बल्कि उस पर सामने वाले से माफी मांग लेती हूँ। मेरी शिकायतें कम हुई है, जीवन में स्वीकार्यता का भाव बढ़ा है और ये सारी चीजें निरंतर मुझे आनंद में रखने में सहायक होती। तो साथियों, ये अल्प विराम को लेकर मेरे अनुभव हैं और हमारी टीम के और राज्य आनंद संस्थान से जुड़े हजारों व्यक्तियों के ये अनुभव हैं, जिसको कि आने वाले सत्रों में और विस्तार से हम आपके साथ अपने अनुभव साझा करेंगे। अभी आपके मन में यह आ रहा होगा प्रश्न कि क्या तकनीक हम इस्तेमाल करते हैं? शांत समय तो लेते हैं, पर किस तरह से? तो साथियों, भी बहुत सरल तकनीक है। हम सत्र के समय में और सत्र के बाद के लिए आपसे अनुरोध करेंगे कि आप थोड़ी देर इन विचार बिंदुओं के साथ शांत समय लें, खुद से जुड़े और जो भी विचार आपके मन में आए, उन विचारों को डायरी में नोट करें। बस इतनी सी सरल तकनीक रहेगी सत्र के समय में और सत्र के बाद में। और अब आगामी 5 दिनों में हम आपके साथ क्या चर्चा करने वाले हैं? तो आगामी 5 दिनों में तो आज हम सेल्फ अवेयरनेस से अपनी चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। फिर कल के दिन हम एक अलग नजरिए से अपनी लाइफ बैलेंस शीट देखेंगे, यानी हम अपने जीवन को एक नई दृष्टि से देखकर खुद अपने लिए एक लाइफ बैलेंस शीट बनाएंगे। 2 तारीख पर भी हम इसी को आगे बढ़ाएंगे और हमारे जीवन का आधार हमारे रिश्ते, उन पर हम आपसे चर्चा करना चाहेंगे। फिर उसके नेक्स्ट डे इन सब का जो आधार है, मैं खुद अपने को जानेंगे, अपने को पहचानेंगे और ये मौन हमें बताएगा। जब हम मौन होते हैं तो मौन हमें बताता है कि आखिर हैं हम कौन। क्योंकि साथियों, जब हम बात करते हैं तो दुनिया से जुड़ते हैं और जब हम मौन होते हैं तो खुद से जुड़ते हैं। तो साथियों, इस तरह से शांत समय के लेते हुए हमारी ये यात्रा आगे चलेगी। उसके बाद अंतिम दिन हम चिंताओं पर बात करेंगे, क्योंकि बहुत चिंता या टेंशन बड़ा कॉमन शब्द हो गया है आजकल हमारी जिंदगी में। और उसी के साथ 5 दिन के आपके अनुभव भी सुनेंगे। तो साथियों, इस तरह से हमारा ये सफर चलेगा। तो मैं आपको आश्वस्त करना चाहूंगी कि हम आपको कोई उपदेश नहीं देंगे, कोई निर्देश नहीं देंगे, कुछ चर्चा करेंगे, कुछ विचार बिंदु रखेंगे, आपसे शांत समय लेने का अनुरोध करेंगे। और देखिए, आप साथियों पाएंगे कि जो चर्चा मेरी और आपके बीच में या हमारी टीम और आपके बीच में जो संवाद शुरू होगा, वो संवाद धीरे आप खुद के साथ होने लगेगा। अपने आप अंदर की एक शक्ति आपसे बात करने लगेगी और आपकी इनर लिसनिंग शुरू हो जाएगी, जो निश्चित रूप से आपकी जो भी आप जिस भी खुशी के जिस स्तर पर है वो इस स्तर को आपको बढ़ाएगी, ये मेरा आपसे प्रॉमिस है। तो साथियों चलिए हम अपने इस आनंद के सफर में एक कदम आगे की तरफ बढ़ते हैं और बात करते हैं सेल्फ अवेयरनेस की। साथियों हमें बहुत सारी जानकारी है और आज के युग को तो ज्ञान युग कहा जा रहा है। हमारी पिछली पीढ़ियां के पास पूरे जीवन काल में जो जानकारी या अनुभव नहीं होते थे, वो हम कुछ ही महीनों में उतनी जानकारियां अनुभव हमारे पास आज हैं। परंतु उसके बाद भी क्या हम अवेयर हैं? क्योंकि मैं अपने बाबूजी को देखती थी तो जो ज्यादा पढ़े लिखे नहीं थे, पर उनकी बहुत सारी बातें से मुझे लगा कि कितना अवेयर है, कितनी सही समझ के साथ बाबूजी बातें करते हैं, जो मुझे बहुत सारी चीजें सिखा जाती है। साथियों सिगरेट के डिब्बे पर लिखा होता है कि सिगरेट पीना स्वास्थ्य के लिए हानिकारक है। हम में से हर कोई जानता है कि स्वच्छ परिवेश हमारे लिए कितना जरूरी है। हम जानते हैं कि हम परिवार हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण है, पर आपाधापी के जीवन में परिवार ही हमारी प्राथमिकता में पीछे खसक रहा है। हम व्हाट्सएप पर बहुत सारे संदेशों को पढ़ते हैं और बिना ये जाने कि ये प्रमाणिक है या नहीं, हम फॉरवर्ड कर रहे हैं। हमारी अवेयरनेस को क्या हुआ है? लोकतंत्र में वोट का क्या महत्व है? क्या हम हमेशा जागरूक होकर मतदान करते हैं? मैं परसों पढ़ रही थी कि तो उसके बाद भी हम देख रहे हैं कि बहुत बार पेपर में ये खबरें आ रही है कि वैक्सीनेशन नहीं लगाई जा रही ताकि लोग वैक्सीनेशन करवाएं। तो ये हम अपनी सराउंडिंग में देख रहे हैं। साथियों अगर मैं कार से सफर कर रही हूँ और सामने से गलत दिशा से कोई बाइक वाला मेरे सामने एकदम आता है, एक दिशा से आ रहा है, मेरे लिए समस्या पैदा करेगा। और अगर मैं ऐसा करती हूँ तो मैं उसके लिए समस्या बनूंगी। यानी हम लोग अगर अवेयर नहीं है तो हम एक दूसरे के लिए
अनीता जी एक रिक्वेस्ट है, आपकी आवाज क्लियर नहीं हो रही है, ब्रेक ब्रेक हो रहा है आपकी आवाज में बहुत।
आपको वीडियो में बन लीजिए तो मेरा प्रॉपर है, मैं वीडियो बंद कर दूँ। वीडियो प्लीज ललित जी आप मेरा वीडियो वहीं से बंद कर दीजिए। मुझे लगता है थोड़ा सा अब हाँ अब समीरा जी अब मुझे सुन पा रही हैं आप?
जी आप क्लियर है। जी जी ठीक है।
हाँ ये समीरा जी थोड़ा नेटवर्क इशू हो गया था। सॉरी मुझे कहाँ तक सुन पाई थी? मैं वहां से अपनी बात को फिर कंटिन्यू करना चाहूंगी।
नहीं आपने
शायद
वोटिंग की बात की थी, या वोटिंग के बाद हम जागरूक होके कैसे मतदान करें या वैक्सीनेशन के बारे में कैसे सोचें, वो बात आ गई थी।
अच्छा हाँ जी। तो साथियों मैं अपनी बात को ये कहना चाह रही थी कि अगर मैं अवेयर नहीं हूँ तो मैं दूसरे के लिए समस्या बनती हूँ, और अगर दूसरा अवेयर नहीं है तो वो मेरे लिए समस्या बनता है, और ये सारी चीजें हमारे आनंद को कम करती है। तो साथियों क्योंकि समाज ही मैं हूँ और मैं ही समाज हूँ, यानी आई एम सोसाइटी, सोसाइटी इज आई। तो साथियों जब मैंने इस दृष्टि से अपने को देखा तो मैंने पाया कि मैं बहुत जगह पर तो अवेयर हूँ, पर कुछ जगह पर मैंने अपने अवेयरनेस को बहुत कम पाया। साथियों मुझे बहुत अच्छे से मालूम था कि स्वस्थ तन में स्वस्थ मन रहता है, परंतु मैं नियमित एक्सरसाइज नहीं कर रही थी। मैं बहुत सारा स्वाद के चक्कर में बहुत कुछ ऐसा खा लेती थी जो कि मुझे हेल्थ प्रॉब्लम्स देता था। साथियों निश्चित रूप से फिर मैं बहुत अवेयर हुई जब मैं खुद से जुड़ी तो, और मैंने अपनी पूरी लाइफ स्टाइल को बदला, मैंने अपनी फूड हैबिट्स को बदला, और मैंने ये भी पाया कि बहुत सारी सुविधाओं का संग्रह और उस पर मेरी निर्भरता मेरे तन और मन को बीमार कर रही है, मेरे आनंद को कम कर रही है और इस स्तर पर मेरी अवेयरनेस बढ़ी। साथियों, मैंने अपने परिवार को लेकर भी मैं बहुत अवेयर थी और अभी मैं लगातार अपने बच्चों के साथ प्रारंभ से, हालांकि मेरा ये एक प्रैक्टिस रही कि बच्चों को मैंने ये कहा कि आप क्लास में प्रथम आए अथवा ना आए, आपका नंबर क्लास में कुछ भी रहे, परंतु हमेशा इस बात का ध्यान रखें कि जब तक आपको अपना सिलेबस सही तरीके से समझ नहीं आता है, तब तक आपको बिना समझे याद न करें। एक सही समझ मैंने उनमें विकसित करने का प्रयास करा, उन्हें नंबरों की और क्लास में प्रथम आने की दौड़ में नहीं जाने दिया मैंने। साथियों, व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पर कोई भी संदेश मेरे पास आते हैं, जब तक उसकी प्रामाणिकता के प्रति मैं आश्वस्त नहीं होती, मुझे नहीं लगता कि ये प्रामाणिक और उपयोगी होंगे, तब तक मैं वो संदेश फॉरवर्ड नहीं करती हूँ। साथियों, महाविद्यालय में मैंने पाया कि मैं बहुत सारे हम लोग पर्यावरण पर गोष्ठी करते हैं। उन पर्यावरण की समस्याओं पर चर्चा करते हैं, बहुत सारे सुझाव दे रहे होते हैं, पर जैसे ही वो गोष्ठी खत्म होती है, हम उसके बाद जो अल्पाहार आयोजित करते हैं, उसमें बहुत सारे डिस्पोजेबल को कंज्यूम कर रहे होते हैं। तो मैंने इस स्तर पर भी अपनी अवेयरनेस को बढ़ाया और अपने स्तर पर ये सारा कुछ बंद करा। मैं बिल्कुल डिस्पोजेबल यूज नहीं कर रही हूँ। इसी के साथ प्रकृति को लेकर भी मैंने बहुत सारी अवेयरनेस अपने में बढ़ाई है। हमने पिछले साल हमारे शिवपुरी के आसपास जितने भी खाली मैदान थे, उसमें बहुत सारे ऐसे बीज डाले जिनको कि ग्रो होने के लिए एक जो कि कैसे भी वातावरण में ग्रो हो सकते हैं, और मुझे बताते हुए बहुत खुशी है कि उसमें हम काफी हद तक सफल हुए। तो साथियों, ये कुछ चीजें थी जिस पर मैं आपसे चर्चा करना चाह रही थी, और अब हम 5 मिनट का शांत समय लेंगे और खुद से जुड़ेंगे एक विचार बिंदु या प्रश्न के साथ। तो जैसा कि मैंने पहले ही आपसे अनुरोध किया था साथियों कि आपके पास डायरी पेन अवश्य होगा, तो प्लीज मैं जो विचार बिंदु आपके सामने रख रही हूँ, डायरी में नोट करें और 5 मिनट का हम शांत समय लेंगे। आपके समक्ष विचार ये है चिंतन करने के लिए कि क्या मेरे स्वयं के अंदर मेरे परिवार में, मेरे आसपास के परिवेश और समाज में और प्रकृति में क्या चल रहा है। मेरे स्वयं के अंदर, मेरे परिवार में, मेरे आसपास के परिवेश, समाज एवं प्रकृति में क्या चल रहा है और क्या मैं इसके प्रति जागरूक हूँ। प्लीज अगर कोई चैट बॉक्स में यस लिखेगा तो फिर मैं आगे बढ़ पाऊंगी, अन्यथा फिर और ललित जी अगर संभव हो तो स्क्रीन शेयर कर दीजिए उस प्रश्न की, अन्यथा मेरे ख्याल से सभी ने प्रश्न नोट किया होगा। प्लीज मित्रों, चैट बॉक्स में अगर आपका यस आता है तो मुझे सुविधा होगी। थैंक यू, यस आ गया है। तो साथियों, बस हमारा समय शुरू होता है शांत समय 5 मिनट का, और 5 मिनट में मेरा अनुरोध है कि कृपया कहीं ना जाएं, क्योंकि मैं आपसे कुछ भी कह लूं, कुछ भी बातें कर लूं, महत्वपूर्ण है कि आप इस शांत समय में जब तक इस प्रश्न पर खुद नहीं विचार करेंगे, तब तक हम आपसे कुछ भी चर्चा करें वो सार्थक नहीं होगी, उपयोगी नहीं होगी। बहुत जरूरी है कि 5 मिनट आप खुद से जुड़ें, इस पर विचार करें। थैंक यू। 5 मिनट का हमारा शांत समय होगा। ललित जी अगर कोई लाइट म्यूजिक आप प्ले कर सकें तो ठीक रहेगा, अन्यथा आप वैसे भी शांत रह सकते हैं, खुद से जुड़ सकते हैं। थैंक यू। थैंक यू साथियों। आपने इन प्रश्नों पर अभी शांत समय में जरूर विचार किया होगा, और आपके जो भी जवाब होंगे, आपकी जो भी इस शांत समय में आपके मन में जो भी विचार आया होगा, उस पर हम अभी आपसे थोड़ी देर में चर्चा करेंगे। बस अभी कुछ प्रश्न और हम आपके सामने रख रहे हैं और एक पोल के माध्यम से हम उसमें आपका रिस्पॉन्स चाहेंगे, हाँ या ना में। और इसमें ललित जी अनुरोध है कि कृपया आप सहयोग करें और हमारे 5 प्रश्न। ललित जी, आप मुझे सुन पा रही हैं क्या? हाँ जी।
यस मैम।
हाँ जी। साथियों, पहला प्रश्न आपके सामने आपकी स्क्रीन पर है। क्या आपने कभी खुद से संवाद किया है? तो चलिए आप अपना रिस्पॉन्स दीजिए इस पर। क्या आपने कभी खुद से संवाद किया है? ललित जी देखिए, रिस्पॉन्स आने शुरू हो गए हो तो हम नेक्स्ट प्रश्न पर जाएंगे फिर।
यस मैम।
रिस्पॉन्स आ गए हो तो हम नेक्स्ट प्रश्न की तरफ बढ़ते हैं। चलिए, रिस्पॉन्स हमारा जो आ रहा है, हमारे 92% साथी हमसे कह रहे हैं हमने संवाद किया है। चलिए हम आपसे बात करेंगे इस पर आगे कि आपने अपने से किस तरह से संवाद किया है। ललित जी, हम नेक्स्ट प्रश्न की तरफ बढ़ सकते हैं। क्या आप नियमित एक्सरसाइज करते हैं? साथियों, जैसा मैंने कहा था, स्वस्थ तन में स्वस्थ मन। तो देखिए आप, और मेरा अनुरोध है कि एक्चुअल आप जो महसूस करते हैं, जो कर रहे हैं, प्लीज अपने उसी रिस्पॉन्स को यहाँ पर दर्ज करें। ललित जी, रिस्पॉन्स आ जाए तो फिर।
हम रिस्पॉन्स आ रहे हैं, मैं अभी शेयर करता हूँ सबका रिजल्ट, जितने भी क्वेश्चन
हाँ
हैं।
जरिए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं ललित जी, बिल्कुल।
अनिता जी।
जी
जी, ये बलजीत जी ने हैंड रेस किया हुआ है बहुत देर से। जब रिस्पॉन्स क्लियर आ जाते हैं तो उनसे भी जरूर बात करें कि उनका हैंड रेस से बहुत।
जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। समीरा जी, अपना जैसे ही ये 2-3 मिनट और के बाद मैं उनसे बात करना चाहूंगी
जी।
और राजन जी, बिल्कुल अगले सेशन में हम अपना इंटरेक्टिव सेशन ही है, तो बस इसके बाद राजन जी उनसे जरूर बात करेंगे। बलवीर जी, माफी के साथ आपसे 5 मिनट और निवेदन करूंगी। 5 मिनट बाद हम आपसे बात करते हैं। थैंक यू बलवीर जी।
Lalit ji, there are some questions. People are saying that they can't see submit button.
हाँ जी, देखिए ये रिस्पॉन्स हमारे सामने
आ
है।
रहा है।
42% हमसे कह रहे हैं कि हम नियमित एक्सरसाइज करते हैं, 57% एक्सरसाइज नहीं करते हैं, 84% कह रहे हैं कि वो अपने बुजुर्गों के साथ समय बिताते हैं। इसी तरह से क्या व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पर 78% कह रहे हैं कि वो बिना प्रामाणिकता जांचे संदेशों को फॉरवर्ड करते हैं। इसी तरह से हम देख रहे हैं कि क्या आप अपने घर के कचरे को 3 हिस्सों में विभक्त करके निस्तारण करते हैं, तो सिर्फ 26% का जवाब है कि वो करते हैं। तो साथियों, आपके ये सारे रिस्पॉन्स हमने नोट करे हैं और अब मैं अनुरोध कर रही हूँ हमारे साथी, हमारे बहुमुखी प्रतिभा के धनी और ऊर्जा से ओतप्रोत मेरे साथी श्री राजेंद्र असाटी जी से, जो कि डाइट कटनी में फिजिक्स के लेक्चरर हैं और अब इस पूरे सफर को वो आगे की तरफ ले जाएंगे। और राजन जी, आप तक मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
बिल्कुल। थैंक यू अनीता मैम। डॉक्टर नितिन, डॉक्टर समीरा, सत्य प्रकाश जी और हमारे और भी साथी जो जुड़े हुए हैं, जितेश जी, आप सभी को नमस्कार। और हमारे जितने भी हमारे सहयोगी हैं, मैं बहुत सजगता से उनके बारे में सोचता रहता हूँ कि यार ये लोग 1.5 घंटे हमको कैसे सुनते रहते हैं। तो मेरे को लगता है कि ये हमसे ज़्यादा जागरूक हैं, मैं तो नहीं सुन सकता इतनी देर, मेरे को ऐसे अंदर से आवाज़ आने लगती है। तो जब मैं जागरूक होकर सोचता हूँ तो आपके प्रति मैं कृतज्ञता से भर जाता हूँ। मुझे लगता है कि आप कितने ध्यान से सुन रहे हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि जो ध्यान से सुनते हैं जीवन में परिवर्तन तो उन्हीं के होता है। और हम लोग तो काफ़ी कुछ बोलते रहते हैं, पर बोलते बोलते शब्दों में ही खो जाते हैं और कई बार जीवन में चीज़ों को आत्मसात नहीं कर पाते हैं। तो ये बड़ा खूबसूरत है कि सुनना बहुत ध्यान से ज़रूरी है। पर मैं जब ये बोल रहा हूँ तो मैं अपने जीवन को ये ऑब्जर्व कर रहा हूँ, तो मैं बहुत ध्यान से सुनने की कोशिश नहीं करता हूँ कई बार। तो सेशन के दौरान ही बहुत सारी लर्निंग हो जाती है और ये चीज़ निकल के आती है कि ऐसा करना चाहिए, पर ऐसा होता नहीं है। और जब आप जागरूक होकर चीज़ों को देखने लगते हैं तो ऐसा होने लगता है। जैसे मैं अभी सोच रहा था कि क्या मैं जिस इंस्टीट्यूट में हूँ, क्या उसको मैं अपनेपन से देखता हूँ? ऐसे में मन में आया एक प्रश्न मेरे यहाँ प्रिंसिपल हैं, वर्किंग स्टाफ है, तो मेरे को लगा नहीं, अभी कमी है। अभी कल ही निकल रहा था तो एक गमला किनारे गिरा हुआ था, तो मैंने कहा अरे कर लेगा जिसको करना होगा, जिसका काम है वो करेगा, इट्स नॉट माय वर्क, ये मेरा काम नहीं। तो मेरे को लगा कि अभी उस अपनेपन में कमी है। तो ऐसे ही रास्ते चलते चलते जब कोई मित्र या दोस्त मोटरसाइकिल से गिरा हुआ है तो मित्र है तो उठा लिया, और कोई दूसरा गिरा है तो हमें क्या करना, हम तो आगे बढ़ गए। लेकिन जब जागरूकता के स्तर पर ये मन गहरा हुआ, और जब ये मन गहरा हुआ तो ऐसे लगा कि सब कुछ ठहरा हुआ, और ऐसे लगा कि हम सब आपस में एक ही चेतना से संचालित हैं और कैसे हम कुछ चीज़ों को ओवरलुक कर देते हैं। तो जागरूकता के स्तर पर जब गहरा गया तो ऐसे लगता है कि हम सब एक दूसरे के संबंधी हैं। मैं आपको बताऊं कि जब पहला एमिटी यूनिवर्सिटी का ये कॉल आया था, तो मेरे को याद है कि पेपर में हम इनके बहुत बड़े बड़े ऐड देखा करते थे, और मैं सोचता था ये एमिटी यूनिवर्सिटी कहाँ पर है, क्या है, कैसी है। और आज डॉक्टर नितिन से हम बात कर रहे हैं। आप देखिए कि उस जागरूकता का प्रसार कैसे होता है, हम कैसे सोचते हैं और चीज़ें कैसे कहाँ जाके मिल जाती हैं, और आज हम उनके साथ बात कर रहे हैं। हमारे साथ यहाँ पर कुछ साथी हैं जिन्होंने जागरूकता के स्तर पर अपने जीवन को देखा है, अपने वर्क प्लेस को देखा है, अपने परिवार को देखा है और इस प्रकृति को भी देखा है। तो उनमें से कुछ साथी अपनी बात रखना चाहते हैं, तो मैं उनमें से कुछ साथियों से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वो अपनी बात को रखें और हम उससे उनकी बात को जोड़ के आगे बढ़ते हैं। सो 2 पार्टिसिपेंट्स ऐसे हैं जिन्होंने हैंड रेज किए हुए हैं, तो सबसे पहले उनको हम आमंत्रित करते हैं कि वो अपनी बात रखें। जी, उनको अनम्यूट कर दें।
थैंक यू सर। मैं मनीष कुमार सोनी कटनी से बोल रहा हूँ।
ओके मनीष, वेलकम। जी
जी सर, मैं स्वयं की जागरूकता को लेकर एक बात कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि मैं अपने आप को बहुत जागरूक समझता था, और मुझे लगता था कि कोविड-19 के इस दौर में ऑनलाइन क्लास होती हैं, लेकिन जब मैं एक टीचर के रूप में अपने आप को देखता था तो मैं ऑनलाइन क्लास नहीं लेता था। अब क्यों नहीं लेता था? क्योंकि मुझसे आती नहीं थी हाउ टू अरेंज। लेकिन जब इन सबको मैंने गहराई से सोचा तो मुझे लगा कि ये सब मेरी जानकारियां हैं। अब मुझे खुद को तो ऑनलाइन क्लास लेना आता नहीं था, तो सर मैंने क्या किया कि फिर मैंने ऑनलाइन क्लास को करना सीखा, और सीखने के बाद मैंने अपने स्कूल के बच्चों की कक्षाएं शुरू की। मेरे को लगता है जब मैं बच्चों की ऑनलाइन क्लास में रहता हूँ, लगाता हूँ, तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है और एक अद्भुत सी फीलिंग होती है, और अब मुझे लगता है कि मैं समाज के प्रति, अपने कार्य के प्रति जागरूक हूँ सर। थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू। मनीष ने एक इशारा किया है जो बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण है हमारे लिए, कि हमको बहुत सारी जानकारियां होती हैं जिसके आधार पर हमको लगता है कि हम बहुत जागरूक हैं, लेकिन एक्चुअली हम जागरूक होते नहीं हैं क्योंकि उन पर हम कुछ काम नहीं करते हैं। तो जानकारी धन कर्म, इंफॉर्मेशन प्लस एक्शन इक्वल टू क्या होता है? रियल अवेयरनेस। अभी तक जो हम समझ रहे थे वो थोड़ा दूसरा था। तो एक मेरा दोस्त कह रहा था कि यार तू जागरूक है क्या? तो मैंने कहा हाँ, तो बोले कैसे? मैंने कहा मेरे को डॉक्टर जो सजेस्ट करता है बीमारी में, मैं उस काम को करता हूँ। तो बोला तुम जागरूक नहीं हो, तुम जब स्वस्थ रहते हो तो घूमना बंद कर देते हो, और जैसे ही बीमार होते हो डॉक्टर कहता है तो घूमने लगते हो, तो तुम्हारे अंदर अवेयरनेस कहाँ है? तो जब स्वस्थ हो तब घूमे, ताकि अस्वस्थ ही ना हो। तो उसने मेरे को जागरूकता के एक अलग तरह के पहलू से अवगत कराया, तो उसको भी मैं बहुत धन्यवाद कह रहा हूँ। उसकी बात को मैं यहाँ पर कोट कर पा रहा हूँ। अब हमारे एक दूसरे साथी जिनने हैंड रेज किया था, उनको हम आमंत्रित करते हैं। मेरे ख्याल से वो साथी अभी बोल नहीं रहे हैं, अपनी बात को नहीं रख पा रहे हैं। पलक वर्मा जी, आपके जीवन का कोई अनुभव है क्या? पलक वर्मा जी।
नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार पलक।
सर मैं ये बताना चाहूंगी कि फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो मैं एक रिसर्च स्कॉलर हूँ, अभी मैं पीएचडी कर रही हूँ, एंड इट इज एन ऑनर दैट आई एम अंडर द गाइडेंस ऑफ प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर नितिन अरोड़ा, और मेरा रिसर्च का टॉपिक भी हैप्पीनेस से रिलेटेड ही है। तो ये एक बहुत ही ज्यादा पॉजिटिव चीज है। मैं बस एक छोटा सा इंसिडेंट शेयर करना चाहूंगी। जब मैंने एमिटी ज्वाइन किया था पीएचडी के टाइम पे, उस समय हम बहुत जैसे ना हर प्रोफेसर्स के पास हम जाते थे ये बात करने के लिए कि हाँ हम आगे पीएचडी करना चाहते हैं। उस टाइम पर नितिन सर बाहर थे, आउट ऑफ इंडिया, और एक सेकंड सर, मेरा कैमरा ऑन है? नो,
कैमरा आपका ऑन नहीं है।
Oh, just a minute. Just a minute. Yes. Okay.
जी।
So, sir, उस समय पर मैं around 3 to 4 days के लिए मैं I was just going and meeting professors to find a guide, and उस समय पर sir अचानक से आफ्टर 3 to 4 days आई वेंट टू माय डिपार्टमेंट जहाँ पर मैं हूँ, एंड वहां पर मैं जाकर हेड जो वहाँ के हैं डॉक्टर शिखा कपूर, मैं उनसे मिली, एंड आई डोंट नो, आई वाज स्ट्रगलिंग सो मच कि मैं एक जो गाइड मुझे समझ सके, जिनके साथ मैं कुछ सीख सकूं, मैं ऐसे गाइड से मिलूं, एंड ट्रस्ट मी शिखा मैम ने मुझे ये गाइडेंस दिया, मुझे नितिन सर के अंडर उन्होंने एज अ स्कॉलर रखा, और मेरा जो वो 3 to 4 days का वो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस था, मेरी शायद 1-to-1 उस टाइम पे नितिन सर से प्रॉपर बात भी नहीं हुई, लेकिन आज अगर मैं यहाँ बैठी हूँ, आई थिंक आई हैव ग्रोन अ लॉट, आई हैव अंडरस्टूड सो मेनी एस्पेक्ट्स। शायद ये लॉकडाउन की वजह से फेस टू फेस भी मैं बहुत ज्यादा सर के साथ नहीं बैठ पाई, लेकिन अभी पीछे 2 to 3 months व्हेन आई वाज विद सर, मेरे ख्याल से जितना ग्रोथ और जितनी समझ मुझे चीजों से रिलेटेड सर के साथ बैठकर आई है, उतनी मुझे पहले नहीं थी। मुझे लोगों से रिलेटेड चीजें समझ आने लगी, मुझे ये समझ आने लगा कि आपके लिए ये जरूरी नहीं होता कि आप एट द एंड ऑफ द डे आपकी सैलरी कितनी है या आप दिन में कितना कमा रहे हैं, आपका इंटरनल सेटिस्फैक्शन कितना है, और आप कितनी हैप्पीनेस लोगों को बांट रहे हैं और कितना उन लोगों के साथ रह रहे हैं, वो सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी है। So this is what I have learned in past 1.5 years with नितिन सर, और मैं बस ये कहना चाहूंगी, मुझे अपने अंदर से एक बहुत खुशी फील होती है कि आज मैं जिस टॉपिक पे रिसर्च कर रही हूँ, जिस टॉपिक से रिलेटेड मैं इतना सब कुछ पढ़ रही हूँ, आज मैं इस फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम का पार्ट हूँ, और कहीं ना कहीं आप सब लोगों से मिल पा रही हूँ, मुझे ये अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली है, एंड आई एम ऑब्लाइज्ड टू बी ओवर हियर। थैंक यू सो मच, एंड स्पेशली फॉर गिविंग मी अ चांस।
तो थैंक यू पलक, आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सब लोग अवेयरनेस को अपने अपने तरीके से देख रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है कि हमारी जो टाइमिंग है 1:30 तक है, तो हम केवल एक हमारे और पार्टिसिपेंट है उनको सुन पाएंगे, और इसके बाद हम जीतेश जी को आमंत्रित करेंगे। मैं डॉक्टर नितिन से ही जानना चाहता हूं कि डॉक्टर नितिन, आपके जीवन में बहुत सारे रिसर्च स्कॉलर आते हैं, अवेयरनेस के लेवल पर जब एक रिसर्च स्कॉलर आपसे ये कह रहे हैं कि वो आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुश होता है और बहुत सारी नई चीज़ें सीखता है, तो मैं आपसे एक चीज़ जानना चाहता हूँ कि आपने बहुत सारी चीजें अपने जीवन में सीखी भी होंगी, तो सीखते समय आप किस तरह से चीजों को देख रहे थे, और जब आप लोगों को सिखा रहे हैं तो दोनों चीजों में कुछ अंतर महसूस करते हैं? डॉक्टर नितिन।
थैंक यू राजेंद्र सर। जब भी हम कुछ सीख रहे होते हैं तो एक हमारा एटीट्यूड होता है एब्जॉर्ब करने का। एक तो होता है कि लाइक हम जो भी सीख रहे हैं वी आर फुल्ली अलर्ट, पूरे होश में है कि वो जो कुछ सिखा रहा है। We don't want to be a teacher for somebody who's teaching us. We have to be a student for somebody who is teaching us. No matter what is my age, I can learn from my daughter who is 7. I can learn from even a small animal who is a bird who is coming to my terrace. So there are various ways हम उनसे सीख सकते हैं, उनसे देखिए खुशी होती है। सर एक मैंने ये नोट किया है कि हम किसी क्लास में जाते हैं या कहीं से सीखते हैं, अगर वो खुश होके पढ़ा रहा है ना, तो वो जो टीचर है या वो जो पर्सन जिससे हम बात कर रहे हैं वो दिल से कर रहा है, यानी उसकी जिंदगी में कोई चेंज आ चुका है, जिसके कारण वो इतने खुशी होके, भले वो मैथ्स पढ़ा रहा है, साइंस पढ़ा रहा है, कुछ भी पढ़ा रहा है, उसकी लाइफ में कुछ चेंज हुआ है। पर कुछ लोग मुरझाए हुए फूलों की तरह होते हैं कि वो आएंगे पेपर रोज, पर उनसे हम नहीं सीख पाएंगे, भले ही वो कितना ही बड़ा कुछ पढ़ा रहे हो, बट वो फीलिंग वाइब्स नहीं आ पाएंगी। तो ट्रांसमिशन ऑफ नॉलेज के लिए वो वाइब्स बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हैं। दिस इज लाइक द प्रोसेस ऑफ लर्निंग। और जब मेरे स्कॉलर्स मुझसे सीखते हैं तो आई एंश्योर कि जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ वो मेरे अंदर से आ रहा है। दिस इज द शॉर्ट पॉइंट इफ आई वांट टू से।
तो डॉक्टर नितिन, जब आप अंदर से बोलते हैं तो अंदर तक जाता है, ऐसा हम सब लोग कहते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि जागरूकता के स्तर पर जितने लोग भी सुन रहे हैं उनको ये देखने की ज़रूरत है, और मुझे भी ये देखने की ज़रूरत है कि जो मैं यहाँ से बोलूँ वो अंदर तक जाए। और यहाँ पर ज़्यादातर लोग शिक्षक हैं, कोई प्राथमिक शाला के शिक्षक हैं, कोई माध्यमिक के हैं, कोई उच्च माध्यमिक के, और कुछ महाविद्यालय के शिक्षक हैं। तो अभी एक बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट बात कही गई थी शुरू में कि शिक्षक कक्षाओं में खुशी के दूत होते हैं, एम्बेसडर्स होते हैं वे। तो इसको मैंने थोड़ा आगे बढ़ाया है, जिसको मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, शिक्षक कक्षाओं में खुशी के दूत होते हैं। वे ऐसी शिक्षा दें या उन तरीकों से बच्चों को सिखाएं जिससे बच्चे खुशी से भर उठें। शिक्षकों में उन्हें अपनी खूबसूरत दुनिया दिखे। शायद वह तब होगा जब हमारे शिक्षक कक्षाओं में आने वाली चुनौतियों से खुशी खुशी संघर्ष करते हुए दिखेंगे। जब एक बच्चा नहीं सीखेगा तो वो इरिटेट नहीं होंगे, बल्कि प्यार से उसके सर पर हाथ रख देंगे कि तुम भी सीखोगे और मैं तुमको सिखाऊंगा। तो जागरूकता कहीं पर एक अलग तरह का नजरिया देती है, मुझे ऐसे लगता है। क्योंकि आज समय थोड़ा कम बचा है, इसलिए आगे आने वाले सत्रों में हम और बहुत सारी बातें करेंगे। अब मैं जीतेश जी को चाहूँ, और जितने हमारे मित्र नहीं बोल पाए हैं तो आप नाराज मत हो ना। कभी कभी अंदर अंदर ऐसे नाराजगी होती है कि आसाटी जी ने मेरे को नहीं बोलने दिया, ये समय ने नहीं बोलने दिया। समय के प्रति भी जागरूक हम लोग को होना है, क्योंकि समय किसी के लिए रुकता नहीं है। लेकिन इसको हम आगे जाके क्या करेंगे, एड्रेस करेंगे, जो चीजें आज हमसे बच गई हैं। मैं जीतेश जी को आमंत्रित करता हूं आगे के लिए। थैंक यू
सर। जीतेश जी शुरू करें, उससे पहले बलजीत कौर बहुत देर से हैंड रेज किए हुए, जस्ट हम उनको एक मौका दे दें सर, ये रिक्वेस्ट। बलजीत कौर। ललित जी देखिए कि अगर वो अनम्यूट नहीं कर पा रही है तो फिर जितेश जी की तरफ, या गलती से उनका हैंड रेज है बहुत देर से। तो जितेश जी, ओवर टू यू।
जी, उनका हैंड रेज भी हट चुका है, तो कोई बात नहीं, हम अपनी मैं अपनी बात रखता हूँ। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हर इंसान अपने अपने जीवन में अलग अलग स्तर पे है जागरूकता के। चाहे हम 5 ही क्यों ना हो जो राज्य जनन संस्थान से हैं, प्लस जो हमारी नया जो लोग सुन रहे हैं, जो परिवार है, तो क्योंकि हर कोई अलग अलग स्तर पे है जागरूकता के, तो अगला सवाल ये आता है कि हम उस स्तर को निरंतर कैसे बढ़ाएं, उस जागरूकता के स्तर को। तो उसमें हम लोग राज्य जनन संस्थान का एक बहुत अच्छा सा टूल है जिसके बारे में मैं बताना चाहता हूँ। उस टूल का नाम है आत्म पोषण। और ये बहुत ही सिंपल, हम लोग जितने भी टूल आपको देंगे अगले, आज तो समझिए ट्रेलर पिक्चर का है, पूरी पिक्चर तो कल से शुरुआत होगी, जितने भी टूल देंगे वो बहुत ही सिंपल टूल होंगे। तो ये आत्म पोषण भी एक ऐसा टूल है सिंपल सा, जिसमें आपको लगातार कुछ दिन तक सुबह उठ के कम से कम 20, 25, 30 मिनट तक शांत बैठना है अपने साथ। और इसको मेडिटेशन अगर आप करते हैं तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, पर ये मेडिटेशन से थोड़ा अलग है। इसमें आपको डायरी पेन लेना है, एक शांत जगह पे बैठना है और शांत जगह पे बैठ के अपनी अंतरात्मा की आवाज को सुनने की कोशिश करनी है। और ये कोशिश इसलिए करनी है क्योंकि मैंने अपने जीवन में महसूस किया है कि ये आवाज बहुत बहुत पतली होती जाती है, बहुत छोटी होती जाती है, बहुत कम होती जाती है, जैसे-जैसे हम जीवन में मटेरियलिस्टिक चीज़ों में उलझते जाते हैं। तो इस आवाज़ को हमें बड़ा करना है और इस आवाज़ से अगर हम जिएँगे, तो राजजानन संस्थान का ऐसा ही मानना है कि इस आवाज़ से अगर हम जीते हैं, तो हमारी जो हैप्पीनेस का स्तर है, जो जागरूकता का स्तर है, वो धीरे-धीरे, धीरे-धीरे बढ़ता ही जाएगा। और आप महसूस कर पाएँगे 1 महीने बाद अगर आपने आत्म पोषण डेली किया आधे घंटे का, कि आपका जो हैप्पीनेस का स्तर है और जो सैटिस्फैक्शन का स्तर है वो बढ़ेगा। तो कल से शुरुआत करते हैं, कल एक नई शुरुआत जितने भी लोग सुन रहे हैं, उनके जीवन में होने वाली है। कल के लिए 3 प्रश्न मैं आपको देता हूँ और आप सुबह उठ के जितने भी बजे उठते हैं, उन 3 प्रश्नों पे विचार करिएगा। 3 प्रश्न स्क्रीन पे भी आ जाएँगे, ललित जी उनको शेयर कर देंगे। पहला प्रश्न ये है कि जानकारी एवं जागरूकता में क्या अंतर है? तो इस प्रश्न के साथ आप डायरी पेन लीजिएगा और अपनी अंतरात्मा से पूछिएगा कि जानकारी और जागरूकता में क्या अंतर है? दूसरा प्रश्न है, क्या मैं स्वयं, परिवार, समाज और प्रकृति के प्रति अपनी भूमिका का निर्वहन जागरूक होकर कर रहा हूँ? और ये क्वेश्चन स्क्रीन पे अगर शेयर हो जाए ललित जी, तो सबको और थोड़ी आसानी हो जाएगी। तीसरा प्रश्न है कि प्रकृति हमें क्या संदेश देती है? जो नेचर है, वो हमें क्या संदेश देता है? तो आपके जीवन में जहाँ कहीं भी प्रकृति हो, अगर आपके घर के आस-पास पेड़-पौधे हों, वहाँ देखिए सुबह उठ के, या आपके छत पे अगर पेड़-पौधे हों, तो वहाँ बैठ के देखिए और देखिए कि क्या क्या एक मिट्टी से छोटा-सा पौधा निकल रहा है, वो भी कुछ संदेश दे रहा है? क्या एक ब्रांच निकली हुई है, एक टहनी निकली हुई है, वो कुछ संदेश दे रही है? और ये सभी चीज़ें कहीं न कहीं हमें सिखाती हैं। अभी डॉक्टर नितिन जी ने कहा कि हर चीज़ हमें सिखाती है। जीवन में हम हमेशा स्टूडेंट रहते हैं और मेरा भी बिल्कुल यही मानना है। तो ये 3 प्रश्न हैं। ललित जी, क्या स्क्रीन पे आ सकते हैं 3 प्रश्न?
अगर कोई इश्यू होता है तो वो 3 क्वेश्चंस वी विल शेयर बाय ईमेल एंड द व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप आल्सो, नो प्रॉब्लम।
ओके।
सबने सुन लिया
तो
होगा? हाँ।
जी, जो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे आपको डेफिनिटली सभी लोगों को शेयर कर दिया जाएगा। और हम आज बात कर रहे थे कि जागरूकता से देखने की चीज़ों, और एक गीत है छोटा-सा जो कि हमारे अल्पविराम का जिसमें सार छुपा हुआ है, और वो गीत मैं अब प्रस्तुत करना चाहूँगा आप लोगों के लिए। देखो देखो ये बहारें, ये चमन है सबका, चांद सूरज ये सितारे, ये गगन है सबका सबका। देखो देखो किरणें सूरज की सदा, झूठ का जादू तोड़े, तारे थम थम के हंसे, रात का जूड़ा खोले, धर्म ना पूछे हर एक दिल में वो अमृत घोले, चांद जब आँख मिलाए तो सजन है सबका, चांद सूरज ये सितारे, ये गगन है सबका सबका, देखो 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 हिम्मत ये फूलों की, जो खिजाओं से लड़े और हंस हंस के मज़ारों पर समाधि पर चढ़े। आओ हम फूल बने, चांद बने, तारे बने, उभरे सूरज की तरह, कह दो वतन है सबका, चांद सूरज ये सितारे, ये गगन है सबका सबका, देखो देखो। ये गीत बहुत अच्छे से डिस्क्राइब करता है कि सब चीजें सब मनुष्य के लिए एक समान बनाई गई हैं प्रकृति में, और हमारा अल्पविराम और हमारी अंतरात्मा भी यही मानती है कि हम सब बराबर हैं, और ये जितनी भी चीजें हैं वो सब हमारे लिए बराबर हैं। और उसी माहौल को राज जानन संस्थान इस पूरे दुनिया में, इस पूरे देश में बनाए रखने की कोशिश कर रहा है। तो थैंक यू मेरी तरफ से। 3 प्रश्न मैंने दे दिए हैं। अब समीरा जी को मैं बुलाना चाहूंगा। समीरा जी।
थैंक यू जितेश जी, बहुत खूबसूरत गीत के लिए, जो हम सबके राज्य आनंद संस्थान के दिलों का गीत है, और हम इसी लक्ष्य को लेकर सभी इस यात्रा में शामिल हुए हैं। और आदित्य गुप्ता जी ने हैंड रेज किया है, उन्होंने थैंक्स भी बोला था। पर साथियों, वी आर ऑलमोस्ट 71-73 एट दिस मोमेंट। तो जो हमने अ सॉर्ट ऑफ होमवर्क दिया है आपको, कि आपको सुबह थोड़ा सा शांत समय लेना है अपने, बिकॉज वी फीड एवरीथिंग। हम घर में अच्छा खा रहे हैं, बच्चों को अच्छा खिलाते हैं, अपने पेरेंट्स का ध्यान रखते हैं, सब कुछ करते हैं, पर हम अपनी आत्मा को कौन सा पोषण देते हैं, व्हाट वी फीड टू आवर स्पिरिट। तो उसके लिए ये जो हमने 3 प्रश्न दिए हैं, इनके आंसर्स आपको वहां से ही लेने होंगे, जो आपके अंदर से आवाज आएगी। आर यू रेडी टू डू दिस? द ओनली पॉइंट इज, इफ इट इज यस, देन आई विल मूव अहेड, क्योंकि हमारी ये 4 दिन की यात्रा और बची है। आज का दिन हमने सफर का शुरू किया है, तो प्लीज आप लोग सब बताएं यस यस। थैंक यू मीना जी।
मैम, कैन आई स्पीक?
Surely, surely. Just
So-
we are short of time, very short and sweet.
I will take only 2 minutes because it is a very insightful session, and I welcome you for Amity University, and Nitin sir has given us this opportunity, and our Group Vice Chancellor Professor Gurinder Singh sir has always incited us to look for happiness. So he has always given us a vision for happiness, and we are very happy to hear the type of the discussion which is going on. तो मैं थोड़ा सा हिंदी में आता हूँ, क्योंकि काफी वार्तालाप यहाँ पर हिंदी में हो रहा है, और काफी सारे ऐसे मित्र हैं जो शायद हिंदी भाषा के प्रति ज्यादा स्नेह रखते हैं। मैं भी थोड़ा स्नेह रखता हूँ हिंदी के प्रति। पहले तो मैं जितेश जी को बड़ा साधुवाद कहूंगा, त्रिपाठी जी को, आप सभी को, कि आप सभी के प्रयासों से हम एक तरह से खुशी का, आनंद का अनुभव कर रहे हैं, जो कि एक समय, बड़ा कठिन समय चल रहा है। तो पहले तो मैं आप सभी को धन्यवाद। और हमारे नितिन सर हमेशा ही खुशियों की बात करते हैं, उनकी एक लंबी जर्नी है, और अब आज इस तरह से हम जुड़ रहे हैं। जैसे अभी त्रिपाठी सर ने कहा कि भाई एक समय था मैं अमेठी के विज्ञापन देखता था, और आज मुझे उनसे मिलने का, संपर्क करने का, तो ये सबसे अच्छी बात है। और आपकी पीछे मैं देख रहा हूँ पुस्तक रखी है, पापा फिर कब आओगे, तो ये भी एक बड़ा है कि आज पापा घर में ही है, और सारे बालकों से, सबसे हम बात कर रहे हैं, तो एक बड़ा उत्सव का ही घर में माहौल है। पर फिर भी एक चिंता का विषय भी है कि बहुत सारी चिंताएं होती है। तो मैं तो हमेशा खुशी या हैप्पीनेस को आप कहें तो ये महसूस करता हूँ, अगर आप किसी को देखते हैं, आप उसकी मुस्कुराहट देखते हैं, या आप उसके बच्चे को आनंद करते हुए देखते हैं, या आप किसी बुजुर्ग को भी चाहे एक छोटे से समय बिताएंगे तो खुशी महसूस करेंगे, तो वो खुशी शायद बड़ी होती है। लेकिन क्या है, आजकल समाज थोड़ा मटेरियलिस्टिक होता गया है, तो इसलिए वो थोड़ा सा उस तरफ जा रहा है। तो मैं चाहूंगा कि आने वाले जो आपके डिस्कशंस हों या डिस्कोर्स हों, आप इस पे भी थोड़ा सा दीजिए कि हम कैसे वास्तविक खुशी की ओर आकर्षित होकर, जो एक सामाजिक तौर से या जो एक आजकल का वातावरण बना है, उस तरह की खुशियों ना ढूंढें। क्योंकि आजकल व्हाट्सएप, इंस्टा आप देख ही रहे हैं, जो नई जनरेशन उसके लिए स्पेशली, क्योंकि हमारे कई सारे बालक जो कि अध्ययन कर रहे हैं यहाँ पर, वो भी जानना चाहेंगे कि हम खुशी कहाँ ढूंढें, क्योंकि आज के समय में आप वो मिल नहीं पा रहे हैं, बातचीत नहीं हो पा रही है, और वो हमेशा कहते हैं कि हम फिजिकल क्लास में आना चाहते हैं। तो उनको कैसे वो अपने से संवाद कर सकते हैं, कैसे वो अपने आप में खुशी को ढूंढ सकते हैं, कैसे दूसरों की मदद करके वो खुशी प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, इस पे भी अगर ज़्यादा विस्तार से चर्चा होगी तो हमारे सभी के लिए बहुत ही आनंद का विषय होगा। और आप सभी का एक बार फिर से स्वागत है, और उम्मीद है कि आने वाले 4 दिवस में हम बहुत कुछ आपसे नई चीजें सीखेंगे। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद आदित्य जी, आपने बहुत खूबसूरती से बात रखी है। और क्योंकि ये फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम के अंतर्गत हम अल्प विराम लेकर आए हैं, तो हमारा पूरा यकीन है, पूरा विश्वास है कि हमारी जितनी फैकल्टीज, चाहे स्कूल की हो, चाहे कॉलेजेस की हो, चाहे कॉर्पोरेट्स हो हमारे, चाहे बिजनेसमैन हो, whosoever is there in this particular session for 5 days with us, तो मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरह से हमने अपने जिंदगी को देखा है और परिवर्तित करने की राह पे चल पड़े हैं, आप लोग भी उस चीज को समझ पाएंगे। बट माय क्वेश्चन स्टैंड स्टिल कि कल के लिए जो हमने आपको आत्म पोषण के क्वेश्चन दिए हैं, उसको शांत समय में आप सब लोगों को करने में पहला दिन है, तो हम रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, पर फिर कल आप हमें अपना एक्सपीरियंस बताइएगा कि आपको उसको करने के बाद कैसा लगा, मजा आया, क्योंकि यू हैव टू राइट। दिस इज बेसिक कंपल्शन आई वुड लाइक टू से, जबकि हम आनंद में किसी तरह का कोई कंपल्शन नहीं करते, बट फॉर वंस एक बार हमको ये जरूरत लग रही है आपसे कहने की कि जो 3 प्रश्न जितेश जी ने दिए हैं उनको प्लीज लिखिएगा, थोड़ी देर, आधा घंटा बैठिएगा, कहीं पे भी, दिन में, शाम को, दोपहर में, जब समय आप निकाल पाए। अगर प्रकृति के साथ बैठेंगे तो और ज्यादा खूबसूरत होगा, पर उसको लिखिएगा जरूर, और उस लिखने के बाद आपके अपने अनुभव को कल जरूर शेयर कीजिएगा। वी वुड लाइक टू लिसन टू योर पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस, क्योंकि हम बहुत सारी चीजों में आगे बढ़ेंगे। तो दैट्स ऑल फॉर टुडे। तो आई थिंक सभी लोगों का हाँ है कि सभी हमारे जो 70 पार्टिसिपेंट्स इस वक्त जुड़े हैं, इसको थोड़ा सा वक्त निकाल के करेंगे जरूर। दैट विल बी मोर हेल्पफुल टू अस एंड टू यू ऑल्सो। थैंक यू एवरीवन, थैंक यू फॉर अ वेरी गुड टाइम we spent with you in this happiness program by MIT University, and I thank you all, especially Nitin Arora ji and my team, Satyaprakash sir, Anita ma'am, Rajendra Sati ji, Jitesh ji, Manisha Kamble ji, and Sushma Das ji. We all will meet tomorrow by 10 o'clock, hopefully positively and in time, so that we don't take more of your time. Today we are running out of time, like it is 10 minutes more we have taken, so I'm regretting for that, but anyway, thank you very much. Thank you everyone.
Ma'am, more happiness, no regrets.
Thank you.
We are getting 10 more minutes, so thank you all of you. And I just wanted to say, now we would be taking a break for lunch break, and we would be joining by next session by 2:30. We will have a next session, and the session, this 90 minutes has just gone like 5 seconds. Like theory of relativity says that when you are too happy, when things are smooth, even you spend 90 minutes, it feels like 1 second. So we would be more hungry to have this session tomorrow also. I'm sure I'm seeing the feeling of all the audience who are listening to you. And without taking much of time, thank you so much, Samira ma'am, Anita ma'am, Satya sir, and everybody. Thank you so much for your session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and meeting by 2:30. Thank you.
Yes, please. Thank you. Lalit ji.
Should I start?
Very good afternoon, everybody. We are back with the post-lunch session. I hope your stomach is happy, and when stomach is happy, the heart and mind both are also happy to some extent. Though it is not true that any only stomach happiness is the goal of life. So we are moving towards the next level of session. In the morning, we had the session of orientation where we had 4 speakers. Then we had a session by Ministry of Happiness. Now we are moving toward the 3rd session. We have a special guest, Professor Dr. Shikha Kapoor, ma'am. She is a professor at MIT International Business School. Welcome, Dr. Shikha, ma'am.
Welcome everyone. Good afternoon.
So I will now read the profile of Shikha ma'am before she takes over the session. Dr. Shikha Kapoor is a keen HR and educational professional having work experience of 30 years in consultancy, corporate training, academics, and research. Presently, she is working as a professor and head of department, HR and organizational behavior. She is also director of PhD program run at MIT International Business School since January 2012. She has worked for United Nations, International Labour Organization, ICER Tractors, and Right Management, Tetra Tech Limited in the areas of HR consultancy, training, and career management, and also had held senior management positions in various management institutes. She is a PhD in management and has professional degrees from Delhi University. She is a visiting faculty in various prestigious management institutions and is also a corporate trainer since last 20 years. The area of her training is attitudinal, behavioral, motivational, and self-development programs for the government, private, and public undertakings. She has organized and conducted various seminars and conferences. She is a prolific author of 15 management books for reputed publishers. She has done 12 book reviews to her credit and has presented 100 international and national conference papers, 12 consultancy projects as an international and national level. She is a life member of professional bodies like IMA, ISTD. She is also editor of Journal of Global HRM Review. She is supervising 8 PhD scholars and coordinating 68 PhD students of AIPS. She has started an NGO and a managing trustee of NGO Sanchetana since 2008 for child welfare and women empowerment, and has opened 40 schools for child laborers. She has won recognition award as managing trustee for NGO and project director for NCLP, National Child Labour Project under Ministry of Labour. We welcome you, Professor Shikha ma'am. The topic that you have chosen is going to be a wonderful one. The topic that you have taken is transformation through happiness. Normally, when we talking about transformation through happiness, as a layman, what we normally understand is suddenly the happiness level is increasing, whatever personalities we have a makeshift of personalities, attitude, and behavior. So I'm sure the people, those who are going to listen to you, they will be having some kind of new insights from your side, and it would be a fantastic session. Over to you, Professor Shikha ma'am. Glad to have you. Welcome once
Thank
again.
you, Dr. Nathan, for an elaborate profile reading and organizing this FDP. See, happiness is very much important in life. And if I talk about transformation, it is a total transformation. That is, mental transformation is there, but there's also a physical transformation. So this 1 hour session will be total interactive. There'll be a lot of activities and a lot of stories. Actually, I believe in training through storytelling. So there'll be lot many videos and learning, and maybe we will talk about live examples by interaction. So good, better, best, never let it rest. Till the good is better, better is best. So good afternoon, everyone. And I won't let you sleep during this 1 hour. So now, if I ask you, what is happiness? Maybe if you want, you can talk in between. You can unmute yourself. I believe they can unmute, Dr. Nathan. Yes, you can talk in between whenever you want to interrupt. So I'll just give you a general description what people think about happiness. They feel it is a state of mind or direction, or it is good mental health or conveniences of pleasure that occur every day, a form of courage, a state of spiritual. So close your eyes, think presently about the weather. How do you feel? Now, आप अपनी आंखें बंद करिए. Please close your eyes And now think about any weather you feel, any weather. Think of any weather you feel. Anyone can give description if they want. Anyone wants to give a description?
Anybody want to unmute themselves or they will just raise hand? Maybe are they typing something?
Okay, so now someone must be thinking it is, I'll just widen it. Somebody must be thinking it's quite sunshine outside. Somebody must be thinking, no, the weather is very humid. No, it is not good. Good weather. It's very sultry weather. Somebody must be thinking of some pleasant hill station or autumn, or that is a thinking style. So if you think the season, basically they symbolize your impact of your life, how much it is, because season is something that change very often. There are many challenges which come under any season, like it's very hot in Delhi now, so maybe in Madhya Pradesh, things are different. Maybe in Mumbai, things are very different. So how we think about the weather. So when I told you about just close your eyes, think about a weather. Maybe you must have gone to Paris, or you must have gone to any hill station. So if you think of a very sultry weather, or you think it's a very gloomy weather, then that symbolizes your happiness in some way, that you are into a very low phase. So you should surround yourself with people, with positive people. So when you think about spring, that is overflowing with symbolism. That is a transformation of the year, where you feel, bright flowers are there. So that thinking of when you meditate, suppose when you meditate, you think during meditation, the trainer tells you to think of a beautiful place, a beautiful place like Switzerland or Kashmir, where you feel there are a lot of flowers. Okay, so there is a chirping of birds, so that gives you life. Similarly, if you think there's a lot of sunshine, bright sunshine is good for myself, that means there's an expression of joy, expression. So whatever you think in your mental state, that gives you a happiness or gloominess. So this was just a small activity. So it is all about mindset which matters. When we talk about seasons, like, when pandemic was there, everyone was unhappy. Mostly people were unhappy, and there was a sense of negativity everywhere. So if you adapt yourself towards a certain life, okay, that will reduce the adverse effect. That's why it was told during pandemic, you talk to some person who can really visualize your mental state. So mental mindset, it really matters in life, and that affects the happiness in you, because happiness is not from outside. A person may be smiling from outside, but what is going on beneath, inside a person, the internal happiness is achieved in a very different way. So if I talk about happiness, it is basically, it is content with yourself. Okay, some will feel it is a contentment in yourself, a freedom or liberty, having a good family, good friends, or a joy of achievement or thrill of some creative effort. Whenever you do a painting or sing a song or do something creative, you feel happy. So happy is your choice. If you want to be happy, you will be happy. So it all depends on you. This is it. So it is not a result, it is your choice. Nothing will make you happy until you choose to be happy. So if you want to be happy, you will be happy. So that is a mental mindset I want to speak of. No person will make you happy unless you decide to be happy. Your happiness will not come to you. It can only come from you. So, okay, I will omit this. So why some people are unhappy if we talk? We talk to people. Naturally, I'm also a counselor. So naturally, when we talk to people, when we talk to students, so they say that, I'm unhappy. So unhappiness comes with many gray. Sometimes people just lack the joy. Okay, naturally you are worrying, or you have some perceived idea about something in you, that is through your experiences, or you hold grudges कि ये ठीक नहीं है, ये ऐसा नहीं किया, ये perfection से नहीं हुआ, or you believe that it should play by your rules. तुम जैसा कह रहे हो वैसा ही करना है. Okay, you as a mother, you tell the children in your house, नहीं ये सफाई नहीं है, तुमने ऐसा कहना है जैसे मैंने बोला है. So you see, during pandemic, when the family was together, there was a sense of security, but there were a lot of conflict because every, the perception is different. Every person is different. Every personality is different. So you choose to be happy only when all your dreams come true. You are lonely. You seek materialism, paisa, money. You feel money is everything in life. And in pandemic, you saw you're not buying clothes. You can't buy too much of food from outside. Okay, you have to eat healthy food. You have to be limited with your, and it was so difficult, getting the with the daily process, getting vegetables, fruits, groceries. Okay, and maintaining your family as a cook. So you don't make time for the right things. You are stuck in the past. You keep thinking about your future and can't enjoy it today. Future, third wave आएगी. Third wave आएगी जैसे second wave tolerate किया वैसे ही कर लेगा. But if you think about that, so negativity comes in you. So you are unhealthy, आपको कोई disease है, कोई बीमारी है, and then you feel unhappy. You are afraid of failures. You neglect personal relationship. You don't sleep enough, and you equate comfort with your happiness. So you don't allow yourself to be happy. So that is the reason of unhappiness. So I will show you a small video here. This is black spots of life. Just a sec. Can you hear? So there was once a professor. So he handed out question paper with the text facing down as usual. So once he handed down, to everyone's surprise, there was no question, just a black dot in the center of the page. He handed the question paper. The professor then said, I want you to write what you see there. The student got confused. They got started. At the end of the class, the professor read each one of them aloud in front of all the students. All of them, with no exception, described the black dot, trying to explain its position in the middle of the sheet. After all had been read, the classroom silent, the professor said, I'm not going to grade you, just I wanted to give you something to think about. No one wrote about the white spot, the white part of the paper. Everyone focused on the black dot. So same happens when life, we focus only on a dark spot. Our life is a gift given to us by God with love and care, and we always have. We insist on focusing only on the dark spots, the health issues that bother us, the lack of money, the complicated relationship with a family member, the disappointment with a friend. He continued, the dark spots are very small compared to everything we have in our lives, but they are ones that pollute our minds. So take your eyes away from the black spots in your life. Enjoy each one of your blessing, each moment. So be happy, live a life with positivity. So now what do you think about this? What moral of the story you get from here? Because we always think of the negative in another person or in yourself. But what about the positives? We don't think of what all positives we have. For that, SWOT analysis is very much important. That is your strength, your weaknesses, the opportunities you have, and your threats. So I have prepared a personal preference index where every person has a self-image. A self-image is a mental picture. So we know about self. We have to be aware of ourselves. So a mental picture of ourselves is always there. Some people are not confident about themselves. Some are very scared. They're very fearful. डर लगता है उनको कि आगे क्या होगा, मेरे में ये खामियां हैं, मैं उसको कर पाऊंगा कि नहीं. This picture is a everyday behavior. So you have an opportunity to identify number of characters. There are number of characters here, maybe 30, 40, of your own self picture. आपकी क्या behavior है, आपकी क्या strengths हैं. To complete this index, please allocate a score of 1 to each and every thing which is mentioned. So 0 does not describe me, 1 describe me occasionally, 2 describe me a fair amount, 3 describes me a lot. तो अगर आप warm हैं, तो अगर आपको ये describe नहीं करता तो आप अपने आप को 0 देंगे. अगर आपको occasionally describe करता है तो आप अपने आप को 1 दीजिए. और अगर 2 आप देना चाहते हैं, then you have to fair describe me a fair amount. और 3 देना है तो describe me a quite a lot. So ये exercise है, we'll give you 2-3 minutes. आप सोचिए कि आप warm हैं, आप अपने आप को 0, 1, 2, 3 देना चाहेंगे, deliberate है 1, 2, 3 देना चाहेंगे, inventive हो. इस तरह से 30 characteristics है, उसमें से आप maximum अपने आप को 90 दे सकते हैं और minimum is 0. So please do this exercise. This will we will be discussing about the scores also कि आप अपनी personality अपने आप को describe कर सकेंगे. So ये 5 दिन आप अपने आप को पूरी तरह से जानकारी कर सकते हैं अपनी कि that is your strengths, weaknesses, opportunity and threats. You can visualize yourself because अगर आप self aware हैं तो आपको कोई नहीं रोक सकता happy होने के लिए. क्योंकि happiness is your state of mind. छोटे से छोटा टास्क लेके भी आप बहुत खुश हो जाते हैं. Is it done? Is it done? Now you can add these scores. आपको एक बार और दिखा रही हूँ. आप warm हैं तो 1 से 30 आप पहले लिख लीजिए and then आप scoring करिए उसको. 1 से 30 तक आप लिख के उनको scoring करिए because उसकी adding will be a different way. Warm को 1 है, आपने 3 score दिया है, 2 को क्या score दिया, 2 दिया है, अगर 3 को आपने 2 दिया है, 1 to 30 का आप score करिए. कर लिया आपने? Now you can add your score 1, 6, 8. जैसे ये है 1, 6, 8, इनको एक साथ join करना है. 3 ग्रुप्स बनाने हैं आपने 1, 6, 8, 10, 16, 20, 21, 25, 28 and 30. इस सबको ऐड करना है जो भी आपने स्कोर दिया है उसको. 2, 5, 9, 12, 14, 15, 17, 22, 26 and 27. You can click a photo of this and then we can do the scoring so that you can add on. Done? Nitin, should I continue ahead?
I have shared this thing in the group also.
Okay. Now, this is called the PPI measure, where 3 components of a self-image is there. That is a sociability, power and achievement. And the highest possible score is 30 years. A high score means that you prefer to interact with other people. A low score, on the other hand, indicates you preference to work alone. आपकी personality क्या है? How sociable should a person, a manager be? There is no clear answer. One must strike a delicate balance between the two. And this is how one describes the sociability. आप कितना interact कर रहे हो अपनी self image में. कई लोग अकेला रहना चाहते हैं, कई लोग group में रहना चाहते हैं. The power is also indicate that you are interested in your position. आप control कितना अपने आप को रखते हैं. तो जो second है वो power indicate करता है, और जो third scoring है वो achievement को indicate करता है. तो ये सारी चीजें important है life में. Sociability is also important. Some people think power से attitude है, power से happiness है. So that is a perception about person. Okay, achievement. What is achievement to you may be achievement to the other person. So one thing is very important in life is आप किससे competition कर रहे हैं? Are you being competitive with your fellow peers, or you are doing competition with yourself? I should say competition with the peers is something very different, because if a person अब academics में देखो, if a person ने इतनी book लिख ली, इतने paper लिख लिए, मैंने नहीं किया, and you feel happy, but there is different type of stress here. Maybe a eustress, where you feel a positive stress. Positive stress आपको मौका देता है काम और करने के लिए. Distress means you go into depression कि मैंने तो नहीं किया, दूसरे ने किया. So basically you should be competitive for yourself. मैंने आज एक चीज की है, मैं कल दूसरी चीज करूंगी. ये चीजें important है अपनी लाइफ के लिए, because there should be competition with yourself and there should be a target. If we describe about success क्या है? Success क्या है लाइफ में? आपने पहाड़ चढ़ लिया, that is success for some person. A success is मैंने किसी को help किया, that is also a success. मैंने एक book लिख ली, that is a success. So success is how you see yourself. Like success is an iceberg. Iceberg illusion क्या होता है? Iceberg, if you see, 10% is outside. 10% is outside. तभी टाइटैनिक से सिंक हो गई थी, क्योंकि they could not visualize कि आइसबर्ग के नीचे 90% आइसबर्ग है, उसका फिजिकल सेल्फ है, तभी वो शिप टकराई थी. So if you talk about success, 10% is visible to others, 90% अंदर है. What people don't see is 90%. What people see is only 10%. So there is persistence. Failure भी होगा वो 90% में. Sacrifice आपने किया होगा. There may be disappointments. There may be some good habits, hard work, dedication. So 90% जो लोग नहीं देखते, वो एक पर्सन के सक्सेस का रेट है, और वो 10% लोग देखते हैं. So if you find basically क्या है, कई लोग they have achieved a lot but they were dropouts. They have achieved so much money, they're so much philanthropic, they have so much, but they were dropouts. So success is how you see yourself in life. Yes, people will judge you, people will also tell you many negative things, क्योंकि if you are growing towards success, people will pull you down, because everyone is concerned about oneself. So nobody will like success. There are very few people will help you towards your goal, towards your success in life. And there will be many people who will always try to pull you. So how to achieve that? How to be persistent? How to have a sustainable approach? It depends all about you, all about your mindset, all about your perception, all about your confidence. So SWOT, maybe I'll just describe SWOT with you, but I believe you will be going through this exercise. I'll just shown you what is SWOT. So maybe you will go with the description in the future days to come. What is strength? आप में क्या चीज है जो इंटरनल ओरिजिन है, जो एट्रीब्यूट्स हैं आपके, आपकी अपनी स्ट्रेंथ क्या है, और what is the strength of the organization you are working in, उनको align करिए. अगर if you align the organization goals and your goals in life, their strengths, if you align that, that will reach you towards success. So you have to take in your strengths. You have to take out your strengths. Everyone has a potential inside. But how to take out that potential, it all depends on you. Take the help of some professionals. Take the help of the person you trust. Now, weaknesses. Everyone has weaknesses. And everyone knows what one weakness one has. अगर आपको अपना CV दिखाना है, maybe you are going for a job interview, please don't tell your weaknesses. You tell your weaknesses in a way of strength. You have to convert your weaknesses into your strength. Suppose you are going for an interview, maybe a student if you are there, or maybe a faculty, or maybe an employee in an organization. Always, being an HR person, I'm telling you, always tell your weaknesses in a form of strength. Suppose a person asks you during the interview, or anybody asks you about yourself, tell me your weaknesses. So you can say, I'm very much hardworking and I'm very much focused and I want to achieve the target. For that, I will do day and night. I won't take care of myself, but I will do my target, whatever is their achievement. So it is, you are also saying that you are target oriented. And I am very much into time. So you have to convert your, and I get very fidgety, or I get very anxiety is there when I don't finish my work in time. So, but you are trying to tell that you are very focused. So that is very much important. Take the opportunities in your life. Take the opportunities and direct yourself towards the opportunity. There may be threats because there's a lot of competition, and competition may be one of the threats for you. But these threats can be seen as a positive self, and these threats can be seen as an opportunity for new learning. Pandemic had a great threat, but many of us upgraded ourselves with upskilling and reskilling. हमने training programs join कर लिया, हमने happiness guidance कर लिया, हमने अपनी mental health को strong किया, हमने confidence अपना gain किया, हमने इतना recipes बनाई घर में, बच्चों के साथ interaction किया, interpersonal relationship. Naturally, we cooked because it was all home food, so we cooked food. Maybe you developed your creative side, you did painting, you sang songs. So that is your opportunity you have got. So threats may be many, weaknesses many, but you have to convert that into your strengths and their opportunities. So now another activity. Please take a newspaper in front of you. You can get a newspaper. Plain paper में आपने नहीं करना है, आपने newspaper में करना है. You have to draw anything you like on the newspaper और अपना नाम लिखना है. ये activity आप करिए. न्यूज़पेपर आपने लेना है आपके सामने, या 2 मिनट में आप न्यूज़पेपर ले आइए दूसरे कमरे से, और उसमें कुछ भी आप बनाएं, कुछ भी, जो भी आपको, whatever you feel like, you prepare it, you make it in the newspaper, and you write a name, your name. Anybody can speak about this activity? Anybody who has done this activity, please, you can talk. You can unmute yourself. What you have made on the newspaper. क्या बनाया आपने? Anybody can speak? Actually, interactive हो तो better रहता है.
Veena ma'am, you want, please unmute yourself. Veena ma'am, please unmute. Veena ma'am, kindly unmute yourself.
Ma'am, I've made a heart.
Okay, you have made a heart on the newspaper.
On the newspaper.
Okay, and where you have written your name, Veena ji?
In the center of the heart.
Oh, that is very good. See, this activity is describing the outside problems. Newspaper क्या है? Problems हैं. इतना कुछ लिखा हुआ है न्यूज़पेपर में, but still she made a heart. और आप साइन कहाँ कर रहे हैं? आप हार्ट के अंदर साइन कर रहे हैं. That means you have adapted yourself in your circumstances. The newspaper में इतना कुछ लिखा हुआ है. These are the hindrances of life. If you talk, newspaper में इतना कुछ है. That means this is your environment. Environment इतना उथल पुथल है, turbulence in the environment. But you have made a heart, and you have written your name. That means you have adapted yourself with the environment. जिन्होंने बाहर नाम लिखा है वो adapt करेंगे. So that is how your personality is being shaped. Okay, so that's why I wanted, these are very small activities, but they speak a lot. Now I want to tell you a story. Please understand what I'm trying to tell through this story of a carrot, the egg, and the coffee bean. Put 3 pots of water over fire. In the first pot, put some carrots. In the second pot, put some eggs. And in the third pot, put some coffee beans that is grounded in coffee powder. Boil all of them for 15 minutes. Take out what you put in. आपने ये तीनों किया, एक कैरेट लिया, एग लिया और कॉफी बीन लिया और पानी में बॉईल किया. So कैरेट को क्या हुआ? कैरेट हार्ड हो गई. They hard होती है. Now they are soft. The eggs, they went in soft inside. Now they are hard inside. But the coffee powder, the water has the color and the wonderful smell of coffee. The coffee has disappeared. Now you think about life. Life is not always easy. You have seen this in 1.5 years. Life is not always comfortable. Sometimes life is very hard. Things don't happen like we wish. People don't treat us like we hope. We work very hard but get very few results. What happens when we face difficulties? Difficulties होती है तो हम क्या करते हैं? What do you do? Can anybody speak here? What do you do in your difficulties? I want an interactive session.
Normally, anybody want to speak, please raise hand, or they can.
What happens in difficulties? Difficulties आती है.
Normally, people blame others for their difficulties.
Okay, difficulties. भगवान ने हमारे साथ क्यों किया? ये कोरोना क्यों आया? नहीं, हम हमेशा पूछते हैं हमारे साथ क्यों ऐसा हुआ? या हम भगवान के द्वारा भी तो पैंडेमिक में जा भी नहीं सकते थे, बट वी यूज्ड टू थिंक क्यों हुआ? या मेरे साथ ये क्यों हुआ भगवान, मेरे साथ क्यों किया, मंदिर में घंटियां बजा रहे हो, या तो आप डिफिकल्टीज को एनालाइज करते हो कि व्हाई, व्हाट वेंट रॉन्ग, what was the problem, how did I handle the problem, and what went wrong. So maybe you analyze the problem, or maybe you talk to your friends whom you trust. You should always talk about your problems to your friends whom you trust. नहीं तो एक आप ridicule बन जाते हो कई के लिए, because some people take this as a ridicule कि ये share कर रहा है. Maybe it becomes an open mouth. He will tell your problems to other, and then when ना help कर रहे हैं ना solve करने में, but your problems are being told to other people, and that person is not helping. So please only tell your problem to those people whom you think can understand your problem and whom you can trust. So maybe you can talk to your parents, your trusted friends, or your family members. So difficulties are part and parcel of life. Now you think about the pots. The boiling water is like the problems of life. We go in tough and strong, we come out soft and weak. Okay, अगर हम carrot है, तो carrot strong होता है, लेकिन problems आती है, तो बहुत weak हो जाते हैं. You get tired, you lose hope, you give up. There is no more fighting spirit. So don't be like carrots. You can be like eggs. We start with a soft and sensitive heart. We end up very hard, unfeeling inside. So what happens to the coffee powder? The coffee powder dissolves, so you can see it, you can smell it, you can drink it. The hotter the water, the bitter the taste. जितनी कॉफी गर्म होती है उतनी आपको उसमें मजा आता है. We can be like the coffee beans. We make something good from the difficulties we've faced. आप क्या new learn कर रहे हो? What is the new learning with your difficulties? We hate others. We don't like ourselves. We become hard-hearted. There's no warm feeling, only bitterness. So don't be like eggs. You can be like the coffee beans. The water does not change the coffee powder. The coffee powder changes the water. Now there is a catch in it. The water क्या है? Water is your environment. We'll be talking later in the slides about how we are adapting ourselves with the, do we adapt or हम नहीं adapt करते, तो उससे हमारी personality में क्या affect करता है. A water is the environment and coffee is you. अगर आप adapt कर जाते हैं तो आप water में मिल जाते हैं. That is, you are into the environment. Like you see many of the organizations, urbanization हो, globalization हुआ, जो छोटी organization थी वो adapt नहीं कर पाई, तो वो डिसॉल्व होगी, वो शट डाउन हो गया, ले ऑफ हो गया, वो अडेप्ट नहीं कर पाए. पैंडेमिक में ही देख लीजिए आप, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो अडेप्ट नहीं कर पाए वो आउट, दे आर आउट, द पीपल आर आउट, ले ऑफ हो गया. सो यू हैव टू चेंज, एंड many of the children changed, they adapted their life, more digital learning. We as teachers also adapted our life with e-learning, with e-teaching, and how to adapt ourselves with the daily life. Now, अगर हम we have
Shikha ma'am,
हाँ जी,
we have 15 minutes, so we will keep some time for question answer. So if you can take 5 minutes.
I will take 5 minutes more,
okay,
maybe, and
okay.
We have
Then
new
we have
knowledge,
questions.
new skills, new abilities. We
So
go and experience. We make the world around us better. So we must believe what we are doing. We must not give up. We must be patient. We must keep pushing. Difficulties and problems will come, but we have to handle with care. Problems and difficulties give us the chance to become stronger and better and tougher. So what we are, now we have to decide, are we like carrots? Are we like eggs? Or are we like coffee beans? So we have to be like a coffee beans. थोड़ा सा डिस्क्रिप्शन में अडेप्टेबिलिटी, एक और एक्टिविटी है छोटी सी, एक कॉन्सेंट्रिक सर्कल्स बनाइए आप, 2 एक है you write what you want in life, second is what you have. 2 मिनट की एक्सरसाइज करिए, 2 कॉन्सेंट्रिक सर्कल्स बनाइए, साइड बाय साइड, write what you want in life and write what you have. इसको मैं थोड़ा सा एक्सप्लेन कर लूं, ये एक्टिविटी कर लीजिएगा आप. सो जो बीच का है दैट इज अ सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस. आप हैं, आपको इन्फ्लुएंस कौन करता है? आपकी फैमिली करती है, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन करता है, पीयर करता है. सो अगर हम ये सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस को अगर हम कमजोर कर दें, अगर हम रिएक्टिव करें तो ये छोटा हो जाएगा. देखिए, अगर हम सर्कल को इन्फ्लुएंस को एक्सपैंड कर ले, लाइक हम अडेप्ट कर ले एनवायरनमेंट से, तो हम अपना हैप्पीनेस और मौजूदगी हम उस पे ला सकते हैं. यू अंडरस्टैंड बाय दिस. अगर एक छोटा है तो रिएक्टिव है, अगर बड़ा है दैट इज आवरसेल्फ. अगर हम प्रोएक्टिव है, जैसे पैंडेमिक हो गया, हम प्रोएक्टिव होने लगे, तो हमारा सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस बढ़ गया. सो अगर सर्कल ऑफ नो कंट्रोल है, हमारा टोटल एनवायरनमेंट पर तो कंट्रोल नहीं है, बट हमारे अपने अंदर तो कंट्रोल है, जो हम अपने आप को माइंडसेट के थ्रू, हमारे एटीट्यूड के थ्रू, हमारा रिस्पॉन्सेस के थ्रू हम अपने आप को कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं. सो दैट इज अ कंफर्ट जोन. सो फ्रीडम है, दैट इज अ फ्रीडम थिंग्स वी हैव टू अकस्टम टू इट. सो हमें अपना सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस को बढ़ाना है. वी हैव टू अडेप्ट हिमसेल्फ. और बाहर वाला जो जोन है, वो एनवायरनमेंट, वो आपको हमेशा कसता रहेगा कि आप अपने कंफर्ट जोन को छोटा करो, बट यू हैव टू मेक योर ओन जोन फाइन. तो ये मैं नहीं दिखाती, मैं आपको एक छोटी सी स्टोरी मैं दिखाना चाहती थी. एक शॉर्ट में इफ आई कैन टेल यू, देयर आर, हम अगर हार्मोन्स को अफेक्ट करें, अगर हम फिजिकल सेंस का ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन करें, 4 हार्मोन्स होते हैं, एंडोमॉर्फिन्स, डोपामाइन, सेरोटोनिन्स और ऑक्सीटोसिन्स, जो हमें हैप्पीनेस देते हैं. दैट इज आवर इनसाइड हैप्पीनेस होती है. कई समय हम बहुत कुछ करते हैं लेकिन अंदर से हम खुश नहीं होते. These are the 4 things which give us happiness. So endomorphin, that is, you have to exercise to be happy. And laughter is one of the main things. So 30 minutes of exercise करिए, आपके endorphins excite होंगे. That is your first hormone. Second is your good hormone, the dopamine. That is a good hormone. That is, आप appreciate अपना काम को करें, आप ऑफिस में काम कर रहे हैं, you feel accomplished and good. So आपने नई कार ली, घर लिया, गैजेट लिया, तो आप, that is your happy hormone, that is dopamine is excited. Third thing is your hormone which helps you to serotonin's hormones, which helps, like आपने help किया किसी को, so helpness, आपने help किया किसी को, that also feels जैसे उसका था वो जो कौन सी पिक्चर थी संजय दत्त की, वो, that is your oxytocin. So there are 4 hormones. With your doing work, you can help your hormones to help you to be happy also. Jatu ki dhappi and in Munna Mai, that was there. So motivate ourselves to play and have some fun. Appreciate others for many small or big achievement. Inculcate sharing habits through you to others. That is a serotonins, and hug your family, friends. That is your oxytocins. So this is your happy life. मैं आगे जाती हूँ क्योंकि वो 1 घंटा कब खत्म हो जाता पता नहीं लगता. मैं काफी कुछ था स्ट्रेस के बारे में बोलना चाहती थी. So this is also 8 colors for your health. That is a white color, your green color, the red color, the yellow color, and the orange and the purple. Everything has a different significance for your health, which is also important for your happiness. This I wanted to show you. This is the train of life. At birth, we board the train and met our parents, and we believe they will always travel by our side. As time goes by, other people will board the train and they will be significant. Our sibling, friends, children, and even the love of our life. However, at some station, our parents will step down from the train, leaving us alone, this journey alone. Others will step down over time and leave a permanent vacuum. Some, however, will go so unnoticed that we don't realize they vacated our seats. This train ride will be full of joy, sorrow, fantasies, expectations, hello, goodbyes, and farewell. Success consists of having a good relationship with all the passengers, requiring that we give our best ourselves. The mystery to everyone is we don't know at which station we always will step down. So we must live in our best way, love, forgive, and offer the best who we are. It is important to do this because when the time comes for us to step down and leave our seat empty, we should leave behind beautiful memories for those who will continue to travel on the train of life. Who has been the most important person with you on the train? No matter how big their role, remember to thank those who were with you on your journey. So happiness is a voyage, not a destination. There is no better time to be happy than now. Live and enjoy the movement. So now we will go for question answer session. A beautiful day begins with a beautiful mindset. When you wake up, take a second to think about what a privilege it is to simply to alive and healthy. The moment you start acting like life is a blessing, I assure you will start to feel like the one. So let's join together for an enriching experience. Now it's open for questions.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Professor Shikha ma'am. The story that you have told about the egg, carrot, coffee, and the life train that you have shown in the end, I think this remains the hallmark of your presentation. I'm sure people will be able to relate what doctor was saying, okay, who is the egg, who is the carrot, and who is the coffee. So one question in my mind, Professor, you said we should be like a coffee, that we should change the environment. Means we remain the same and we try to influence, like our domain of influence should be increasing. But not everybody is possible to have that coffee kind of a stature. So some people remain in the state of egg, some people remain in the state of carrot. So what one piece of advice you would like to give to those who would like to change the environment by their impact?
What I wanted to say there was it is situational. Anybody can be like an egg or a coffee or a carrot anytime. It depends on the situation, how you face the situation. Okay, because you may be strong from outside, but then you become weak. So what I wanted to say through Coffee Bean was that you are a person of circle of influence. That is you. See, there has to be adaptation. Okay, only till a certain point you can adapt. Okay, because if you go beyond, then you can break. Environment will always be disturbing you. There will be a lot of turbulence in the environment. Maybe your mental turbulence is there, your physical turbulence is there.
Right.
So life will be like I told you, it's like a season. Sometimes it is good. It is a very challenges life. Life is full of talent. I'll tell you, during my lifetime, there was a lot of challenges in my life. In everyone's life, and how one deals with that, it depends on how you conclude your life. At certain point of time in life, maybe 15 years before, I was very unhappy. I was not satisfied with my life because whatever I wanted to do in life, it was not going the way I wanted in my life. I mean, getting married, having children, but whatever I wanted in life, I was not getting. Maybe there was stress in my life. And let me tell you that I did my PhD in stress management, though it was organization based. But to know about stress, I joined many, Isha Yoga, I joined Brahma Kumaris, and I was wanting to know myself. I was not happy. And there was always panic in me and anxiety in me that I'm not happy with myself. Then one thing which I learned from these exercises was the external, whatever you want, it is you have to be happy with yourself inside. So a lot of self-awareness programs I attended, I did also. I was a counselor in school also. That was a part-time I used to do. But still I was not happy with myself. I used to counsel everybody. But happiness in yourself, it is whatever you want. You cannot find happiness from outside. You will go to a hill station, maybe momentary happiness will be there, but अंदर से happiness आती है जब आप अंदर से satisfied होते हो लाइफ से. मेरे को था कि मैं बहुत ट्रेनिंग्स करूं, मैं रिसर्च करूं, मैं कंसल्टेंसी करूं, मैं बुक्स लिखूं.
You reminded me, Doctor, of Elon Musk. He recently gave a quote that we should not be lost in a wishful thinking. So he said he spent a lot of his life in having wishful thinking and he wasted many years. He said everybody have, like I am also a person who have a wishful thinking. So we took time for everybody. Yes, you said very wisely. There is a pain, there is a stress period because whatever we wanted, it doesn't happen. It takes time. So yes, you rightly indicated, Professor.
So I just wanted to tell
one more
two
question?
sentences. I'll tell you.
Can we
Yes.
take one? Anybody in the audience want to take a question? Please ask a question. They can ask in a chat box, or they can unmute, or they can just raise hand.
And one thing I just wanted to say, because when you achieve yourself कि आप stress से और happy हैं, then you go into happiness for others. That is your main thing in your hierarchy. If you are happy
Yes.
with yourself, you'll make others happy. So now I feel counseling से help दूसरों को help करना, helping in a very momentary things also, you feel happy with
Yes,
yourself.
ma'am. Those who are strong
That is very
trees.
much important.
Yes.
Any questions?
I think we are right on time. It's 15:29. We have the next guest also. Dr. Vinod sir is here. Thank you, Professor Shikha ma'am. That insight that you have given to all of us by those wonderful stories, and I will never forget, and I'm sure we will never forget the train of life that you have given a visual appeal to all those life phases that we all pass through. Thank you, Professor Shikha ma'am, for the wonderful session that you have given us. Thank you so much.
I will tell everyone to be safe, be happy, be satisfied yourself with life, and happiness will flow for you. So thank you, and help others, because this is pandemic time. People helping others, they got a lot of happiness. Helping others also gives a lot of happiness. The oxytocins, it is very important in life to be happy. So stay happy, stay well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Professor. So, dear participants, we have the next session ready. We have the next speaker, Dr. Vinod Kumar sir. He is already joined us. Dr. Vinod sir, can you please unmute yourself? Yes, Vinod sir is here. Hello sir, how are you?
Yeah, very good afternoon, sir. I am very fine. How are you, sir?
Good to see you, sir. Yeah. So right now we were talking about some life train and all. Now I'm sure you are going to take us to a rocket missions and all that. So I will welcome you, sir, on behalf of our Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, sir, who is the Group Vice Chancellor of MIT Universities. On behalf of him, I welcome you. So, ladies and
Thank you, sir.
gentlemen, now we are moving from train to rockets. So we are moving from Earth to space. The person whom you are seeing in front of you is none other than Dr. Vinod Kumar, who is the Deputy Project Director at ISRO, Bangalore. It is the Indian NASA, or you can say NASA is lower than ISRO, if you want to think in that Indian sense, that how much proud we feel about when we hear the word ISRO and we hear the name of the company ISRO. That's such a wonderful feeling. Vinod sir, in the morning only we were having a session where somebody has given a word called as ADD. So ADD, they said, was awe, disease, deficiency disorder. Means anybody who don't have an awe, they have this disease. But whenever we look at the ISRO, even the word ISRO, when we see the word or read the word, and we see our rockets, Indian rockets going in the space, we are full of awe and wonder. Thank you for giving this experience to all the Indians on behalf of all India, to all people of ISRO, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now I will read the profile of Dr. Vinod Kumar, sir, for everybody. Dr. Vinod Kumar is presently Division Head of Geo Control Dynamics Design Division. He's also working as the Deputy Project Director, Attitude and Orbit Control System, U.R. Rao Satellite Center, Bangalore. He is Fellow of Institution of Engineers, India, and the Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers. He joined URSC in 1997, where he has been involved with the design and development of attitude and orbit control systems of over 36 satellites in last 24 years. He has developed crucial technologies for satellites and a critical mirror motion compensation technique for ISRO meteorological satellite series. He has also developed autonomy for geo satellites, which has become the backbone of ISRO's fleet of spacecraft, including Mars Orbiter mission. He has been awarded ISRO Team Excellence Award in 2006 by His Excellency, former President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam sir, for in-orbit management of spacecraft operations. He was again chosen for a Team Excellence Award in 2011 for GSAT-12 spacecraft AOCS design, development, and realization. I'm sure nobody would be able to compete with the word design as you, sir. Dr. Vinod is an alumnus of IIT Mumbai. In his doctoral research, he developed autonomous navigation techniques for collected geostationary satellites at a desired longitude using Indian regional navigation satellite systems. He is a ISO 9001 certified lead auditor from Indian Institute of Quality Management. He has 30 publications in national and international reputed journals and conferences. His additional technical interests include missile detection, AI, terrain navigation, guidance, pulsar navigation, and space re-entry. Before joining the URSC, he worked with Indian Air Force on fighter aircraft control systems and also held faculty position at Regional Engineering College, Haryana, and SJPML Institute of Technology, Rodor, Haryana. Such an impressive profile and such an impressive person we are talking right now, sir. Welcome once again to MIT University on behalf of thousands of students and the faculty members. So the topic that he is going to talk about is joy of working in space research organization. Nobody can talk better than a space but you, and the design elements you have done so perfectly in your the team member. I'm sure you will be having some design ideas of how we can have design of happiness with the space and the best company in India, ISRO. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for long introduction. And before starting, I would like to thank Professor Arora especially. He is my LinkedIn friend, and management of MIT University for giving me this opportunity to speak on a different topic. As you know, we all work for a scientific organization where we keep doing designing, this. So this proposal was slightly different. So I gave some thought over it and I thought, okay, fine, let me try. So whenever I start one or two slokas of Sanskrit. They are true. Vidyadhanam Sarvadhanam Pradhanam. As we say, wealth of knowledge is the foremost of all other wealthy possessions. This we have proven in life also, and each one of us knows. Now what is happening in this world, that we people are hooked to mobiles, but artificial intelligence and all machines are learning. So you can see this chart where we are on the mobile and they are becoming more and more intelligent. So that should not happen. One day they should not overtake man, and they start doing everything and dictating us terms. So let me begin with this is totally first time I am doing, and I am trying to add my internal feelings here in what a scientist feels happy, how it feels happy.
Vinod sir?
Yeah.
Just want to double check with your voice. Are you on two mobiles or like something, anything, two accounts? I
No,
don't know. There is a reverberation of your voice a lot.
Mobile is near me, so I'll put it away.
Okay.
I'll put it in flight mode. Now is it okay?
Lalitji, is the voice coming okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, then restarting. What is happiness basically? What we see is we read Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. In that I found one or two nice slokas. One of them is Santosad Anuttama Sukha Labha. From the practice of contentment, means Santosa, unexcelled joy is obtained. So that's what, when you go into this Santosh, so you get Satchit Anand, means complete happiness you get. So there's a Sanskrit meaning of this happiness. Those who renounce the fruit of their actions and submit themselves completely to the divine will arrive at the final termination of the cyclic life process to enjoy eternal bliss. That is called Anand, in perfect union with the Godhead. Another which very good Sanskrit sloka, I like it. How you will be happy in your life. You can cultivate these four kind of habits. That will be Maitri, Karuna, Mudito, Pekshanam, Sukh, Dukh, Punya, Punya Vishayanam, Bhavna, Tishit, Prasadanam. Means calmness of your mind will come by cultivating friendliness. Friendliness towards the people, those who experience happiness, those who are happy. You should be compassion, or you should have karuna for those people who are suffering. And third is delight. They call it mudita, those who are virtuous. You should be delight with the virtuous people. And you should be and have unbiased composures, or that is upeksha, or ignore the people, those who lack the virtue. So in this come these four traits, if you can put in your life, I'm sure you will be happy. And I have unbiased composure, I have highlighted, means please ensure that be away from the people, those who lack the virtue. So starting with this, going to the topic of my talk. Now, first of the question comes, how to measure the happiness? What are the antecedents of happiness? And what were the consequences of happiness? Ultimately, we know it depends upon the individual way, how happy you are. Today you achieve something, tomorrow you demand more. So we say that ye dil mange more. So all these things are there. So here I found this very useful chart. This chart is by some NASA scientist, how they used to do orbit analysis and how engrossed they are in their work. So this is a measure. Once you do something and find at the last how nicely you have perfected this art. So this is the one thing. Let me continue with. Now, what are some responsibility and roles of your organization? This will not be a very arranged lecture. It will be very different kind of lecture today. So I am just putting here, organizations should also have some commitment. Like first is creation of the healthy and respective supportive organizational culture. There should be leadership. Fair treatment should be given to all the employees, and periodic skill development role should be there. Now it comes best HR practices also. When I joined the ISRO and when I met our HR head, what is our first thing? Being from Air Force background, our usual way is to call sir immediately. So immediately he told, the person was very elder to me, he told, no, Dr. No, Vinod, at that time I was Vinod only, don't call me sir, call me by my name. And you can call me with this. We have a NASA culture. So don't bother here about this. So what happened? You start feeling pride in that. So, and these practices includes that trust the people they are working for. We must trust our employees. Then reward them as per their performance and commitment. So these are the certain roles. Now continuing with this thing, because once I will use certain figures, so you should be able to see, is that what we control in a satellite, attitude and orbit control. One is the translation motion, which has 3 axes, we call as yaw roll pitch. I will not bore you with technical at all. This is the only figure. So this is 3-dimensional, and another 3-dimensional is rotation motion, that is orientation. Now we call it 6 dimensions of happiness. Our role is when any object you throw in a space, it has 3 plus 3 is 6 dimension, and we control them. And we can navigate from one place to another. We can guide the craft from one place to another place. That is our happiness. And ultimately, it is the system happiness. Now, I found a very useful quote from Dr. Kalam Sahab. When learning is purposeful, creativity blossoms. When creativity blossoms, thinking emanates. When thinking emanates, knowledge is fully lit. When knowledge is lit, economy flourishes or your goal is achieved. So this was very good. I was very happy to find this 1957. The space age began with the launch of Sputnik by Russia. Because what happened when they have learned something and applied it in practical way. So just a 58 centimeter diameter satellite they launched on 4 October 1957, and world was so happy that if you can see this music stand, they have engraved it on that so beautifully. How they recognize it? Because they could accomplish something which can be put in the practical use. So I'm just showing that you people are getting now satellite signals, as Madam was telling previously, that we have learned, we have changed the way of working. You see here how many satellites we are launching for the comfort of the people. But what is happening in the below chart, you see the kind of space junk we are making. And not only this, a scientist's job is to put a satellite there and ensure that it doesn't collide with another satellite. So we are doing this for good also. You get the satisfaction when you install any object. At the same time, it has another effect that it is creating a space junk. Then another challenge is thrown at the employees. We have to reduce this junk. So there are the ways which we are asked to do, and people are working on that. So whatever first thing comes is what you visualize, you should simulate at the ground with all the possible tools available. Now here I am saying a navigation satellite which is flying in a space. And we carried out and visualize what will happen to the satellite. You see, this point is closed at one point, it is continuously pointed, and this is a navigation satellite. So like this, there are the many satellites which you launch, control, and when you see that it's working the way it should do, you really feel happy. Now, starting with India's journey to the space, it started in first launch in 1975. So what happened? You see here initially, when you are in a job, your involvement should be such that you should eat it, you live with it, you should breathe your job. So our great scientists which were there earlier, we have been very proud to meet them at many occasions. And so you see here how they are carrying out the test. This is the RF test, radio frequency test. Otherwise, it costs, presently it costs hundreds of crore rupee to build a facility. At that time, they took out, for 150 rupee, they took out this cart and they took to the open field and carried out the RF test in a closed enclosure. Now, present condition is down where we are standing with my friend, and present test, you see very high class labs are there. So see how this journey starts, and you feel really accomplished when you have launched the first satellite, Apple, for communication purpose, and you get the feedback on your task. That is the kind of satisfaction you get. So you there in 1975 when it was launched, and after that Prime Minister is watching, and R.N. Tagore's dance drama was telecasted. So this left side picture is the telecast of this drama, and right side is the reception. And how people are, you can imagine the joy. Even I can see the eyes of the people, those who have worked for the Apple. And when we see with them, they see cars, we should have been there. So this is the kind of satisfaction we get. Another thing is that you should keep thinking always. When you are thinking technically, I was very amazed. A bread sized satellite is being launched by a Swarm technology company. So this is the kind of innovation which goes in the space, and that also it has the application also. It's not that. So you really get another nano satellite. Nano satellite, when we call it, is a 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter by 10 centimeter with a stack. So CubeSats are sent to the Mars also, and they are communicating with the Earth. Mars is 150 billion kilometers away from Earth. So what can I do further? So this is the kind of challenge you see in the space, and you see the experience, you experience it rather. Now, here again, Kalam Sahab has said, dreams are not that which you see while sleeping. Dreams never let you sleep. Then they the dreams transform into thoughts, and thoughts result into action. Now, mankind has put this International Space Station where people are really living. See the joy, what kind of experience other people also get. You can see this video, complete video, how you can fly in a zero gravity condition. So not only the person or engineers, how many scientists, those who are visualizing it, they are also getting happy, plus others are also getting happiness with the kind of research which happens. You see even here how they drink in the space, how they sleep in the space. You can't sleep on this. She can go to one compartment to another compartment. So how do they drink water? So you can see it on the net. Continuing with, in any organization, when you are there, you should keep doing innovations. Now, when I joined in 97, so 99, I participated in first mission after my joining. So after 1 year of the launch, our satellites are having Earth sensors, like we have eyes and gyroscopes. So what happened, after some time, our earth sensor failed. We have a redundancy, that also failed. Now what to do? Another sensor which we have, gyroscopes, which you must have heard of. Even human have gyroscopes in their brain. So what happened when it lost? Then there was a big this thing. All experts, one day and night we were on. I came after 40 hours from the office. Morning I went, I got a call, you have to rush to the mission center. Another satellite sensor is lost. We went there for this. Then we are thinking, discussing, debating what to do, because gyroscopes are having inherent drift. They cannot control the satellite this, and we have an international commitment for INSAT-2E. You can see on the net. So we have to, then what happens? We have some payloads on the satellite. They image, you must be seeing night, earlier we used to see at night, 9 o'clock, you will get the news. At the end, some photo will come like this, right side where I have put it. So that photo will tell what is the weather. So we have that VHRR and very high resolution radiometer and CCD images. We use those images, which is left side earth image, and you see there are some gaps. So with these gaps, objects which we could image from the satellite, we could find the altitude of this. So what we did, whatever other kind of sensor we have, and we use the earth map. There may be some island. The tip of the island we will see from 2 images and find how to control the altitude. So these are the kind of innovation which we were doing there. Now, another thing is thriving. So while you are working on an organization, you should keep thriving. One is learning, earning, developing, and making progress. So now here, this is one Lockheed Martin, where from the space, we'll be having, we will see that when an enemy is launching a satellite and counter like missile defense system, this is the kind of things they are doing from the space. So this is another thing. Next comes the personal engagement and psychological presence. When you are doing something, you should engross yourself into it in such a way that you forget everything, and you, as I told earlier, you should eat, drink, breathe, technology. That's the kind of satisfaction one gets and one is getting. Now one should have a vigor. So energetic resources means what we do. We have launched a satellite and we could, Mission Shakti you must have heard of. We could pinpoint in the space and do it. What kind of satisfaction it gives at the end of the day. So these are the kind of certain things which will help people understand whatever kind of work they are doing, they should feel happy. Another thing is motivation to work. Give an employee a complex task, challenging and interesting task, to let them learn, develop the mastery and apply it. This is the kind of thing where you land on a moon surface. So when you work on any complex task and when it gets accomplished, that is the kind of experience you will get, and you will really enjoy working for that organization. These are some of the anecdotes which I'm trying to share. They are futuristic basically for us, but we work, we learn them in addition to our, so if you learn landing, so you can set your goals high. So you can reach anywhere in the space. I remember one very interesting motivational statement. In 1962, President John F. Kennedy noticed a janitor carrying a broom. He interrupted his tour and went to him and asked, "Hey, I am John F. Kennedy. What are you doing?" "Well, Mr. President, I am helping put a man on the moon." There's the kind of, you see the joy of the person, where most of the people will think he is cleaning the building and all that. But you see, no matter how large or small your role is, you are contributing to the larger story unfolding within your life, your business, your organization. And your entire team embraces that type of attitude and belief. Incredible things are going to happen. I'm sure for this. Another thing is, here during moon time, we never expected that risk and reward, even though it's a very risky but high performance work ethics. And you see, how do they telecast? It's not that management wants to come, even a simple employee design engineer is put. So that called interpersonal relationship, gratitude, nurture relationship with the employees. These are the certain thoughts which I thought that sky is only limit. There are many more things to come. Jai Hind. Thank you very much.
Such a power pack presentation, sir. Such a power pack. We have seen Mars, we have seen Moon, we have seen space station, we have seen your place of work, we have seen all the inspiration that you got from your Abdul Kalam sir. He's also one of my inspiration. I cannot say his name unless I add the word sir after his name. So I'm glad to meet somebody who is also who has got a medal, an award from him. Such a pleasure listening to you, sir. Such a pleasure listening to you. So you have given these these points that the kind of happiness that you get from putting the satellite from the Earth to an orbit. So which was the most difficult part, sir, in terms of all these 6 components, behavioral issues of employees, technical issues, communication issues, because we remember, everybody remember in the case of Mars, it was almost reaching the landing on the Mars, but few kilometers above that, something went wrong. So
Yeah.
what was the mindset at that time of the team, when the huge mission was about to get fulfilled and something went wrong?
Very disheartening. I know that I was made task team leader to know the cause of this, and within by evening time, morning it happens, and we were with Prime Minister, very sober. We have those videos on TV, and we were very feeling that what has happened.
What has happened?
It's a hardware equipments, they misbehave sometime, and we have overcome that. And you can't imagine, people were so disheartened. My task team people also went, okay, go and sleep, come back at 3 o'clock, we will do evening, and Prime Minister office is calling. So all these kind of things are there. There's a part of life. And we have seen the successes also, and we have seen the failures also, but they are part of life anyway. But which is the most difficult thing in the organization where you have many technocrats is putting them together. And
you mean to say coordination, leadership?
Yeah, no, leadership, but that's what I'm telling. Still our management knows how to bring them together. That is the beauty, because there are the open debates on any subjects, very open debates are there, and anyone can ask a question. Even a non-technical person can get up in the auditorium and he can ask the question, because it's ultimately public money, and we are authorized to ask. So there are criticism, there are other things, and after that also we have many meetings, a lot of this thing was there, and we identify the causes, and mostly everything is fixed now.
Right. From the audience, anybody want to ask a question, they can write in the chat box. So far compliments are coming to you, Vinod sir. If I read one or two compliments coming, like such an interesting presentation, connecting happiness parameters with your area of work. This is by Neeraj Jain, a compliment to you, sir. Mr. Prajesh Kumar Basu is saying, beautiful presentation. Even the closing slide with me pitted prints of Antoine de Saint. Awesome session, sir. Thank you, Vinod, sir.
Thank you for kind words. And as I said, it's my first presentation, non-technical totally.
Sir, you are so humble, sir, that after receiving so many awards, even then I think this is your first one. That's so kind of you, sir. जैसे बोलते हैं कि सर जैसा गुरु वैसा चेला, means something like how the Abdul Kalam sir is there. I have heard many stories of him. Even when he was invited as a chief guest in one of the event, and the audience was jam-packed in that auditorium, he just came from behind the auditorium and he was finding a space to sit on a chair. Nobody even knew that Abdul Kalam sir is in the auditorium. He simply sat on the aisle and he waited for the chair to come. And I wonder many people, those who didn't observe, Abdul Kalam sir is here and at least get up. So I request on behalf, so applause from on everybody's behalf for you, sir, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you. And the 6 words of wisdom that you have given, we will ensure that will go in the publication. And I will get back to you, sir, also on further write-up also. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It was
So,
nice.
audience, participants, now we are up from Earth, the train of life. Then we have gone to space, to ISRO. Now we will take a small tea break for 15 minutes. Then we would be going in the spiritual world. We would be joined by Miss Aditi Srivastav. She is the National Coordinator, Transcendental Meditation Program, and she is the Spiritual Regeneration Movement Foundation of India Coordinator. So we will have a break for 15 minutes and then we enter into the world of spirituality. Thank you so much. Please tell you somebody is having a different background. I'm glad to see the different background. Okay. How's the day, doctor? How's the day? How was your day? All okay?
It has been good. It has been good. Thank you.
So we started since morning 10 o'clock and now this would be the second last session of the day. And after your presentation, your session, we would be having a last speaker of the day. And the first day would be going fantastic. I was saying in the beginning, just before your session, we had a session from ISRO. We had director from ISRO. So he was there. So he has taken us to the space. And then before that, we had a speaker who was talking about the trains. So from train, we went to space, and now you are taking us from space to inner space. So participants, very good evening. I'm sure you must have taken your tea break. So now we have next speaker, Ms. Aditi Srivastav. She would be talking about, should I say, making you insightful more in the area of spirituality and meditation. So without further ado, I would be reading her profile. Miss Aditi Srivastav is a senior teacher of transcendental meditation with around 10 years of experience of teaching transcendental meditation courses at various centers, educational institutions, and corporate enterprises like BHEL, World Health Organization, WHO, Siemens, etc. She also holds a master's degree in computer applications. She did her Transcendental Meditation Teacher Training course from United States of America. She's also working on several books related to meditation and spoken at many conferences. She is currently the National Coordinator for Transcendental Meditation activities in India. She is also an advisor to the Science of Consciousness program at School of Science of Consciousness at Maharishi University of Information Technology, Noida. Welcome, Ms. Aditi, for this online FTP program. So,
Thank you so much, Dr. Nitin.
So, since morning we are talking about happiness, everybody is giving different models of happiness. So far, the dimension which is not touched by anybody is the dimension of your spirit. So now we have a person who is teaching into this area of meditation for last 20 years, 15 years, and I'm sure she would be able to give you some insights on some tools that what you can do when you are with just yourself. And Corona has given us one opportunity to all of us that we can be with oneself. Somebody was saying to me, Miss Aditi, long time back during Corona time, they said that whatever all the sages, all the gurus were not able to teach, that value the humanity, value the human life, this one coronavirus has taught in 1 year directly. that we know what is life. Life is fragile and all this. This lesson has come from an invisible virus. That is so much enlightening to hear that kind of a wisdom. So I'm sure you have got your wise words with you, and now we would be having the audience. I will move away between you and the audience and over to you, Ms. Aditi. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nitin. Yes, I think you rightly said many people have experienced the importance, or they've realized the value of life during this difficult time. And it is a hard lesson, but it is the way it is. So good afternoon, everyone. And today, I'm very happy to be part of this program. This very valuable focus that is by Amity University on happiness. I think this is very commendable. It is like happiness is, it is the basis of life. And very often we've ignored it to a great extent. So bringing back focus is very important. So I'll just share my screen and start with my presentation, where I'll be talking about happiness and how, the experience of happiness can be from within rather than being dependent on various factors, how it can be, created by ourselves, like how we can create our own happiness. And so I'll be talking about that.
The journey of happiness has to move from the body to the mind, to the heart, and to the spirit. And then we come back and again move out and again come back. This is a kind of eternal journey that we have all to undertake. There is no, as Professor Shikha just before your session, you were saying about the life train. So the train is moving, it is not stopping. Is it working? No, we cannot see that. It is still, we can see the folder only right now, but nothing is coming out. Maybe double click on that once again and try.
Okay, just let me try once.
Because if we can see your folder, it means we can see your screen share working. Or if you want, you can send me the PowerPoint. I can share here.
Sure,
Ma'am, first open your PPT, then share, ma'am.
Okay. So I'll stop the share and then restart the share again. Thank you. So
Yes, we can see that. Ma'am, you can make the full screen. It's all visible.
Sorry for that delay. But so like I said, I'll be talking about, how happiness is not really something which is dependent on external factors, but it is something which can be very inherent. And, we can experience that eternal happiness, that eternal bliss through this easy technique of meditation, which is transcendental meditation, and how then that bliss, that happiness can be a part and parcel of our daily life. So I'll just start off this. This is one of my very favorite quotes by Murphy. Happiness, it's like the fragrance from a flower and draws all good things towards you. So, happiness is something which is, like I said, it's very fundamental, very basic to life. And all our actions, everything that we do, if you think of it, are for moving towards more happiness. And we sometimes get lost in this pursuit of happiness. We keep following happiness. We want that happiness in our life. We work towards it. We are running to create that happiness, to get that happiness, and we just forget about that experience of happiness. So happiness for us, it just becomes like a pursuit, which we are always following but never achieving. So that is what we do not want. We don't want to follow happiness. We want to experience it in our daily life, and that is what this talk is going to be all about. But, come to think of it, is there a way to lasting happiness actually? Because everything in our day-to-day life, we see, we can find happiness in little things, and we should always do that. We talk to a good friend, we feel happy. We get something for ourselves, we buy something for ourselves, we feel happy. All these little things of happiness, we watch a beautiful sunrise, we are happy. And all these things, while on the relative level of life or while on the outer level of life, these things are very, very important and do give us that experience of happiness. But if you think of it, those are very momentary. For a moment, we get something for ourselves, we use it for a while, we are happy. But after some time, we're looking for something else, which would make us happy. We talk to a friend, we are very happy while the conversation lasts. As soon as the conversation is over, that happiness is gone. Yes, there are situations in which it can linger on for a while, but here what we're talking about is lasting happiness, that pure experience of bliss, that pure true experience of happiness, which is the need for all of us and which is also described in our ancient Vedic texts. If I can quote from one of the Upanishads, Taittiriya Upanishads, it says, Anandya Dev Khalvimani Bhutani Jayanti, Anandain Jatani Jivanti, Anandam Pratyadhi Samavishanti. Which means, from bliss, everything is originated. Everything originates from bliss. Everything being born out of bliss is also sustained by bliss. Everything is always moving towards bliss and merges into bliss. So this is something, which is from the Upanishads, which are age old, the Vedic texts. And if they have such a definition of happiness, definitely it should be existing somewhere. Maybe we just need to locate it. And, with this only, this explanation of happiness in the Vedic text, this is what inspired Maharishi Mahesh Yogi to actually look for it, to find a way. And, he said that he asked his master that, this is what is quoted in the text, in the Vedic text, so it must be true. But the reality of life which we see is just the opposite. We see that, people are suffering, there is so much struggle, and, but the Upanishads are saying that life is bliss. It is Ananda. So where is that bliss? Where is that Ananda? With that question and his master's blessings, Maharishi then, with this guidance from his master, that yes, life is essentially bliss, but what we are living is only the surface value of life. And this example of an orange said, the outer skin of the orange is bitter, it's not sweet, but that doesn't mean the entire orange is bitter. If we taste the orange in its fullness, in its completeness, if we experience the orange, the inner core of it is sweet, it is soft, it is sweet. It is just the outer skin which is hard and which is bitter. So that doesn't make the entire orange bitter. This is exactly what happens with our life. When we live just the surface value of life, failing to live the completeness of life, failing to appreciate life in its full value, often we do experience life to be a struggle. Often we do experience that, life is not bliss. It is all strain, all stress, and just struggle. But, with this technique of transcendental meditation, we can experience the full value of life, the completeness of life, which is not just life on the outer level, but also life on the inner level. Like Dr. Nitin said, that, this area of spirituality, so that, that inner life and the outer life, when they are in complete balance, that is what leads us to unfailing happiness. Now, coming to transcendental meditation, how can this meditation technique be a means to achieving happiness? So before that, I'll just give a little bit of description about transcendental meditation, or TM. It is a very easy and scientific meditation technique for peace, well-being, and bliss in life. It is a very easy, effortless, and scientific technique. Easy and effortless, I say, because most meditation techniques are not that. They are not at all easy. They're not at all effortless. They require a lot of effort, a lot of concentration, a lot of focus. But TM is nothing of that. It is all bliss in its experience and also the way we practice it. So, people find it really enjoyable to practice as well. And plus, this is a scientific technique because the results of transcendental meditation have been verified by top universities of the world. And we see benefits in all areas of life, including health, calmness, better relationships, more positivity in the environment. There's a huge list of benefits. So towards the end of the presentation, we'll just have a look at some of them. So, this is this verified technique for stress relief, health, happiness, and an overall holistic development. Now, just to explain, that inner aspect of life, we use this simple diagram, and just like this verse from the Taittiriya Upanishad that, life is bliss. We've all heard Satchit Ananda. I'm sure everyone has heard that. But how many of us have experienced that actually? So, while happiness is not words, it's actually an experience. So if we just talk about this diagram, so transcendental meditation is actually a technique, for us to dive into that inner aspect of life, for us to experience that eternal source, that eternal reservoir of infinite happiness, infinite bliss, which is there, which is already there within all of us. It's just a matter of experiencing that. So, we all are thinking something or the other right now. We start thinking as soon as we wake up, right? So our mind is active on the surface. But deep inside, as we experience more and more refined levels of our thinking, more and more refined levels of our mind, there deep inside, there is this, this field of transcendence, the source of thought, the source of everything, which is actually a huge reservoir, a never-ending reservoir of bliss, intelligence, creativity, and happiness inside us. And what transcendental meditation does, it gives us a way to actually experience that reservoir. Okay? So, and it is also important to understand that it is nothing from outside, it is within us. Taking the example of an ocean, if I say, this is this ocean, on the surface, there are a lot of waves, there's a lot of dynamism, a lot of activity, right? And as we experience more and more deeper levels of the ocean, more depths of the ocean, the surface of the ocean is all silent. It is completely silent. It is the same ocean, which is so active, so dynamic on the surface, but the depth is so calm and so silent. Same is with us. That active mind is our thinking mind. But deep inside, that mind, when it settles down, it attains the status of consciousness. It attains the status of our self. And it is the experience of that self which brings about a lasting happiness in our day-to-day life. Because like I said, on the surface level, happiness is there. We can get happy out of various things, various situations that arise in our life. But all of that will be momentary and, like dependent on something. Here, to experience ourselves, it's all within us. We are creating it, we are unfolding it. And this is then that eternal bliss, which we were talking about. So this experience of happiness is very important in our day-to-day life. We cannot, like I said, happiness is something which is very basic, and all that we do somewhere or the other is for getting more happiness. So it is a direct means. This experience of, bliss consciousness, this experience of ourself is a direct means of revitalizing ourselves, gaining more energy, and replenishing the life energy, which then, of course, gives us, gives us a lot of potential to achieve a lot more in our life. Right? Because when we visit this reservoir of all intelligence, all happiness, we gain so much from it. We bring out so much from it that we can do a lot in our day-to-day life. And all big and small achievements on the relative life would add to our happiness, for sure. And that is why Mercy always says that success in anything is through happiness. Because if we are happy, we are successful, and therefore staying happy is of utmost importance. So a little more about transcendental meditation. Like I said, it is a very easy and natural meditation technique. There is no effort required. Unlike other meditations, there is no concentration in it, no control of thoughts, like, no forcing of the mind. And there is no belief which is required. You don't need to believe in it to practice it or to gain the benefits. Then TM, or transcendental meditation, is a very easy to follow technique. We don't need to change our lifestyle in any manner. It has nothing to do with our religion, our culture, our education, our background, anything. It's a very, very practical technique. And that is the reason that globally so many people practice it. And most importantly, it's a very, very balanced, evidence-based, established technique. So it's not something which is developed by me or one person. It is an established technique with scientific research conducted on the technique for last 40 years. 700 plus published research studies are done on this technique in different universities of the world. Top universities that you can think of, they have all verified the results of TM in different areas of life. Be it health, be it self-development, better relationships, more coherence, better brain functioning. Lots of researches in different areas. So this is Mercy's picture, the founder of Transcendental Meditation. And I already explained that how this, he actually came to this conclusion that something is needed for the mankind, something is needed for the humanity, so that they can actually live the full value of life, like described in the Vedic texts. So now coming to the benefits, like I said, there are many benefits of transcendental meditation in various areas: better health, better mental potential, more improvement in the society, better relationships, and so on. But here I've just chosen very, very, just picked up very few of the scientific researches. So because this is just to give an idea. So talking of happiness, so that, it's important to understand that transcendental meditation, all the results are very, very objective. So they are not on the level of talking, or they're not on the level of mood making. I want to be happy, or, it's not a conscious effort to be happy. It's very inherent and a very natural automatic experience with the practice of TM, because it works on the physiology. Now, we all know in very easy language, happiness hormones, stress hormones, very easy language. So, what happens with TM is that the happiness hormones increased, and, the stress hormones, they decrease. So, the change in the serotonin and the cortisol levels, that is something which is very, very objective. You can measure it. And that is why I said that TM is a very practical, scientific technique. So, with the practice of TM, we don't have to try to be happy. We just practice it and we are automatically happy. And I think that's the best way, because, happiness is something which you can't force it. If we force it, it's just on the outside. It's just something which is visible from the outside. But actually, anything in terms of our behavior, in terms of how we are, in terms of happiness, it is more like coming from inside to outside. Whatever is the quality of our consciousness, that is what reflects outside. So if we are happy inside, that happiness radiates in our behavior, that happiness radiates outside. So increase in happiness hormones. The next is decreased depression. And, we've seen in recent times that mental health has become an issue. Many of us face mental health related problems, and we are not able to cope up with them as such due to various factors. There's social stigma, there's lack of awareness, there could be many things. But then all these things prevent us from being happy, which is very basic, which is like, our birthright. So less of depression. And as compared to other stress management techniques, transcendental meditation, like I said, we don't force any benefits. All of these happen automatically. So less of depression. We have more results on anxiety, on insomnia, on a lot of other things as well. Burnout is something which we all face, even now when we are at our homes. Many of us are working from home at the same time. We don't have a lot of means to, let out the stress that we collect. And, we keep gathering the stress. We keep burdening ourselves with that stress. And we've seen that with TM, perceived stress goes down, emotional exhaustion. This study specifically is done on teachers. And but in all areas, there is a result of scientific evidence that exhaustion and stress levels, they go down with TM. Better mental health, like I said, insomnia, anxiety, depression, all these things we find a lot of improvement. Even serious conditions like PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder, even in PTSD, we've seen very good results with transcendental meditation. Talking of self-actualization, we are all aware what self-actualization is, more positive self-image, more appreciation of other people. And, self-actualization naturally increases with transcendental meditation. And we've also compared it with other techniques and other forms of meditation, but more self-actualization, very automatically. Again, this is another research on serotonin and cortisol. Like I discussed in the beginning, increase in serotonin and decrease in cortisol, which is the stress hormone. So a very, very physiological condition of happiness. Because ultimately, it is definitely the mind, but it is also the body, because they're both related. And, if these happiness hormones or these stress hormones are not in balance in our body, not in balance in our physiology, it is not happy. And therefore, the picture that transcendental meditation plays is bringing that balance in the physiology, bringing, enlivening that inner intelligence of the body, by which, naturally we can experience that happiness. Because, like I said, on the surface level of life, happiness would also depend on very basic things such as our health, such as our relationships, and so what TM does is it also enriches that inner aspect of life, that experience of Satchit Anand, which is pure bliss. But at the same time, it also works on that surface level and improves our outer life as well. So that, we have this happiness from the inside and happiness on the surface level of life. So we have more fulfilling, better relationships, better health, not just preventive, but also it is also curative in nature. The American Heart Association has recognized TM as part of a treatment, as a treatment approach, along with it just enriches life from all levels, inside and outside. So and that is what is like saying water the root to enjoy the fruit. We watered the root, the nourishment goes to the root, and from the root it goes to all parts of the plant. So even the base, or which is the inside, is also enriched, and the outside, all the aspects of the plant, like the flowers, fruits, leaves, all of that also gets nourishment. So that is how it is with TM, which is bringing nourishment on all levels, and therefore creating that happiness on all levels. And very often we come across such opinions that meditation or meditation is something which might not be of interest to everyone, because they would have other priorities. Like for a student, people say, oh, meditation maybe later, but the priority right now is studying, getting good grades, achieving a good career, managing a good career. For a working person, probably we was like, okay, my targets are more important right now, or my meetings are more important right now. Even for a homemaker, they would feel that, oh, completing all the household work is a priority, and cleaning, cooking, everything that becomes a priority. But we kind of ignore this fact that all of these things are actually dependent on a very, very basic thing, which is our ability, our inner stability, or that state of happiness. And once we achieve that inner stability, that inner happiness and inner calm, and we are free from stress, everything that we do on the outer is going to be much more fulfilling, much more rewarding, and we'll be much more productive as well. So, I would like to then say that, TM, as I said, is a simple, natural, easy, and completely effortless meditation technique, which can act like a basis for all the other things, act like a basis for more rewarding achievements, or more fulfilling action on all aspects of life. So as I conclude my presentation, I have a short video which I would like to play. But if one is not happy, one has lost the very purpose of life. That is what I would like to say. And there's a short video, and I'm sure the audience would enjoy that. So I'll just play that.
It's not just finding quiet, it's finding bliss, and that is natural. That is everyone. You see it in babies. You don't have to teach it to them. We forget.
And what it's not.
So this is a short video here.
It's not just finding quiet, it's finding bliss, and that is natural. That is for everybody. You see it in babies. You don't have to teach it to them. We somehow forget. And what TM has done for me and for Deb and my children is just get us back to the thing we've forgotten, which is it is our birthright to be happy, to be alert, to actually connect with people in a real way.
I meditate before I hosted the Oscars. I meditate before I go on stage. I meditate in the morning and lunchtime when I'm on a film set. The energy is finer and the decisions you make are more authentic and you're more able to listen to other people. And as an actor, that's all you've got. Your only tools you really have is being present, being clear, and listening. So it helped me in every way. I mean, immeasurably. I'm a way different person from when I began meditation.
Wow.
Well, and completely different.
If I remember correctly, I think Jackman is part of, is a very fan follower of your meditations and all.
Yes, Hugh Jackman has been practicing transcendental meditation for a time. Hugh Jackman, along with many other well-known people. But I thought this was just so apt, the way he was describing happiness and bliss. So I thought this would be a good share for today.
Thank you, Aditi ji. So just few questions in my mind. First of all, bringing the infinite world of meditation and the concept of bliss through simple nuggets of wisdom, and how we can just like we say, we have a jigsaw puzzle. So something was done by you, that some puzzles are little being solved when you have spoken about this concept. So Aditi ma'am, just tell me, just I have a small query, and audience, if you have a query in the meantime, you can also put on the chat box for ma'am to see if she can also read her own also. In the meantime, I have a query, Aditi. There were many meditations that we hear in India, whether it is meditation on body, meditation on some things, there is some meditations on thoughts, and there are meditation means they say no mind, they say no mind. So how come you are like, how you place the TM in comparison to all those things, like where does TM fits in, and like where does something goes wrong, or means something becomes less effective?
Well, see, you are right. There are many different types of meditations, and all have their value. I'm sure, all these techniques have their value. And, how TM is different is that it is easy to do, because something which is very difficult for us to follow by nature, we don't want to do it, or we are not motivated enough sometimes to do it. So TM is something which is very easy, very enjoyable, and therefore it is becomes a part of people's daily routine very easily. Plus, the benefits with this meditation are sometimes very immediate. So it's not that you have to wait for a long time to recognize some of the benefits or to see any changes in your life. So those benefits that we see in day-to-day life, they are, the big motivator to continue with this. So I would say that is how TM is different. But yes, there are many different meditation techniques. Some are focusing on the body, some would focus on other aspects, many different types. And, broadly, if we could classify them into two types, like concentration techniques and contemplation techniques. So concentration techniques take a lot of effort, because we are asked to hold our attention onto something, focus on something, and which is not our natural tendency. Our natural tendency is always to wander here and there, like a honeybee, sometimes on this, sometimes here, and sometimes there. So that is the natural tendency. So therefore, concentrating on something is very difficult and against the natural tendency, and therefore not very motivating for the mind, because the nature of the mind is to wander, but in order to settle down somewhere. And that settle down somewhere happens something which is of that value, something of that magnitude, which we don't find on the outside. It is that experience of infinite bliss. That is what is like a motivator for the mind to settle down. But we just give it the right direction, and then the mind naturally takes that course. Contemplation techniques are more like swimming on the surface. You think about more things, you explore different avenues, but then I would say that they get limited with human thinking, because we can only think about what we already know. We can imagine, but all related to what our experiences have, or what we've experienced in the past, whatever we perceived from the environment. But this field of the self, this field of our consciousness, it is unbounded, and therefore it is beyond human comprehension. And therefore we don't need to comprehend it, we just need to experience it to get the benefits. And therefore TM is like taking a dive. When we take a dive, we just take the right angle and then we let go. The entire process is automatic. So that is how TM is.
Okay.
So
Thank you, Aditi ma'am. You talked about, you had mentioned, like, when I was reading your profile, you talked about, like, you have written some books on meditation. Like, are they available for people to read it online? Like, they can buy online, how they can access that?
yes,
Are you
some of the
working on
books are
that?
available online. I would not say I have written books, kind of worked on books related to meditation along with other authors, I would say, or something like that, or sometimes in
Okay.
translations.
Okay. Okay. So, audience, anybody have a question? Then we will be moving on. We have one compliment from Mr. Neeraj Jain to you, madam. Very motivational presentation, ma'am. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to listen to you. From Mr. Neeraj Jain. Any question from anybody, please, they can ask right now before we move on to the next session. We are right on time. Is there one question has come to me on WhatsApp, Aditi ma'am, regarding the difference between mind and consciousness? How would you like to differentiate between both of them?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, the difference between mind and consciousness. And I would refer to this example of the ocean again, you know. So it is that water body, that ocean, which has a lot of activity on the surface. You know, there are so many waves, so much is happening on the surface, and we cannot imagine that it is the same ocean which could be so silent at the bottom. And that is the difference, exact difference between our mind and consciousness, because it is the same thing. Only on the surface, when it becomes active, we call it the mind. But when it settles down, and when it settles down to its least excited state, to its expanded state, the mind becomes the self, the mind becomes that consciousness.
On a very lighter note, somebody has mentioned to me on a WhatsApp, okay, when you say settle down, like when we say, when we get married, we settle down, right? So that settling is not that kind of settling. So something else might be required. Somebody is asking this funny question. That's fine. Right. So yes, settling of the mind, which I think is, which you will also agreeing, that settling of thoughts. When settling of thoughts are there, it means now there is no momentum. Now there is no, you will not say feverishness is not there. So this is maybe a kind of answer he would be expecting. They would be more feverish. Right. So we are on time. Thank you, Ms. Aditi, for your wonderful time. And I'm sure everybody have got a new insight after your explanation about this concept about TM. Many people have heard about different kind of meditations, but TM may not be aware of. One last question, and then like he talked about Hugh Jackman. In India, like we follow, many people follow some stardom they have. So which kind of a star or celebrity or any famous person whom you would like to listen in promoting, or you is attached with your thing openly, like anybody? Like Hugh Jackman is famous one worldwide. From India, is anybody celebrity attached, something like that? They want like to know.
Many people in India, many well-known people, also celebrities, also I would say, practice transcendental meditation. Not all of them have come out openly about it. Rahul Dravid had been practicing transcendental meditation. Anushka Sharma had been practicing transcendental meditation.
Okay.
This editor of The Speaking Tree, Ms. Naraini, she is a practitioner of transcendental meditation. So, the director of this famous Bikaner wala
Okay.
chain, food chain.
So we have famous name.
Mr.
So,
Agarwal, Mr. Namratan Agarwal. So there
in
are
India,
people, not many of them would like to discuss openly about it.
In India, we don't discuss many things like spirituality or something like that, because in India we think this is a private affair and all. That no need to show off. So
But
we
as
go,
long as people are practicing it and benefiting from it,
no harm.
I think we are happy.
Thank you so much, Aditi ma'am. Thank you so much. And on behalf of everybody, the participants in MIT University, thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at 5 o'clock.
Thank you so much. And I would like to.
Yes, sorry, please. Sorry. Adityanam, you were saying something? I think your voice got delayed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just said I would like to thank you and Amity for giving me this wonderful opportunity today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are at 5 o'clock junction. The train of life is moving, and we have reached at the station where we have to welcome our next speaker, who is none other but Professor Dr. R.K. Jha sir, who is the Vice Chancellor of MIT University, Jharkhand. He was kind enough to join us in the morning also, in the morning session at 10 o'clock. And then he is kind enough to come back at his 5 o'clock time also. Thank you so much, sir, for joining. On behalf of MIT University Noida campus, we welcome you at this platform. Yeah, sir. Can you?
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to read the profile of Professor. One second. So now we have with us a distinguished guest, Professor R.K. Jha, the Vice Chancellor of MIT University Jharkhand campus. A brief profile about him: he has handled work related to academics and development, including establishment of new institutions, starting new courses, curriculum development. He has taught UG and PG science students, BTech, MTech. He has been attached with various level of colleges, engineering colleges. He has dealt with UGC, AICT, Bar Council of India, MHRD, Government of India, NBA and NAC, that are the hallmarks for making any institution excellent and accredited. Few of the specialities that he has among his green belt, or you can say the aura of this person, is he has access to quality in higher education, accreditations, project management, education administration, and management. He is a dreamer with substantial depth. He's a self-made man who puts service and commitment before everything, after taking up the challenge to develop through a set of transformational changes to reach the top. In depth, emphasis is put on norms, curricular development, industry integration, project-based learning. He has deep appreciation for individuals' potential and integration of academic, physical, and spiritual aspects in the student's personality with personal engagement and commitment. He has administrative experience with strict discipline. He looks very sober, but then he emphasized that I am also a disciplinarian. My personal experience with Jha sir is a little not so long, but the time which I have spent with him over the phone, over the interactions, over video conferences, over meetings, various events, he has been a source of inspiration to me, and he is a kind of a person who is so humble that you will never ever feel that you are talking to a vice chancellor as we normally understand. He is a pure gem of a person, and should I say, a man with a golden heart. Professor Jha sir, over to you.
Thank you so much for exaggerating and overestimating me individually, and that makes me more conscious while I speak today. Can I share my screen?
Please, sir.
Do let me know if it is there.
Yes, sir, it came. So the topic is so beautiful, evolve. When we were discussing this topic with you, so the topic evolve. Yes, we are eager to listen to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Let me firstly thank for the opportunity that MIT University, Noida, under your leadership in the Reiki Institute, has given me. I am really obliged, and I look forward to giving you a different perspective. I was listening to Aditi Srivastava madam just now, and heard her totally. And I have been a fan of transcendental meditation, but that I never had a chance to really do it because of my movement from one place to another. But Ranchi does not have any transcendental meditation center, so I'll request her to make one. So that's the beginning that I have. Because
Aditi must be listening.
yes. So I chose this particular topic after thinking about what your aim for this particular program is. But then it is already 5, and people who are really attending it, it may be a little tiring. But then happiness comes only when you tire out. So that's how I would begin. That's the topic given to me and basically chosen by me. It has very small number of slides, and it will be more of an understanding that I have about happiness and related things. So this is the thing. I have chosen the theme that you had, and there are 3 key words here. One is happiness, the other is consciousness, and the third is the joyfulness. Now, all these are qualitative words, but they relate to the state of the self, which means we as an individual are sometime in this state of happiness, sometime we are very conscious, so that's a state of consciousness, and then also only sometime joyful. That's a reality. But then these words revolve around your theme today, and happiness, as was also described and must have been described by many other speakers, I feel it is a feeling. Now, it's a feeling which is naturally a result of multiple dimensional observations, interferences, reactions of the body, mind, and soul, all that. Consciousness, well, there are these are understood nowadays in terms of the 7 chakras, and if you somehow have again lifted up yourself or your energy levels to the highest level of Sahasrara chakra, starting from the Mula chakra, then your behavioral pattern becomes aligned with that energy. That sometimes we say, what is the level to which you have reached? It is the level of the energy of consciousness, and that is well described by the chakras. And joyfulness, which is the blissfulness, all that is the real aim of life that we have. Now, if we say, as we said, it is the state of the self. So what is self? Let us understand what is self first. If you understand self, is it the body, or is it the mind, or is it the soul? We understand that body is made up of what we eat. If we don't eat, tomorrow the body may decay, or it can catch diseases. So we have to keep a balance in terms of diet or nutrition to see that the body as an instrument is available to us for our evolution. But that's not me, or that's not myself. Similarly, mind also is a tool. It's a handle. The intellect itself is a handle. That also evolves with time, but the most of the time mind is wavering, and then it is the soul. Yes. So we as self, if we call ourselves as soul, that's the reality. So which means if we say that happiness, consciousness, and joyfulness is the state of a self, then our mind or our body is not feeling that joyfulness. Is our body happy? Is our mind happy? Or is it that I am happy? That's the real question that you should ask. If you ask and you answer, I think you'll reach there. Now, a little bit of understanding of what are the requirements in terms of the quality, quantity, and the timeline. The body requirements are very limited. You give it a small amount of food, and it is also for a short time. I eat this much, and then my belly is full, and I don't need again. After some time again, I may need it. So it's discontinuous for a short time and limited requirement of the body, and therefore you can keep your body in a limited resource utilization as you wish. So it is totally under control. Mind wavers. Now, because of our natural sensors that we have, eyes, ears, and all that, those are available. But again, this can be controlled. Body is where the mind is. Now, because of the wavering nature of mind, the body also responds in that manner. That is where lies the problem also sometimes. But if you look at our soul or the self or yourself, the requirement is a continuous blissfulness. Now, this is physically not realizable or achievable. Now, that's where the problem is. Now, the problem, is it a problem? That's a question that I have. I would declare at the end that this is not a problem. This is the construct that we have. This is how we are made up of. So if a building is made at a 90 degree, it will remain at 90 degree. You cannot change the building differently. So that's how I look at it. So that's the requirement. And if I go to the topic that I had chosen, it says it is not you, it is evolution. Humans are designed to be sad. Very, very different sentence, but that is why I have put it as in the red. It is not you, it is the evolution. Humans are designed to be sad. So that means as we have evolved from whatever to whatever and present state, we have been designed to be sad. Now, happiness is nothing but a human construct. We have thought about this particular idea to be happy, and it is an abstract idea with no biological basis or human experience. Well, sometimes we do say it is an experience of happiness, but then scientific way of going, unless transcendental meditation people really claim, I don't know. The third point is the positive as well as negative thoughts or effects do reside in the brain, but sustained happiness, which is the goal or the aim or the requirement of the self, has no biological basis. And perhaps surprisingly, I reckon that this is something which is to be happy about. Why? I'll come in the next slide. Is happiness a realistic goal? Now it is again written in red. No, it is not a realistic goal. Indeed, the pursuit of this particular happiness, which is supposed to be a goal, is one of the USA's unalienable rights. They feel that happiness is my right. Unfortunately, this has helped to create an expectation that real life stubbornly refuses to deliver. Why is it that the life is not responding to happiness for all the time continuously? So there is a problem. Even though we want it, it is not available, or you cannot achieve it. Because even when all our material and biological needs are satisfied, a state of sustained happiness will still remain a theoretical and elusive goal. And that's the reality with which we are facing. According to one of the poets, happiness is like a feather flying in the air. It flies light, but not for a very long period or time. So it goes away. Now, in our brain, if it is something to do with our brain, where is happiness located? There are researches being done, and state of the brain is also being studied. And I also have personal interest in studying this particular brain, but I'm not from biology background, but I have tried to understand it from the literature available. And one goes to find out that in the natural construct by nature, a state of contentment, which is the continuous bliss, is discouraged by nature. Why? Because it will otherwise lower our guard against the possible threats to our own survival. Let me explain this particular sentence, that if we had the possibility of getting the maximum contentment or happiness, well, that will be the last stage to which we evolve. So our evolution will stop. So the God has created this discontentment or dissatisfaction knowingly, so that we survive for long, evolving ourselves from one generation to the other, from one type of technology to the other, from knowledge to a type of innovation, and so on. Now, the fact that evolution has prioritized this development of a big frontal lobe in our brain. If you look at it, our human face, you'll see we have a frontal lobe which is quite wide, which gives us an excellent executive and analytical abilities over a natural ability to be happy. If we are made to be happy, our belly will be filled and we are happy, we sleep, we reproduce, and we die, like the animals that we otherwise are also are. So, but then there is a distinct difference between human and the animal, and that tells a lot about the nature's priorities. Different geographical locations and circuits in the brain are each associated with certain neurological or intellectual functions. So each brain that we have has functions defined, but happiness, being a mere construct with no neurological basis, cannot be found in the brain tissue. That's the type of research which has come out, and then that's where we are. Say, now what is depression all about then? If you're not happy, are we depressed? No. Depression is again a state of mind which is a challenge to adapt to that particular situation. So depression is an adaptation which plays an important or useful role in times of adversity. People who have had tough times in their early life, they have made their lives much better. This is again proven. And if you disengage yourself from the area where you have the depression, you will take risk and hopeless situation you can come out with. Otherwise, you will not be able to come out. So depression is again a state like the pain. If you have the pain, you become careful. Similarly, depressive ruminations can also have a problem-solving functions during difficult times. If you are, say, in a situation where in the front you have the big mountain at 90 degrees, and at the back you have a river or an ocean where you can fall and simply die, what would you do? It is obvious that we'll take our mountainous route. So problem-solving functions are triggered by the depression or by the situation that we are having. Unhappiness is not really our fault. Now, this is again to be understood by people and put it differently. It's the fault of our natural design. So, if God has designed us to be unhappy, so be it. So, it is in our blueprint. So, let's not be unhappy that we are unhappy. We have no. Now, this is given by George Bernard Shaw, the quote that I have here. We have no more right to consume happiness. We have no more right to consume happiness without producing it. And it is like the if you have the wealth, you will have to produce your wealth rather than possessing wealth, just like that. Similarly, happiness is such a consumable which you will have to produce to consume. Very well said, and this is something which I like. Well-being apparently therefore needs to be earned, and that's the new way of looking at things, which proves that it is not a natural state. So you have to earn it, you have to strive for it, you have to work for it, you have to understand where it is, you have to therefore try and maybe adapt yourself to that particular situation to obtain that bliss. Maybe TM is another way. Happiness cannot be replicated chemically also. So there are people who say you take this medicine or that medicine, you'll be more happy. No. Then what is the problem with our state of mind and all that? We have different mixed emotions and impure and messy and tangled emotions, and many a times contradictory also. These tangled emotions are like the quantum state. Now, I usually try and understand a physical system is now understood to be quantum. And quantum means there are two particles which may be separated by light years, but then they are still entangled. If you make measurements on the one, you can be sure about the measurements on the other. That means you don't have to measure the other one, which means, see, there are particles which are even separated by space are entangled, which means they are impacting each other. That's the quantum state. Or you can say particle simultaneously can exist in two states simultaneously. At the same time, you can be a particle, you can be a wave. That's what light is all taken as now from physics. So research has also shown that positive and negative emotions and effects can coexist in the brain. So they are not enemies of each other, they are coexisting independently of each other. And that's the beauty. So your brain, your nature, your body, your mind is designed to have both the qualities simultaneously, and that is the quantum state that I'm talking about. This model also shows that we have the right hemisphere of the brain and the left hemisphere. The right takes care of the negative emotions and the left takes care of the positive emotions. The last sentence becomes very important for this talk, is that coexisting pleasure and pain fits our reality much better than the unachievable bliss. So if we think of a joyful life and that you want to sustain for a long time to come, that is unnatural. Coexistence of pleasure and pain is the natural state of the creator, and therefore the code of the creator is that we are mix of the two. Now, what makes us human? Dissatisfaction is not a personal failure. Many a times we feel that I'm not happy by making this particular product, or by writing this book or poem and whatever. If you are unhappy at time, this is not a shortcoming that demands urgent repair. No. So if you're unhappy, you commit suicide. No, that's not the way it has to be. There is no urgent repair of this. This is a part of what life you are moving on. Somebody said it is a continued journey. Rather, far from it, this fluctuation is in fact what makes us human. If I would do only what I am supposed to do and not think about it, the moment you think about differently, you may fail also. So what? This fluctuation is what makes us human. And that's the key point which I wanted to say today. Of all the emotions that we know, happiness is one where the scientists say that this is least understood, and a lot of thing is already going on across the globe to understand happiness. So my conclusion, or my summary of the whole thing is that as we evolve, and then evolution takes place of every part, the body, the mind, as well as the soul. Soul also evolves. We say that we carry our sanskars or prarabdha from the earlier birth to this birth, and therefore the child who is born at the time of birth has his own reactions, has his own way, own personality. What is that? How did he learn? We have number of stories that people have learned from the womb of mother, and that stays, and we believe that that is the reality as well. Of course, we cannot prove it. So as we evolve with time, at all levels, at the individual level, at the family level, at the social level, at the national level, and the global level, we will see that happiness will follow. Well, what is the way out then? How do we evolve? There are 9 qualities given here, and I would like to just focus and then let you understand that these 9, if followed and I would say practiced, you don't need anything else. You don't need meditation. You need physical fitness, yes, but what happens when you don't trust? You create a problem or a poison in your mind. So trust, respect, affection, this come at a level, it is our behavioral pattern, and that's very much within your control. It is the thought process that you have. Now, does one claim that I have been designed by nature not to trust? This is foolishness. Human being cannot be like that. So that is the intellect that you have, and that is the leeway that human being have been given by nature. Then care of everybody around, guidance, reverence. So you must feel happy that you have been guided by some people around, and the knowledge is so freely available these days, especially with the technology coming in. Then glory, you must glorify yourself and be happy about the things that you have done or contributed to, and the gratitude for everyone around, including your parents, teachers, society, the people on the chair, and the system that you are following, everyone. And then the ultimate thing is the love that comes from within. That comes from within. It is not artificial. Even if you start in the morning and you have that approach of loving anything and everything that comes around, one is going to be happy and happy and happy. I would end by reading a poem which I have in the book. It's not written on the slides. I'll come to this slide a little later, but then read a poem in just 1 minute. It's time to evolve. The time is up and it is time to awaken. It's time to evolve from our sleep to be shaken. It's time to heal. It's time to love. It's time to unite and ignite the inner light. It's time to divinize. It is time to purify, to be fearless and free, to celebrate and fly, to shine and to radiate and to fill the sky. It's time to empower the real beauty within, to open our hearts, unveil the soul, to dive in and let the journey begin. Unleash the power of creation and merge with the divine. It's time to connect with every being and erase any dividing line. No caste, no creed, no greed, no bleed. It's times for grace and no more race. It's time to live in peace. It's time for hatred to cease. It's time to unite and march as one. It's time to let our home shine. It's in the glory and bliss to make our hearts a living shrine. The time is up and it's time of delight. It's time for all to rejoice and for all to sing in one voice, to burn the evil and reveal the good, to transform, to evolve, to live the dream. It's time to celebrate our existence and create a better, brighter world and see it gleam. That was the last thing that I had to add. My message to everyone who is watching this and listening to me, firstly, that I'm thankful for your presence. I feel there is always a hidden Tao within every individual, and that is how what has brought me towards spiritual understanding and psychological understanding, brain study, and all that. So I felt that the passion integrated with that hidden Tao is the maybe you can say nature's makeup or your DNA, your qualities inside. So if you integrate that with your passion, that is going to be magical if you're chanting this regularly, which means you're practicing with passion about your hidden qualities that you have, and in self-competing mode where you are progressing every day, and that's the real progress. That's my message for everybody. Keep chanting your own hidden Tao and integrate with that passion to reach out to your maximization, your excellence that you can have. That's in your hand. And happiness is a small thing you're asking. You can ask for God Himself. So that's what why God tells so many people that why are you asking for happiness or this or that? You can ask for me and you be with me. You will be always happy. Wishing you all the best for your future endeavors. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I think the punch that you have given to our minds and hearts, the poetry that you have recited, which has a kind of a 3 words, burn to evolve. Is that so, sir? So it's like the philosophy, or you can say the life of a candle, that we still want a candle, but the candle keeps on burning. And somehow the evolution has happened from darkness, means from the candle to the bulb and then LEDs and so on. So the concept is going on, sir. Thank you, sir, for this thought process that you have given, and you have taken those three words from the FDP theme, consciousness, you said chakras, and you said joyfulness, and happiness is a feeling. So, sir, in the end, you reminded me of a small story, if you allow, so that I can add on to your point. So, there was a old mother, a grandmother, who was blind. So, God was very happy with her sadhana and all. So, the God came and wanted to bless her some boons. So, he asked, I want to give you one boon. Please ask what you want. So that lady goes to her home and he asks his son, "Okay, what do you want?" He said, "के माँ क्या बात कर रही हो? हमें तो पैसा चाहिए, पैसा मांगो भगवान से." बहू से पूछती है कि बहू क्या चाहिए आपको? What do you want, daughter-in-law? She said, माँ मेरे पास बच्चा नहीं है, आप प्लीज उनसे बेटा मांग लो या फिर बच्चा मतलब पुत्र मतलब मेरे लिए एक पुत्र मांगो। और जो खुद माँ थी वो खुद ब्लाइंड है, उसको अपने लिए आंखें चाहिए। So she was a little confused and she said, what to do? I have three desires in my mind. How to ask the God all the three desires in one desire? So she thought of a lot. Then she went to a wise man and the wise man gave him a solution. So that old lady goes to the God. When God came back again, she said, मुझे अपनी आंखों से अपने पोते को सोने के पालने में झूलते हुए देखना है। So she somehow asked all the three desires and that too in just one desire. So it means that there is no limit that in one desire we can fulfill many desires also. So yes, there is no ending for desires, but yes, we have to keep on burning. The mother is still thinking about her own children. The directors, professors are thinking about their own students. So senior people like you thinking about the institutions and the growth and all. So everybody at some point or the other, they are burning to evolve the situation or to make something better out of that. Thank you for this beautiful poetry and the insight that you have given to us. Audience, if anybody have one last question and then we can call off the day. Anybody want to say something or anybody want to write something to sir? So what would have been your the toughest phase of your situations like of so you have been through various shades of life. So what would have been your essence, just like that grandmother who has told about all the three desires in one desire? So if you would have been given a chance to fulfill multiple desires, so what would be that one desire that you would also like to get fulfilled, sir? Is there anything just like that old lady?
I don't know why, but I usually when I go to the temple, not many a times I do go. I was a very revolutionary child while I was very small.
Okay.
And I used to break all the rules because I was not convinced that that is the right thing. So unless you're convinced about a particular thing, don't take it up. Is a free mindset. If that only is developed in an individual, he has to struggle then because he'll be a different mindset. So I had not taken things lying down. No, this you are suggesting this. Fine, I will experiment and then see this whether this is good for me or not good for me and all that. So usually when I used to pray and go to the temples, I used to ask, give me the strength to understand everything. So that's a one word. Understanding is very important. If you understand the value of requirements of your body, mind, and soul, your reactions will be very positive, and you're going to be balanced anyway. Now, why this understanding is not done? Because of the different education system that we have evolved, different parenting that also we have. So those are not universal in nature, and that is why some individuals are taken care in some environment, some are taken care in some other environment. They grow differently. As they grow differently, they gather different things. The mass, the body mass is different, and the body mind also is polluted or ignited. So that's what makes the difference. May God give us all the same understanding of relationship and importance of coexistence. So it is coexistence which is existence, not anything else. I may be anything, it does not matter. I think Corona gave us this lesson also. So, the underlying thing is only this, and usually that is what I have been asking. May God give me the opportunity to serve people. If I am not sitting here, I'll not be able to speak to many. So that's an opportunity given, and you are lucky, and you feel happy. Whatever you have got is what you deserve. Let's not be in the race unnecessarily to reach the top and do nothing. And there are people with that example also existing, because they lack understanding. They were in the race. So let that race stop, and let's appreciate each other, and be the best version of ourselves again. And every day you can evolve and progress. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think we are almost on time. Dear participants, it's the first day of FDP. We have come to the closing. Tomorrow morning, we will again join back at 10 o'clock. In the morning, the first session given by the trainers of Ministry of Happiness, they have given one small task, and you all have the Happy 5 workbook. So in the back of that Happy 5 workbook, there is a kind of day 1. So there is a day 1 section. So whatever your the question was asked to you, and we have given also those questions in the WhatsApp group. So please try to think on those questions, the 3 questions, and try to write down those answers in those Happy 5 workbook, so that when they come back tomorrow, they will be discussing few elements, because this is how the journey will continue. They will move on with the first session tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock. And in the meantime, thank you so much. Everybody have a wonderful time now. It's evening, 5:40. We are 10 minutes ahead of the schedule. And I'm sure happiness is grown by 10 more minutes, right? So we don't say, okay. So the happiness is always increasing, the more wisdom is coming to us, and happiness is going to absorb every wisdom. So the more happy we are, the more we are going to absorb the wisdom. If there is no happiness, every wisdom is just like our clothes. It is there on the skin, but it is not our skin. So the more happy we are, the wisdom becomes our skin and our blood and our DNA and all that. Thank you everybody for joining us for the first day of FDP. Thank you so much, sir, for joining from Jharkhand. Thank you so much.